already because Jennifer Garner and Ben Affleck were seen together at an event in the Brentwood section of Los Angeles.
I'd like to apologize to Jennifer Garner and her pool boy, Ben Affleck, for incorporating them into my fantasy life. I apologize to anyone who's been offended by my fictional creations, Chrysagon, the philosopher of evil, and the skull sealer.
Oh, here we go.
All right, anyhow, so Jennifer Lopez was there too.
The whole cluster.
The whole
and now
crew, yeah.
This is going to continue for the foreseeable future because of the kids.
Yeah. Affleck and Garner arrived with their child Finn.
I'd like to apologize.
While Lopez was seen at the same event with her child, Emmy, and friends. And it seems that Garner arrived first around 7 p.m., followed by Ben and then J-Lo.
When did Judy Justice show up?
Judy Justice showed up at the very end. She doesn't like to...
No, she doesn't make her scene.
Yeah, exactly. So the groups all arrived separately. Everyone appeared to be in good spirits. This comes after Lopez filed for divorce in August, and Affleck has reportedly focused on work and family since the split, with Jennifer Garner's support, of course.
If you looked at any of the pictures of this gathering, Jennifer Lopez looks. I know you're a big fan, Kathy. Very resplendent. Affleck looks like a regular dude from like Boston, and
Yeah.
I don't see how that ever. Since she always goes out looking like that, and he's kind of more of a regular dude,
Yeah. By the way, do you have enough audio of that guy to clone his voice, do you think?
Yeah. Oh, yes. Well, I've been working on it. I need a little bit. Yes.
Okay.
It was going to be a surprise, but a little bit more. Yeah.
Surprise. Sorry about that.
No problem.
All right. Well, Black China is officially engaged to her boyfriend, rapper Derek Milano, after he proposed during Howard University's Yard Fest at their massive homecoming event this past weekend. We haven't heard that name uttered in a while.
Let me ask you something. Could there possibly be any more red flags attached to a person than Black China?
Oh, man.
Why? What would possess you?
Yeah. Derek got down on one knee in front of thousands, and China, who has been dating him for over a year, joyfully said yes. Now, China's mom, Tokyo Toni, was there to witness the special moment, too.
What about Kalamazoo Carey?
I don't think Kalamazoo Carey made it, but this will be China's third engagement following previous ones with Tyga and Rob Kardashian, with whom she shares 2 children, King Cairo and Dream. Neither of her past engagements led to marriage, but China is hopeful that this time will be different. So
the list of family names sounds like the roll call on a spaceship.
Yeah, you're right. But you're right about the red flags, man. But, there are some people, and I've seen it in real life, they just don't, they're just, they ignore it. They that person chose the wrong people.
That was them. I can fix them. We'll be better.
Yeah, it happens so much. It's crazy. So let me see here. I don't know who this is. Henry Danger star Cooper Barnes.
Yeah, I had to look him up.
Is caught in the middle of a legal dispute between his wife, Liz Stewart, and their neighbor, Jessica Ray. Do you know who it is, Case?
Well, I got to see his face, but I watched Henry Danger. I mean, I didn't.
Okay.
It was on when I was in the house.
Was it a kid show?
Cooper Barnes.
Yeah, okay. So he's the guy who runs the superhero
school
lair. His school,
Lair?
like, yeah, I guess so.
Retreat?
So Henry Danger is a kid show?
It's a kid show.
Okay.
And so this guy, the Henry Danger, yes. So
okay, listen, his wife Liz claims that Jessica, their neighbor, has been trying to seduce him, Cooper.
Okay.
Needless to say, she isn't a fan, and she is suing Jessica for intentional infliction of emotional distress and damages.
So I was talking to my wife last night about this. This seems pretty absurd that she's simply flirting with him and that you can actually move ahead with a... I guess you can sue anybody for any reason. It's not a legal case.
Yeah, exactly. They can take a shot at it.
Right.
Whether or not, I've never heard of anything like this before, and whether or not it can be successful or not. But
I'm going to sue you for flirting.
Liz claims Jessica has been trying to seduce Cooper, allegedly send him texts like, "Have your wife put your daughter to bed while you come to the jacuzzi with me." Mm-hmm. She also accuses Jessica of inappropriate behavior, such as showing up to a pool party in a skimpy bikini.
Wanted to show you my breasts.
Cooper's wife says this all started after Jessica moved into their complex and developed a crush on him. She apparently believes that Jessica's behavior is going too far and could harm his career as a children's TV star.
Uh-huh.
So,
is he still a children's TV star?
I don't know. I don't watch that, and my kids are older now.
It's interesting, though. I mean, where is his say on all of this? You know,
Yeah,
I mean,
he's
can't
very
he
quiet,
talk to
yeah.
the woman and say, "Hey,
lay off,
leave me alone"?
Yeah,
you know what I mean. So
that's another aspect of this. It seems weird.
Sounds like something he and his wife should be in a united front on and work on together, as opposed to bring in Chris Agon.
He's your arbiter.
Yes. So I don't know. This is nice. Congratulations to Jennifer Lawrence. She revealed in Vogue yesterday that she and her husband, Cook Maroney, or is it Cookie? I don't know.
It's Cook.
Are expecting their second child together.
Apparently, there was a baby bump that became visible during a fashion shoot, a Vogue fashion shoot. And so she just figured she'd release the info.
It's pretty wild because if she hadn't, the other baby, like that pregnancy came and went without me ever really even noticing.
It was during COVID, was it
Was
not?
it?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think so, or unless I'm misremembering.
They have a 2-year-old named Cy, so it was a little post-COVID. Yeah. Tail end of it maybe when they got pregnant. They've been married for 5 years, so they got another baby.
How about that?
Way. How about it? Love her.
Have you seen No Hard Feelings yet?
Nah.
Yeah, it is. It's pretty good.
Man.
Yeah. So there's a question if Steve Martin is just being funny or did he actually confirm to the world in his own quirky way that Martin Short and Meryl Streep are dating. Friday, he posted an old photo of the three of them from Glamour magazine, and he put a big red X over his face, leaving the other two unmarked. With speculation rampant that Short and Streep are more than friends, this did nothing to quiet the rumblings. In fact, it kind of got things into high gear.
I believe they are. I believe they are in a relationship. She is married, but she and her husband apparently have had sort of an open relationship for years. Yeah.
No comment from any of the three Only Murders in the Building stars, including underneath the Insta post, as Martin disabled all comments for that particular film.
And he's a widower.
Who, Martin Short?
Yes.
Yeah.
Steve, according to Wikipedia, she's got separated from her husband, although they're not divorced yet.
Okay.
Way back in 2017.
Oh,
So
there you go.
I guess she's been single for a while. I always thought it was kind of funny because Steve Martin and Meryl Streep were together in that the movie with Alec Baldwin.
Yeah, it's complicated.
It's complicated, yeah. And they're really good together in this show. But Martin Short and Meryl Streep's on-screen chemistry is fantastic in Only Murders.
So we'll see if this progresses. Love is Blind star Taylor Rue is well on her way to a new baby. The season 5 Love is Blind star announced over the weekend that she and her boyfriend Cameron Shelton are already well into the first trimester. Rue told people that the pregnancy news is extra special after the couple experienced pregnancy loss earlier this year.
No, they're not technically blind. They're
No, correct. They can see. They do have vision, yes. On the show, they don't see each other.
Love is deaf. Love is deaf. This should be the next.
Oh my God! Where you have to just mime everything.
I can't hear
you. So Rue explained, saying, "We were so in shock and so happy. We found out on National Rainbow Baby Day. So Baby Shelton is due in April. So." I did not know this. This happened last month, but it's now just being reported. Rosie O'Donnell's daughter, Chelsea Bell O'Donnell, was arrested for child neglect and possession of drugs after police reportedly found her 11-month-old son near a meth pipe.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, she was charged on September 17th with 4 felony counts of maintaining a drug trafficking place, child neglect, possession of methamphetamine, and THC, according to court documents.
This has been an ongoing issue with her daughter for years now.
Yeah, remember there was like stuff when we first started to hear like, she's having issues with one of her kids.
And I think at one time the daughter was looking to get emancipation from Rosie O'Donnell.
Chelsea was arrested and charged after officers visited her home in Wisconsin due to a dispute that she had with her boyfriend that prompted her to call police. Rosie issued a statement on Instagram saying, "Sadly, this is not new for our family. Chelsea has struggled with drug addiction for a decade, and we're all hopeful that she will find her way out of this deadly disease." That's terrible.
Yeah.
You know, when you have...
and a kid around meth.
Yeah, all of that. Yep. So, Deadpool and Wolverine took on U.S. box office behemoth Barbie and took her down over the weekend. Deadpool and Wolverine surpassed Barbie to take possession of 12th place on the list of all-time top-grossing films at the domestic box office. Yeah.
Is that not amazing?
The movie finished the weekend with a domestic total of $636.3 million compared to $636.2 million that Greta Gerwig's comedy took in during its domestic run.
Have you watched it again yet, or just the one time?
It's coming to Disney Plus in like 2 weeks.
Yeah.
I think just after November.
As soon as it comes out, I'll watch it.
Yeah, you can rent it now, but it's if you want it streaming for quote-unquote free.
Yep. With home release looming, it is unlikely that Deadpool and Wolverine will pass Inside Out 2, which is the 11th biggest domestic film ever, which took in almost $653 million during its theatrical run. Andrew Garfield had a heart-to-heart with Elmo on Friday. We should have audio of this.
Yeah.
And it's gotten everybody online teary-eyed. The actor spoke with a Sesame Street resident about his mother, Lynn Garfield, who passed away from pancreatic cancer in 2019. So we have a clip.
Yes, it's him. You don't get to hear Elmo, but you get to hear his heartfelt message.
Here we go.
I'm happy to have all the memories of my mum and the joy she brought me and the joy she brought my brother and my dad and everyone she ever met, everyone around her. So when I miss her, I remember it's because she made me so happy. So I can celebrate her and I can miss her at the same time.
Oh,
it's beautiful.
It is.
Beautiful. Yeah. And then Elmo asked what was Emma Stone like in the sack.
We need the audio from that.
We do need to get that, yes.
What was she like in the sack?
But apparently Elmo was his mom's favorite Sesame Street resident.
Are her pubes ready too?
I'm trying to talk about loss and dealing with loss, and you keep focusing on my ex-girlfriend's pubic hair. And it's not appropriate, and I wish you would stop.
I mean, Elmo's pubic hair would be red too, wouldn't it?
That's not the point.
Okay, sorry.
Elmo is all red, so I think, there's, if he has
I just wanted to feel like I'm part of a collective.
Yeah.
What do your fingers smell like?
Stop it!
I mean, we all would like to know that about Emma Stone, though, right?
Absolutely, yeah. She had dyed hair in the movie she did where she's naked virtually all the time.
Yes, she had dark hair.
Was she hardwood? I didn't see the movie.
Oh no, she was. Yeah.
Okay.
Very, very. Because it's a period piece,
right?
And by that I don't mean menstrual cycle.
What, she really throughout the whole thing?
It was filmed in an earlier time period, and therefore she had a very, very prominent bush.
Right.
In that case.
Was her bush huge? Was it like a topiary?
Daredevil, Born Again.
Oh, I heard word on this, Preston.
Yeah.
That Disney did a massive course correction, and we should be very happy if we were fans of the Netflix Daredevil, which I completely was.
Well, it now has a premiere date. The series brings back Charlie Cox as lawyer crime fighter Matt Murdock and Vincent D'Onofrio as crime boss Wilson Fisk, and also on board John Bernthal as the Punisher, Deborah Ann Wool as Karen Page, Eldon Henson as Foggy Nelson, and Wilson Bethel as Poindexter.
So everyone is back, and they're saying this is R. This is R-rated. I mean, it's a series rollout.
Yeah.
But it would have an R rating.
The first one was hard, too, right?
And that was the issue, is they were going to come in and sort of soft sell this and try to tamp it down a bit. And so they realized, I mean, that series, that run of Marvel shows on Netflix was so good that they'd be, cutting off their nose to spite their face, whatever.
And it was early on. When did that debut? When did that come out?
5, 6 years ago?
Maybe longer.
Maybe longer?
Yeah. Nick, if you wouldn't mind looking that up, Daredevil on
you know what?
It was 2015.
Netflix.
Yeah, you know what, Nick? I watched it all when we were in Manayunk. Yeah.
Wow.
So when you were living there.
Yeah.
So almost 10 years ago.
Yeah.
Damn.
Did anybody else watch Echo on Disney Plus, the superhero series about the deaf girl?
No.
So it's not awful. It's not great, but it was fine. But what I liked about it was that it set up Daredevil, because Vincent D'Onofrio's character in it is Kingpin, obviously, and it basically shows a little bit of his human side and a bit why he breaks bad. So I'm looking forward to this because of that.
Did you watch the Netflix Daredevil?
No, and
so
I want to. I want to go back and watch it because my son really liked it, and he was watching it without my knowledge because it was really violent. But he did it anyway.
I can't encourage it enough because they do give Fisk And Preston, you remember this. As a child, his father was a boxer and abusive. And no, not his. That was Daredevil's.
That was Daredevil's dad.
Right. But his father was abusive, his father.
Right. New to the cast, Michael Gandolfini, Margarita Laviva. Kathy went, Margarita. Jeremy Earl and Eilert Zurer. Daredevil Born Again debuts Disney Plus March 4th of 2025.
They should make him an evangelical Born Again.
So Nickelodeon has announced that the SpongeBob SquarePants spinoff, The Patrick Star Show, is getting 2 more seasons on the network. I didn't even know that there were.
This blew my mind.
A couple of seasons.
Where is it airing?
4 and 5 consist of 13 episodes each. Season 3, which will include a supersized holiday special, launched last week. The news was announced. It's on Nickelodeon. So the news was announced at the New York Comic Con, and along with that, fans got a glimpse of the upcoming holiday special. It's called Thanks But No Thanksgiving. And also at Comic Con, they unveiled the first look at the upcoming SpongeBob SquarePants 25th anniversary stop motion special called SpongeBob and Sandy's Country Christmas. In the half-hour special, when one of Sandy's experiments goes awry, the Cheeks family team up to save Christmas in Bikini Bottom. The holiday special is set to premiere in December on both Nick and Paramount Plus.
So we play back the Chris Jericho interview from Friday, and he was heading off to the Comic-Con. It was a pretty productive Comic-Con.
Yeah, a lot going on. One last story, and then we will roll the clips. The first teaser for The Walking Dead Dead City Season 2 was revealed at the Walking Dead panel at Comic-Con. And that teaser promises a big return, specifically that Lauren Cohen's Maggie and Jeffrey Dean Morgan's Negan will hit TV screens in spring next year. The panel included the cast of Dead City. They revealed the upcoming season will see Maggie and Negan on opposite sides in a war for control of post-apocalyptic Manhattan.
All right. This is supposed to lead into the sitcom Totally Negan?
It was also hinted that some fan favorite characters may make an appearance as the series progresses.
Coral?
But it was, no, Coral's dead.
Carl, good to see you.
But it was also hinted that some but it was also unsurprisingly not revealed who fans should be on the lookout for.
It's amazing the juggernaut this thing has become. Watching, they're in Europe, they're generational, and I assume it's starting to sputter a bit, right? It can't be.
I mean, I tapped out, and I was there, for the entire run, and I started watching the spinoffs like the Fear the Walking Dead, and then the World Beyond or whatever.
Are the dead really at this point even a big part of it? It's more the cruelty of the different tribes,
That's
right?
What it's really always been about is how the living are living their lives. But
living La Vida Loca.
But I do want to go back and finish what I started. I don't necessarily know if I need to go back and watch the other spinoffs, but I do want to go find out what's going on with Carol and Daryl.
Yeah, man. Steve just made me think of something. Living La Vida Zombie.
Yeah, Living La Vida Zombie.
That could be a hit. Answer me this, though, Casey. Living La Vida Zombie. Oh my God.
It's just gyrating, body parts are flying off.
Make it stop.
All right, just answer me this if you can on what you have watched within this, because at the 10th season of The Walking Dead, we've said this many times, that's when I finally
You and
I'm
enough.
done. But have we found out how it started? And spoiler alert to anyone who's watching along.
I haven't.
You know what it was? It was there was salmonella in a bag of salad at it.
No. Oh my God. No, all I know is what we found out in the very first season, which is, you turn into a zombie even if you haven't been killed by a zombie.
Right. Everyone is carrying the potential, but they did go to the CDC.
Yeah.
But we never find out how it all began. None of that. I mean, that's how they're going to have to. They're going to have to address that at some point.
Yeah.
And then they have the dance party. I mean, that would be a perfect way for this to end with a full choreographed dance number and go out with a
camera
bang.
zooming over the top. Yeah. And then what happens, they have like a Rockettes kick line where they kick out the right leg and it goes flying off. You could make
Kathy,
it really
would be like the intro to A Perfect Couple, the little dance routine that they do out on the beach. All right, we're ready to play the clips. What We Do in the Shadows, the horror mockumentary, is releasing its 6th and final season. In this clip, Kristen Schaal speaks about working with a strong cast. Here is that clip.
It's an honor to get to work with like people at the top of their game. There's nothing you can throw at anybody in the cast that they can't throw back twice as hard, improv-wise and comedy-wise. You just know it's good. Everything's going to hit all the time.
Yeah!
It's a couple of clips we've played from her lately.
She's great.
It's a really good show. It kind of flew under the radar, and then it worked its way into our household, and I love it. I laugh out loud every single time, and she's right, the entire cast is hilarious.
What We Do in the Shadows premieres tonight on FX.
Did you ever see the movie?
Yeah.
Parts of it.
Yeah.
It's great.
Yeah.
It's loosely based on that, but if you never watched the movie, that's fine. You'll pick up, without missing any key plot points.
Here's the next clip. Papa's House.
Papa
is about a retired radio show host finding difficulties in parenting his adult son who is still trying to pursue his dreams. And in this clip, Damon Wayans, who we spoke to last week, talks about working with his son.
The relationship on television is not, we don't have, like in real life, we don't really have arguments. What's put in him as a young man, my ex-wife and I, laid a great foundation, and now it's about him just figuring out life.
Papa's House premieres tonight, and you'll see that on CBS, by the way. And your entertainment report for the day, folks. All right, we're going to take a quick break. We'll come back in a little bit. Later on the program, we're going to have Barry Bostwick. Of course, he played Brad of Brad and Janet fame from Rocky Horror Picture Show, and they are celebrating the 49th anniversary of that show at the Miller Theater on Tuesday, October 29th, and Barry will be there in attendance for it. So,
very exciting.
Yeah, we'll talk to him a little bit later this morning. We'll break and be back in a sec. Stay with us, please.
Preston and Steve.
Preston. Something you wanted to show us?
Well, I have a couple of things. I have another audio thing, something I had told you about off the air, and then I got this thing that I learned about yesterday. So I want everybody to take your iPhones out real quick and pull up an iTunes.
Now take your tops off.
Pull up an iTunes?
Pull up your iTunes. Pick out any song on your iTunes. I don't care which song it is.
I haven't used iTunes.
I had to delete my iTunes.
No.
Really? Why?
Storage concerns on my phone. I moved it all. Well, we don't need to hear about it on air.
Gotcha.
It's a porn thing.
Yeah, way too much porn on my phone.
Pull up anything you're saying?
Anything, and also take your headphones off real quick. Well, just in a second, you're gonna have to take your headphones off.
Okay. Does it matter what song I choose?
No, it does not matter.
Song?
Whatever song you want to hear.
Well, now I got to go through and find a song I want to hear.
Took the first one that it came up.
All right, I got one.
All right, you got one. All right, so take your headphones off. All right.
Yeah.
All right. Now press play on your iTunes and stick the speaker part of your iPhone in your mouth like this.
Okay.
And close your lips over it.
What the hell is going on?
Seriously.
And we're all doing this at the same time?
All do it at the same time. Everybody press play. All right. All the way. No. All right. Now cover your ears. Both your ears.
I refuse to do this.
Well, you can't hear it?
Yeah, I can hear it.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's like bone phones, earphones.
Kathy, why are you not doing it?
It won't fit in my mouth.
Yes, it will. Oh my God, yes, it will.
Say that again, real. Say that again.
Okay, so I see what you're saying. You can hear it a little bit more. I could hear it even without putting my hands over my ears.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
So what is if you're driving? Is there a way to listen to it without having the phone in your mouth?
Right. It's like bone induction. Yeah. That's what it's called. Bone induction speakers.
We have a couple of the earphones my wife uses when she swims.
Yeah. Well, how much did those cost? This is for free,
You just
bro.
stick her phone in her mouth and look like an imbecile. You know what? You know how you have that keep warm function on your oven?
Yeah.
Try putting the dinner rolls in your ass.
Kathy, why did you not do it?
As this was all going on, I just hear, because we had to take our headphones off, I just hear Steve go, I refuse to do this.
Yeah. Thanks for playing along, bro.
Well, I couldn't get my Asia song to play, which would have been so cool.
I did do it, Casey.
Isn't that wild?
Yeah.
Put it in your mouth?
Yeah.
Okay.
I didn't see it.
I did.
He didn't
Preston.
do it.
All right, here's the thing.
I just did it.
Try this when you get home, Kathy.
Okay.
Draw a nice bath. Get in it.
Yeah.
Take your electric hair dryer. Dip it in the water. You'll be able to hear Prince.
While it's plugged in.
The speakers have gotten much better on these phones. My son was listening to, I was watching a YouTube video or something like that, and he was in the other room, and I was almost like, turn that damn music down.
I'm trying to listen to my story on my Stephen King story.
But it's gotten, you remember the old phones, like if you, for some reason, didn't have a Bluetooth speaker or something to hook it into, and you tried valiantly, yes, exactly, to listen to something through it. It was terrible. It's gotten much better. They're definitely a lot louder.
I'm listening to Pearl Jam. Listen.
It won't fit in my mouth.
Yes, it will. Oh, my God, yes, it will.
It won't fit in my mouth.
All right. Let's see here. Amazon has renewed. I don't know why I just went, but I did.
Sounded cool.
Amazon has renewed.
And now the news focuses on Iraq. We go down to Jimmy Goshevsky at the Pentagon. I'm trying to throw it back to you, Tom, but I can't do a chicken fart.
I'm having a hard time today.
Chicken fart. Amazon has renewed The Marvelous Mrs. Maisel for a 4th season run. That's good news. The show, which has won multiple Emmys and Golden Globes, just received 2 more Golden Globes nominations for Best Television Series and Best Actress for Rachel Brosnahan.
I'm watching season 3 right now, and it really is. It's a great show, but it's tiring watching that show, the amount of dialogue that they jam in.
It's rapid fire.
It's so rapid fire.
It's like an Aaron Sorkin.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. She speaks so quickly.
Oh my God!
And you gotta. I will miss stuff. I do have to back it up from time to time just to catch all the dialogue. It's great.
It's done in that sort of period piece dialogue delivery way.
Yeah.
Yep. Exactly. So Black Christmas opens this weekend. It's a horror film directed by Sophia Takal.
I love Christmas horror movies.
It stars Imogen Poots, Carrie Elways, Brittany O'Grady, Lily Donghue, and Elise Shannon. It's about a killer terrorizing sorority sisters during Christmas time. PG-13, hour and 32 minutes, no score on Rotten Tomatoes.
Imogen Poots. I mean, you're picking a stage name.
I know. Change that one. That's like Kelly Queef. Unless you're a porn star, right? Bella Balloon Knot. I thought the same thing, Case.
Imogen Poots. Okay, we're going to sit down here for a second. We've got a whole bunch of names that we can pick.
Yeah.
It's a real name.
I narrowed it down to 5. Well, then change it.
Yeah, there are stage names available.
Says here your name is Poop Dribble.
Oh my God, Casey. Her middle name is Gay.
No!
Yeah.
Imogen Gay Poots.
Uh-huh.
Wow.
Dude, what is wrong with her parents?
Nick, has she been in anything? Pull up her
she has striking blue eyes, according to IMDb.
Well, was she in the...
Oh, yeah.
She was in 28 Weeks Later.
Yes,
she was in Green Room.
And she's also in...
That Awkward Moment and A Long Way Down are her notable...
She's in Never Stop, Never Stopping.
Is she?
Pop star.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah.
Okay. Is she in that, right?
Yes.
Yeah. She's got beautiful eyes.
Imogen Gay Poots. Yeah. Imogen Poots.
She pootsed.
She's beautiful. Yeah, we just pulled up a photo of her, and she stars in Black Christmas. In celebration of its 125th anniversary, the New York Public Library, which is the second largest in the U.S. after the Library of Congress, has released...
Throwing out the books?
No. They released its list of the top 10 checked out books of all time. And in first...
Is one of them Goldfinger?
Place, no.
Mr.
Goldfinger!
No.
One of the most popular books at the New York Library.
It's on the list.
In first place, I'll just start right at the top here, is the children's picture book, The Snowy Day by Ezra Jack Keats.
I don't even know.
It's about a child enjoying his city's first snowfall.
I don't know that book. Yeah.
Oh, I know this book. I love this book when I was a kid. Absolutely.
Get the Caldecott Award. Yeah, the Caldecott medal. Remember that? Remember the little imprint on the front of it?
Gold sticker that would be a gold
sticker on this scrappy book about a kid walking in the snow.
Gold
sticker.
It's not. It is on the list?
Yeah.
It's on the list.
It's number 1 on the list.
Number 1.
So, I think, you'd find that on Where the Wild Things Are and maybe The Hungry Caterpillar, those classic ones. Another book, Dr. Seuss's The Cat in the Hat, was in second place.
Okay. Were you a Seuss fan as a kid?
Oh, yeah. Very much so. And in fact, I've been going through a cleaning out process at our house, and
great purge.
I found we found way too many books that we need to get rid of, and so I did, and I donated them to the Laurel House thrift shop that raises money for the Laurel House. But we kept all of our Dr. Seuss books. And I had to stop and flip through Go Dog Go, and I had to look through the birthday book, and
Two Girls in a Cup.
Two Girls in a Cup.
It was the most wonderful cup it was.
There are a lot of Dr. Seuss books, right?
Yeah.
I mean,
I see two girls in a cup.
Dozens.
I say to you, girls, can you tell me what's up?
I'll tell you what's up. Just look in the cup.
You'll know
After
this.
watching that, you won't be able to sup.
It's full of throw up.
And upchuck. It's full of throw up.
Come on, man.
Maybe you want to consider the shortest commercial flight in the world.
Really?
Yes. How long would you guys think the shortest commercial flight in the world is?
I'm going to say, because I've been on some super short ones, 20 minutes. I'm going to say 6 minutes.
Okay. Anybody else?
That's probably a good guess. The shortest one I ever did was Philly to JFK, and it was a part of an international flight. So we started in Philly, went to JFK, picked up a whole bunch more people, and then went from JFK on.
And how long was that?
That was like 20.
Yeah, I've done that flight before. Yeah.
We stayed on the same plane. It was a 747, and most of the passengers they picked up were in New York, but that was just our flight.
That's what Annabelle does.
Yes. Anybody else? Shortest
I have
flight.
no guess.
All right, no guess. You have no guess.
I think it's got to be about, because by the time you take off and you land, I'm going to say 15 minutes.
Okay. Shortest flight in the world is 90 seconds.
90 seconds.
Come on. Stop it.
Wow.
Tucked away in the Northern Isles of Scotland, Scottish regional airline Loganair operates the 1.7-mile flight between islands Westray and Papa Westray. While the flight is scheduled for 90 seconds, typically it runs closer to 60 seconds.
There you go. With the trade winds.
So I guess it's either that or a ferry, or maybe they don't have a ferry on that particular side of the island.
You can't, how high is the plane getting?
It's essentially, for the people who live there, but it's a legitimate flight that is necessary. They carry teachers and students and visiting
In 10 seconds, we're going to turn off the seatbelt sign in the corner of the cabin. Then in 15 seconds after that, I'll put it back on. Ask you to return to your seat.
Tourists and...
Welcome aboard Flight 414. Thank you for flying Flight 414.
And island residents traveling to and from mainland Orkney for a range of appointments.
I would have stewardess is going to turn on the hose and begin in-flight beverage service.
Open your mouth.
If I regularly did that flight, I would have to try and hold my breath for the duration.
Yeah,
of the,
see if
of
you
the
can
flight.
make it. Yeah.
It's kind of like whenever I go through the Lehigh Tunnel, I'm like, all right, I got to hold my breath.
You know what? Next time you do that, sing the last line of Happy Birthday and see if you can hold it the whole way through. It's also Maude Adams' birthday today, Steve. You know her.
Yes, she's been in 2 Bond movies.
Only one actress to play a Bond girl twice.
Yeah.
2 different Bond girls?
2 different Bond girls.
Okay.
She's in The Man with the Golden Gun, and she's Octopussy.
She
has 8 vaginas.
Why didn't they just say that?
I don't know where to begin. Does anyone have a bookmark? I don't want to hit the same ones again.
If anybody could handle 8 vaginas.
I'm good, but I'm not that good. I tapped out after number 6. Q, why don't you get in on this?
Everybody, if 007.
When she
006.
queefs, it must sound like the mothership in Close Encounters. Bah, bum, bah.
Right, roast fresh pressed produce.
Well, that's what roast and fresh produce. But to me, usually they'll do like a roast. They don't usually throw produce in with meat, so I was a little confused.
Gotcha.
But it's both.
Yes. But when you make a roast, sometimes it has some lovely vegetables.
Yes,
in there too.
it's wonderful. Kind of puts a little punch in the dinner.
It does, doesn't it, Reed?
Joy loves it. I love it.
Yeah.
A little bit of couscous, and then the Rita Wilson drops by.
Let me see here.
Things to talk about?
Yeah, there was something I was going to mention leading into this, but I can't remember exactly what it was. I got thrown off by
I
the
know
roast.
exactly what it was.
It was roast vegetables.
It involved a home repair.
Well, yes, but there was something else I was going to touch on before that.
Oh, I see.
But we will dive right into home repair because last night we were all chatting on the phone about what happened in our lives over the weekend, and Casey said that he tried to work on some home improvement things.
Yeah. So,
which is always great. I mean, we've been led through a few of your journeys recently, and this was a big one.
And by the way, Kathy, we might talk about your thing too.
Hold on my picks now.
I'm going to make this announcement now. This is new to everybody, but I'm officially retiring.
From home improvement?
From installing ceiling fans.
Oh, no. Another one?
Well, as you remember, the last time you installed one on your porch.
Yeah.
And the placement did not work with the way your front door opened.
I realized that after everything was done, and I turned the circuit breaker back on, and that when you open the door, it goes directly into the ceiling fan. Yes.
Bang!
Yeah. Yeah. So after, however long that took, taking the light down, putting that thing up, it was probably an hour and a half worth of labor to just have to take it all down again. So my wife gave me, I wouldn't say orders, but, we the kids a chore because the ceiling fans in all of my kids' bedrooms.
How about mandatory tasks?
Mandatory tasks is even better. Yeah. But so she sent me, hey, here are these Harbor Breeze.
Yeah, that's the brand, right? That's the standard brand for ceiling fans.
We want each one of these in the kids' bedroom, blah, blah, blah. And I was like, you know what? I was excited about it, Preston. Yeah. I guess this was given to me, the order was given to me on a Thursday. On Friday was payday. So I went to Lowe's.
She's giving me a second chance.
But I actually was excited about it. I was like, okay, this is what I'm doing on Saturday, right?
Project. Yeah.
I can do this.
And when you successfully... finish an undertaking like that, you're very proud of it, and it makes you feel good. You get some satisfaction.
12-hour boner afterwards.
So I get out of it.
Yes.
I get it.
So, so I got up on Saturday morning and I picked my daughter up from school, like she was doing something for student council. And I'm like, all right,
I'm walking on.
I was totally walking on sunshine. I'm like, hey, why don't we go grab some breakfast sandwiches on the way? Blah blah blah. And then, dude, just when we got home. Just even taking the first ceiling fan down, I was like, oh, this is off. There's something off today. Long story short, I have 2 ceiling fans in Avery's room and in Seamus's room. They're installed. They're hanging from the ceiling as we speak. And neither of them work. Like, they won't turn on. I'm calling every electrician person that I know. I talked to Chuck. I talked to my father-in-law. Talked to my buddy Phil. Talked to all of these guys. I'm trying to troubleshoot. I don't know what I did wrong.
They're installed?
They're installed.
At least
they're
to
hanging.
the best of your knowledge.
The white wire's connected to the white wires.
They're hanging.
Yeah. No, they're installed. But, they're not.
They just won't turn on.
They won't turn on. So Right now,
and you would like to have that feature.
Oh, here's the other thing, guys. The circuit breaker is in the basement, okay?
Yes.
And these are on the second floor.
You got to keep running up and down the stairs.
crap you not. I did 44 flights of stairs on Saturday. 44. My left hip is just screaming and barking right now. I don't know how. I don't even know how to troubleshoot this. I connected the white to the white, the black to the black, the ground to the ground, but coming from the ceiling, there's a red wire. Now, normally the red wire would connect to the blue wire that comes out of the ceiling fan, but there is no blue wire. So I capped the red wire. Okay, that didn't work. And then I uncapped the red wire and connected the red wire to the black wires. That didn't work.
You tried. And it's the same case with both of the fans that are not working. Same wire configuration.
Same wire configuration. They were a little bit different. But the only reason I even installed the ceiling fan in Seamus's room because the one in Avery's room was not working. And I was like, okay, maybe it's just a bad unit. Let me go connect Seamus's and see if it's the unit or if it's the guy putting the ceiling fan together.
Was there anything with the actual switch, the wall switch?
That's what I've been saying, but the electrician people are saying that shouldn't have. But I'm like, the circuit is not connecting.
Is there a light attached to that switch at all?
Yes.
And does the light work?
No.
Here's a quick question. Is it one of those fans that you can adjust the speed from the switch? Because I have the ceiling fans I have, you can actually adjust the speed from the wall switch.
The previous fan, yes, but the new fan is controlled by a remote, and this is where I think the disconnect is you're not supposed to be controlling the fan from the wall wire. There's no dangling things to turn lights and fans on. There's no chains hanging from it, so it's all controlled from the remote. And I can't even pair the remote with the ceiling fan.
So that might be the issue because I've had issues with remote fans. We have a ceiling fan in our kitchen that I can't get to work, and it's one of those remote fans.
I'm looking at these text messages coming in, Casey. There's a whole bunch of things.
Dude, I'm going to get so many emails from, and none of them are going to make sense to me. That's
Want me to rattle off a couple?
Yeah, please, let's hear it.
Sometimes license has since expired, but wait, hold on, no. My wait a second. There's no blue wire. Then you might have remote control fan. Red and black wire, wire nut them together.
I did.
Sometimes the white is used as a hot instead of a neutral. If someone has an electrical tester, you can find out which wire is the hot one.
Okay, and then what? I find out that it's hot, and then do I connect the red to the white? I don't know.
You might have an extra power wire, normally white, so that there's a separate one for the light and the fan, in which case you can just put them together. Stop trying to do this.
Yeah. I know. Like I'm officially.
Like we have an electrician who we swear by because
my buddy Phil. He's my friend. He's
your friend.
Yeah. I talked, and I'm talking to him yesterday, and he's like, he's like, I guess I could come by.
I have a hankering to install some ceiling fans.
I was like, you're not allowed upstairs right now. Like, I would be murdered if I allowed you into my daughter's bedroom with like how messy it is.
It is really defeating, right? Like to make it. I mean, you've done it successfully before. You thought you could. Well, again, I mean, success is
the wiring
a loose
part.
term. Yeah. I mean, like on a grade. It was a C+.
Well, I failed, and then I succeeded.
Yeah. Right.
Okay, so I got an F- in the first roll.
It was pass fail. You passed.
Yeah.
It's about how hard you can get hit.
And keep coming back.
Yeah.
So you thought you could do it again, which I think is a normal assumption. And then, I understand your feeling. It sucks. It's annoying.
I do wonder, there are things, like, especially this, when electric is involved, that, like, why even try it?
Yeah.
Kathy, I'm my mortal fear, and I've had some fairly simple projects. And I'm like, I look at it and I look at the sort of Reynolds wraps kind of thing up there and look at the wires. I'm like, all but for this notion that I should be able to do this in my own mind, my house could burn down.
That's the other thing. Absolutely.
Yeah.
You've made some kind of mistake.
Yeah.
And hey, it works. Great.
Yeah.
Leave it on. But what you don't know is bubbling beneath the surface is some kind of evil electronic thing that's going to happen and set your house on fire.
I just won't risk it.
Yeah.
Well, having an electrician as a father, that's always fun because he doesn't like to turn the electric off. He likes to see if he can get the job done without doing that. So, yeah, you'll hear that often. I know I'm different than you guys, but like I have a stripped screw in a plate that goes on the footstool of the bar stool at my island, and I called somebody to see if they could come take the strip because I'm like, it's stripped. I can't. The screwdriver won't go in there. Like, how else am I going to get this out?
If you actually go to, they have all sorts of things now for removing strip screws. If you go to the heart, they're very easy.
But she's not going to do that.
I'm not going to. I call someone. They're going to come help me.
Kathy, the mounting plates for this freaking ceiling fan, both of them, the mounting plates that have these screws in them, right? You can't even unscrew them. So I was in the process of stripping this screw, just trying to get it. Like, why is it this? And then I ended up, I can't even complete my sentences. So as I was trying to unstrip this screw, I ended up pinching myself with these needle nose pliers because they have like little wire cutters in them. And I do it every time. And when I did it, I was like, you were actively trying not to do exactly what you did. I'm retiring from all home improvements.
This is at the point where in the movie you'd be talking about this and going through the panic, and then you'd wake up only to realize for the past 20 years you've been in an asylum and they've been spoon feeding you, and this is all in your mind.
This was 5.5 hours of labor. Like I said, 44 flights of steps. And 2 non-working fans.
So here's for the novice and Preston, I know you'll take a crack at it. My wife's shower was not working properly. My brother-in-law, who is a genius in plumbing and electricity, he builds houses. He is amazing. He had repaired it, but it wasn't quite working right. So I go in and I YouTube it. But here's a victory, because you, for every 3 or 4 failures you get a victory. I realized by trial and error that he had installed the unit upside down.
Oh, get out!
So I in that case bested a trained, very accomplished contractor and got it fixed. So there are those moments in life. Yes. And I actually went out to the backyard and drove fence posts with my penis.
Yeah. By the way, Casey, I got a text from Rochelle. She says he could have called me.
Yeah, you know what? I was going to, but I just didn't want to bother her.
Here's a text that says, hey, guys, tried replacing my shower head and faucet. Didn't know I cracked a pipe in the wall. Flooded my own house. $11,000 worth of damage.
There you go. Yeah. Especially, it is worth, again, especially with electricity. Plumbing's another issue. But with anything that can cause a fire, and Preston described it, it was working, and then you don't know the clock has started ticking.
Yeah.
Because what you didn't realize, the wrong wire went to this, and it causes the monofilament to bubble.
So what are you going to do?
Move.
Do you have a handyman, someone you can call to come in and take care of it?
Your friend.
My buddy Phil is going to come over a little bit later on this week, which gives my kids time to clean their rooms.
Yeah.
So we can actually let them up there, or let him up there. But like I don't have any other options. I have no idea what else I could possibly do. No. My one question was, can I try? The only thing I did not try was connecting the red wire to the white wires. It's the only thing I didn't try, because it never, in all of the research that I was doing, it never ever said connect the red to the white. It only said connect red to black.
I will tell you, did you watch a YouTube video?
I watched so many things.
Okay.
I was on the phone
did
with
any of them
Harbor
pertain
Breeze.
to ceiling fans?
No,
Okay.
no. I was talking to some lady from Harbor Breeze. I mean, I did all of it.
Never go to the website's YouTube page, because that is the...
Right.
Go to the contractor's page. Go to somebody who's just a regular civilian. That's the way to do it. I've never had any luck if I had a tool or something going to their own web page. I go to the actual practical user.
Yeah. So I'm not getting any power
YouTube pages.
In order to pair the remote to the fan. I'm not getting power to the fan order to do that. So
I hate remote fans. Again, I've had 2 just conk out on me, and once that happens, it's like, how do I get this to run now?
Right.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Yeah.
Thanks,
All
guys.
right, well, hang in there, bud.
Thanks for hearing me out.
Yep, no problem. Now, the other thing, as we had a conversation last night about what's going on in our personal lives.
For our next meltdown.
Kathy had an observation that she would like to share with us now.
Yeah,
And you didn't tell us exactly what it is.
No, I didn't. And Marissa, I'm going to send over pictures, because what you and I were talking about, it's different than that. So I'm sending you over the pictures. So, but not to post anywhere because I just pulled them off my friends.
Okay.
Social
But to show
media
us here
accounts.
in the studio.
So
maybe?
you guys can see what I'm talking about. And it's something I noticed a while ago, but now at this point, I just keep seeing it everywhere, and it's like annoying the hell out of me. And I see it mostly on my friends' kids who are older, older kids going to prom or now the homecoming dances and all that. I'm seeing pictures and they're getting all dressed up, and you take the picture with all of your friends outside of the house and all of that.
Are we in homecoming time now?
Homecoming, yeah.
Okay. Ben
Homecoming
had his
dances.
on Saturday night as well.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Ours was like a week ago.
Okay.
Yeah, ours was this past weekend,
Yeah.
which is why yesterday I saw all of the photos, all of the
Right.
parents posting the pictures of the kids, and they look adorable. They're beautiful. They're these young girls, and they're so pretty. But in every photo, and they're okay. So if there's a group of girls, they're all in a line, and it can be anywhere from 2 to 3 to 20.
Okay.
But they all do the exact same thing. And listen, I'm not some professional model poser. I don't know. But clearly this is a thing. They all stand, nobody stands straight up.
Right.
Everybody bends their knees, and there's nobody behind you. So there's no one behind them. So they're not bending to so everyone can get in the photo.
Right. Okay.
And they just bend their knees. And they're upright. Everyone's upright, but their knees are bent.
All right, we're looking at a picture of this. Yeah. That's interesting.
No? Okay.
I have not seen that. I've not. Yeah. So they're just kind of knees slightly bent, which would mean your quads are kind of flexed a little bit. And I don't know what the reasoning is behind that.
I don't either. And so I first saw it. My best friend's daughter does it, and she is gorgeous. I see photos of her, but to me, I'm like, I want to yell and say, can you just straighten your legs and stand up?
So is this supposed to be halfway to like blowing a kiss kind of thing where you
I
gotta
don't know what the hell it is, but they look at them. They
every one of them
all do it.
But I mean, here's the deal: if you didn't do this, you would look like a towering giant.
So Casey just pulled up a picture of his daughter's friends in a similar pose. Yet in this picture, we're seeing they're kind of sideways, like this. But this is actually facing forward.
Yeah, they all bend.
Well, does it make the calves pop? I mean, does that have something to do with it?
but if
you
you're-
wouldn't see it if you're facing forward.
Yeah, your kids are facing forward.
Look at my quads. Go to the homecoming dance. Look at my calves.
Now, I don't know if it's like a version. So Marissa and I were talking, and she was like, oh, it's the sorority squat, which is sort of but that's like hands on the knees. And that's a group. There's people behind
Like
you.
this?
Everyone's kind of huddled in. Yeah.
Yeah.
You kind of do a little squat. But there's no one behind them. And they're upright. So they're not even putting their hands on their knees to kind of bend down a little bit. Their top half is upright, and then their knees are just bent.
Here you go. Here's text says, holy crap, I have seen my niece and her entire graduating class from high school do this. So freaking annoying.
And I'm like, stand up. These little tiny, skinny, gorgeous things. And to me, it just looks funny.
We've seen a couple pictures. They're all lovely young ladies. I'm not as incensed by it, but it does seem kind of weird.
And I just, you know why I think maybe I was so bothered by it, Steve, is because it's my friend's kids. And I know that. And I'm like, what?
Stop it.
Stop it. Stop doing that.
Watch your posture.
Stand up, Ella.
There are people that are texting in that are agreeing with you. Yes, Kathy is right. Drives me nuts. Plus the tilt of their heads. Some people are saying, though, it's not new, though. They said that I saw that with my generation. I'm 41. But I think it's different. Kathy, you're right. The sorority squat was more like there's people behind you.
So that you could
or
see
let's all kind of lean in together.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Interesting.
This
Hold
is in a straight line.
Kathy, I just think it's this generation's thing. I think they look at our photos and the hand on the hip.
This is their
thing.
Their hand on the hip.
For their entire lives, they're going to be doing this pose, and there's going to be memes in 20 years, and it's tell me you're a Gen Z without telling me you're a Gen Z, and you go to take a photo, and then you suddenly squat. I did it. I was hosting an event the other day, and I was dressed up. I was in this nice outfit, and I was standing there with my co-host, and what did I do? Mid-photo, I just put my hand on my hip because I didn't know what else to do.
But that's the reason we put our hand on our hip was because we were told by photographers that slimmed out the arm. So if your arm's down, it kind of looks, flabby. So that was the reason. It slimmed out the arm. My question is, what is this doing? Like you said, does it pop the calves? What is it that they're doing?
What in a better way to look? Yes, there are different things and different tilts and different things that are supposed to accentuate your better attributes. I think hunched over this way, the way they're standing actually makes them look more squat.
Yeah, yes, that's what I mean. I think it looks funny.
Or they're taking a dump, a collective dump. Girl dump.
Somebody says, thank you, Kathy, for bringing this to public matter, this attention. So, there's a number of people that are texting in similar issues with that or having a problem with seeing it. But
I was flat out asked not to post photos that I took on Saturday night by my son. He was just like, I don't want them out there. And I was like, all right, well, that's fine. It's your call. It's your protocol. But, yeah, Kathy, I was scrolling through social media yesterday. I saw a lot of photos just like this.
Like this, right?
Nick, are guys doing a commensurate sort of stance or pose that is?
No, not that I know of. Not that I see. I think guys care less too, Steve.
Right.
You have to see this one. I don't know if I sent it to Marissa. There's got to be like 40 people here, and every single girl has her legs bent.
It's sort of Rockettes-ish.
Yeah.
Hang on. It's got a look to it. Hang on. I'm going to go to Nick on the phone. Hi, Nick. Good morning.
Good morning, everyone.
Hey,
Kathy,
bud.
we went to Westchester together.
Hey, Nick.
And your kids went to Montessori years ago.
Oh.
I am banned from homecoming because my daughter and I, she's a freshman, are driving to school, and she started going through all her pictures. And you're 100% correct. Everyone's legs are bent. So I said, I'm going to check this weekend. Like, I'm going to, during pictures. And she's like, you can't come now.
So,
well, Nick, do you know what it is and why they do it?
Look at it.
Kathy asked Nick if you know why it is they do it.
She can't figure it out. She's 15. She's a freshman, so she's going to do some research. But I do know that it is a phenomenon now, and that I just got disinvited to homecoming picture taking.
I'll tell you this.
I will be monitoring the bend.
We're looking at a picture right now, and there, again, these are all lovely young ladies, and there's one girl who is a blonde girl somewhat in the middle who's standing so much more straight up.
Yes.
And your eyes immediately go to her because she's disrupting the flow.
The knee bends.
Yeah.
Thanks, Nick.
All right. Do you think
I will say it's pretty cool to go to school listening to you guys with my daughter. It resonates. So you're awesome.
Excellent. Thanks, Nick.
Nice.
Appreciate it, bud.
I wonder if it has anything to do with them all trying to be the same height.
That could be it.
But that, I don't know.
That could.
Well, here's some text coming. It says, bending your knees in pictures can make your photos more interesting and dynamic. It can also help you look more natural and avoid making your body look stiff and awkward.
That does not look natural.
This one says, bodies look stiff and awkward when they are perfectly straight. The rule of thumb is to bend your knee and bend your elbow when you can.
Yeah, see, but that they're talking about the one knee pop, the one knee bend. That's and that's what we were always taught. My generation was the hand on the hip and the one knee bend. But this is like they're squatting, like you said, Steve.
Girl dump.
Here's a text says, I had the same observation, asked my daughter why they're doing this pose, and she said, God, Mom, you're so old. It's the trend.
It's the trend.
Another one said, my 14-year-old daughter is defending the pose. She said if they stood up straight, they would look like marching band.
Okay.
And they have to make the picture look somewhat aesthetic.
So I can see the point of evening out the well, in this picture here, it appears that the taller girls are already towards the end of the line.
Yeah, it does.
But then again, if you look towards the front, there seems to be a fairly tall girl whose knees are bent a little bit more to be in line with every. I don't know.
But Steve, you're right. In this picture, we're looking at the girl in the pink whose legs are straight.
Yeah.
To me, she looks better.
I think you should lie on your back and grab your ankles.
Stop.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Or if you want to
dynamic and interesting,
hand out Billy Bob teeth. That'll make everything.
Yeah. Wow, Kath. And so you just realized it from.
I just kept seeing it, and
You
I was
kept
like, I
seeing it,
knew it's
okay.
like.
Should we get a
thing. I
picture
know-
of us like this?
Yeah,
Yes.
we should.
So let's do it.
For sure.
Yeah. I just was seeing this all over. All my friends' kids who have these, older daughters that are going to, like I said, prom last spring and now homecoming dance. And I just noticed, and it started to make me angry because I just think that they look better if they stand up.
Would this be appropriate in the line at a wake for everyone to be like that, like these?
It looks like they're honestly about to do the like a cha-cha line.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Dun, 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 dun.
Girl dump.
That's. It looks like you just reach out and grab the waist of the person in front of you, and now you're doing a little cha-cha. So, all right. Well, I had not picked up on this, but yeah, looks like a lot of people are concurring.
And
Looks
you
like a
are going to
thing.
lead the fight against this, correct?
I am. I want them to stand up.
Stand up.
Stand up, girls.
The losing fight that you will never, ever win.
Some people have texted in, is it because the dresses are so short?
I mean,
that's the other thing.
yeah.
That's true, too.
Yeah.
It's way short right now. That's
My
the
daughter
style.
has a Harvest Moon coming up, and she just got her dress and tried it on, did fashion show.
Her long shirt.
I mean, listen, it's a beautiful dress, and she looks amazing in it. But like, I'm looking at her, I go, "You're going to wear bloomers, right? Like, you're wearing shorts.
Shorts under it, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think they do, Case.
Okay.
Are these? So we're looking at various lengths with this. Yeah, but I could see on a few of them the hunched over thing. Maybe. And now, do they walk out the door past their parents like that with the knees bent?
Maybe they have to. They get out of the house. Working them a quad. Wow. No, I had not picked up on that. All right. Interesting. Well, thank you for the observations, guys. We'll get to other observations and things throughout the course of the show. We've also got to recap some of the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame induction ceremonies that took place over the weekend. But I do want to take a break. We got some B-File stuff coming up. And my youngest child is going to be in here with their class to promote a charity event that is happening at Souderton High School. So we'll take a quick break, come back in a moment. B-File stories aplenty when we return. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve.
It must sound like the Boston Pops, right, Preston? Think about it. That's the Tijuana Brass. Unbelievable.
When Octopussy queefs. Okay.
That was the song from that movie, When Octopus Queefs.
Great Bond song.
Octopussy queefs. Ba-da-da-da-da.
Sung by Sheena Easton.
Really?
Octopussy
She must have been a kid. Maud Adams is 70,
Happy birthday.
75 today. Happy birthday to Octopussy. A little light listening this morning on the Preston and Steve show.
That's actually the new theme to 60 Minutes.
With Disturbed, and I just hear, no longer be your whore. All righty then. Mike Schmidt, Hall of Famer, baseball player, and just a god in this town, was in our studio one time, and the song that we were playing was, as we were getting ready to introduce him, was Godsmack, the song Crying Like a Bitch. And it's just like, crying like a bitch! Just screaming, and I look over at Mike Schmidt, who's just sitting there with his headphones on.
Where the hell am I?
And now we're playing Disturbed with this screaming, and I look over at Terry Crews is sitting right there with his headphones on, just pretending like he's having a good time.
No, I really liked it. No longer be your whore. Yeah, now I was getting into it, man.
Let's welcome Terry Crews. How you doing,
I was into it. I'm ready to do another workout.
Did you already get one in this morning?
Got one
Of
in.
course.
Wow, man.
Of course.
Yeah,
I love it.
Terry, we were laughing this morning because you posted a picture of you on your Twitter page, Preston and I, and someone had said that you resembled a chewed up Tootsie Roll.
Yes.
And
was
you,
so
you
funny.
posted the picture, and it was just hilarious.
Well, they said now that they put it down that they couldn't unsee it, and then what was weird is I couldn't unsee it either. I was like, all right, that looks just like me, a chewed up Tootsie Roll. I'm trying to tell you.
It looks like, if you haven't seen the picture yet, it looks like if you were in with the Star Wars movie where they froze Han Solo. Carbonite. If you were to freeze Terry Crews in Carbonite.
Oh my God.
So we were thinking it's safe to say you are in the pantheon of favorite guests we've ever had on the show. Constantly referred to, and the career just keeps going along. Obviously, your AGT now is a big thing.
Yes.
I'll be honest, I was never that much into the AGT thing, but your zeal. Your excitement for it is so infectious. And now we've known people like John Dorenbos and other people who've gone through the system. And it is, you will see some wild stuff on that show. So through you curated it, and I'm like, okay, I'll jump back in and check it out. So I watch it. What draws you to that show? What do you? Because you are clearly exhilarated by it.
This is the thing. First of all, when you look at what entertainment is, The 18 to 35-year-olds have gotten too much clout. I'll be honest with you. You're like, okay, man, there's a big world.
Yeah.
And, the 18 to 35, that's it. They determine what's hot, what's not. And you're like, no, not at all. If you had a family, you understand that your kids, the ones under 18 are the ones that's determining everything. And then the ones over 35 are the ones that's paying for everything. So I said, I have to serve all of them. And that is what I was determined to do. I started hosting a few years back when I was hosting Who Wants to Be a Millionaire. This is the deal too, because it really, really satisfies me, because I do not, when I perform now on movies and TV, I have no audience. There's nothing. And I need the adrenaline that comes from when I was in the NFL. It's really replaced by AGT. The crowd noise, the energy, the fact that anything can happen. When it's live, man.
You get to go live.
No, it's live. Look, I get the keys to NBC for 2 hours. And they're like, look, bring it back in one piece. Don't break it. Don't dent it. And watch out when you're backing up with it. You know what I mean? And basically, you got to bring it back in the same condition or better. And it's so, you realize anything can go wrong, and I love it.
So the other night, something went wrong with the guy with the crossbows and the levers, and so I found myself on the edge of the seat watching this mistake, these flaws, because not everybody that comes on AGT does it perfectly.
No, they don't.
So for people who aren't watching, what happened?
Oh my God! Well, I mean, the guy thought he had set his trap, he set his arrows right, and the whole thing, and he realized he was nervous,
and he's strapped in.
Yes, he was nervous, and he didn't do it right, dude.
Oh no!
But this was so wild, man. You start to realize, and my thing is always talking to the acts and trying to talk them through so that they can be relaxed.
Right.
Because the deal is
easier said than done, though, right?
It is because everyone makes you. They make you nervous. I had one guy. I'm gonna tell something right now. This is crazy. I was doing this movie Blended with Adam Sandler down in South Africa.
You were great as the singer and calypso guy.
It was awesome. But see, one person can mess up your whole world.
Right.
I remember I was about to do the scene, the whole thing, and we only had a few minutes to do the scene where we were losing light and the whole thing. And this director of photography, I don't want to mention his name, but he walked up to me and he said, "Don't F up." Now, when you said, I'm going, huh? Now, that's the worst thing you can say to anyone. But thank God I knew to counteract that. And I said, don't take it. Don't take it. In fact, use it as fuel.
Right.
In fact, focus. Get inside. Come inside more. And I jammed and the whole thing. And I did we did the thing with the choir. And we were singing and doing the whole thing. And I looked at him and he was like, that was pretty amazing. And I was literally like, F you. Believe me, I could not believe he would have the nerve to do that. So I realized what I wanted to do for all these acts is be the anti-that. Come in there and tell them, you got this, man. You can do it. It's okay. But he just got so nervous.
He didn't turn the safeties off.
He didn't turn the safeties off. And you got real people, and he's standing there in front of it. And then you got Alicia. She's wondering whether should I press the button or not. She could have killed somebody. Well, it's really nuts.
The acts are like that. There have been some injuries, but that's the real deal. What sort of blows my mind is what they're using the theater. There was a dance act that was using projection or something like virtual dance, and I mean it was
Freckled Sky,
right. It was as theatrical and Broadway level that I've ever seen. How much time did they get? Because that had to be live. How much time do you get to set something like that up?
Oh my God! First of all, the crew on America's Got Talent has been underrated and not appreciated enough. This is literally like putting on the Oscars every week. It's the biggest live show on television, period. And it's the biggest talent show in the world.
Well,
so they're the best in the business, man. And any mistake, it could all go wrong. They do it so good. People, it's like people think that it's just it's a given or whatever. But man, when you watch this crew and as well as they do it, you talk about roadies and all this stuff.
It's not like
one of the best thing in the world.
One act that's on for 2 hours. Because this guy, I don't know, to explain it, Preston, the dancers at one point look like they're marionettes.
Yes.
faux strings coming down, and there's a whole bunch of stuff going on, precision stuff.
Well, I feel like a circus master.
Right.
You know what I mean? And that's what I love, because I come from also the days of the variety show.
Right.
Listen, Carol Burnett was one of my favorite shows of all time. And I miss that, man. I wanted to bring that back. And I'm not a comedian, but at the same time, this energy, this love, I want to be this guy. And it's to get this opportunity is the biggest thing in the world for me.
I think for the entertainers, and like for John Dornbos has told us what the whole experience was like, and the whole deal. And obviously there's the background story which plays into it, and the emotion and all that stuff. So for some reason it works. It's the oldest Ted Max amateur hour that goes back for decades.
Ed Sullivan.
Yeah, Ed Sullivan. Where these people come out and spin dishes and all that stuff. What was talking about, like the act with the arrows and all that stuff? What was the one act you thought, okay, this guy's going to die?
Yeah.
What was the one where you thought, this guy's coming out in a body bag?
Oh, there are several. I'm trying to say which one. Some of these that are coming up, there was a guy who was in a water tank. And I thought, he was
like the Houdini thing?
It's just like he did a Houdini-ish deal, man. And I said, man, and then it didn't look like things were happening right. You could tell when his assistants start running. You're like, oh man. First of all, you don't want anything to go wrong because it ruins. It could, you don't want to watch anybody die on live TV. You just don't want to do it.
Would you want to be a judge? Do you think you could do it?
No, I don't. The judging thing is super, super hard.
I think so, especially with the appeal of AGT is the variety of acts you're going to get. You got dance, you got magic, comedians, song, all this different stuff. But how do you compare those things as far as talent goes? I'd have a really hard time.
And I think some of the judges have harder times. Yeah. I think Simon and Howie are probably the most well-rounded judges. I've seen Heidi not get jokes, and because she doesn't get a joke, she gets offended by it. It's like, it's hard.
But let me tell you one thing. I got to tell you this. The reason we have judges is because America wants blood.
Yeah.
I'm just telling you. First of all, how can you compare a singer to a dancer to a danger act?
Mm-hmm. Well, we know.
How can you do that?
The end result is, and this is the way I've always framed it. To me, you're looking for somebody who would be a successful Las Vegas act.
Right.
And that's the context,
that's
correct?
The context.
Right.
But at the same time, this stuff is subjective.
Right.
Yeah. What show do you see in Vegas? It's the show you want to see.
Right, yeah.
So, if you want to see singers, you love singers. If you want to go to a dance show, you go to a dance show. So the deal is that America wants someone to lose.
Yeah.
America wants you bleeding. And they don't care if you're under 10. And listen, first of all, I love it. I love America. But it's the sports mentality.
No.
It literally is someone has to go home and that makes you tune in. But if they were like, there's really no competition, it's all exhibition, they'd be like, nobody dying here. I'm not going to watch this.
Could you imagine your life without the foundation that you had in sports and all that's trained you for? I mean, it seems to provided you with a Swiss Army knife of capabilities that's gotten you through. I remember when I first saw you, I thought, and I have to be honest, who is this meathead? Who's this guy? Who's this guy? And then I go, why is this meathead so funny? And then I'm like, why is this guy? Why is this guy? And then I realized this guy's talented. But you said you weren't funny, or you weren't a comedian or so on and so forth. It seems to me you okay, this is something I got to take on and tackle and work through. Sports had to be just an absolute essential part of what made you you.
Yeah, first of all, it was.
Yeah.
Simply because in the locker room, it's like all versions of humanity.
Right.
You know what I mean? Right. I was funnier in the locker room than I ever was on these shows. We had so much fun hanging in the locker room and just balling and hanging and talking and really doing our thing. And the sport itself, however, a lot of that drama came with baggage.
Right.
You know what I mean? And my thing is, sports is good until it isn't.
Yeah.
It's literally one of those things where first of all, I love sports, I love entertainment, but I love people more. And when you use people in expense of the sport, like right now the NFL is going through a thing where all the older guys are going through it. And they're not helping them. There's so many guys that need help, man, mentally, physically. The NFL will literally deny that they cause these issues. You know what I mean? And that's my thing is just admit it, man, and let's just help them.
Right.
But my deal is, it's one of those things where I had to get rid of a lot of things that was bad and keep the good.
Yeah.
And sports can be very, very good, but if it's used in the wrong way, man, you will end up miserable.
I believe it. One of the things, speaking of being talented, that we really weren't aware of was your artistic ability, and it was one of the
MMR.
All right, thanks, Kath. Before we get to the B file, Nick wanted me to pass along this chart out, please. This is from Travis W., and it says, Monday, the 21st October, my wife and I, it's our 7-year wedding anniversary. Our 3.5-year-old son, JD, and Katie listen every day on the way to his school, so much so that he repeats the O'Reilly commercial and the Yoo-Hoo that Steve does and many other classic one-liners. Can she have a shout out around 8-ish? In a Manthe voice. I'll be in the car since I'm surprising her with a day of greatness while he's at daycare if we need to correlate time. She said she's been my lifesaver. I was dangerously reckless. Like many when we were younger, she basically said, crap or get off the pot, boy. And it was the best poop I've ever by keeping me alive. My best friend, wife, and I would greatly appreciate if you could surprise her with this. So a Manthe chart?
I don't know how to fill...
No, you just do the voice, and that's the Manthe.
This is the Manthe for it, I guess.
Yes. There you go.
Didn't quite know the context, but I did it, damn it.
And he said ball sacks are yummy. So there you go. So that's a short out for you, sir. All right, now we shall do some B-file stories. Here we go.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you by Pro Team Collision. If you find yourself in an accident, trust pros at Pro Team Collision, your trusted auto body repair shop located in King of Prussia. You can go to proteamcollision.com. I'm going to start with a headline news story. Actually, it's pretty messed up, but the video footage is ridiculous. Multiple people died after a helicopter struck a radio tower in Houston. Last night, sparked a large fire, and there's video footage of this thing hitting and exploding. It's horrible. 4 people were on board, including a child, and there were multiple fatalities when the private helicopter crashed. The crash took place in the city's Second Ward neighborhood where the helicopter appeared to have struck the radio tower before sparking that. It was a 1,200-foot tall tower.
Oh, my goodness.
And the whole thing came down, At the news conference, fire officials said a blaze spread as far as 3 blocks before it was stopped. Businesses in the area were closed at the time of the crash. It didn't appear that anyone on the ground was hurt. The identities of the people on board have not been released, and officials of the National Transportation Safety Board and Federal Aviation Administration are going to be investigating. So we'll see if there's a follow-up, which I'm sure there will be.
Terrific.
This. All right, a lighter story than that. The medical license of an Arkansas doctor with a family medicine practice has been suspended following allegations that he harassed and engaged in sexual activity with members of his staff who were also his patients and was walking around his medical clinic completely naked.
Besides that, he was top notch.
The Arkansas State Medical Board on Wednesday issued an emergency order of suspension pending a hearing against Dr. David Define. The board received information indicating that Define's practice required immediate action regarding the public health, safety, and welfare. So they received a complaint claiming that Define engaged in sexual contact with the staff who were also his patients and sexually harassed these same individuals. There's accompanied by this with video of the sexual conduct and harassment captured by security camera in the clinic.
So he's completely overt about this.
It shows him, among other things, performing a sexual act with a staff member while other staff members were present and watching.
Jesus.
And also shows him walking through the clinic completely naked.
Damn, that was good.
Yeah, so he's pretty happy about it.
Now that I've seen your genitals, look at mine.
A majority of the board members voted to affirm that Define's alleged conduct created an ongoing danger to the public if he were allowed to continue practicing medicine without a more thorough review of his actions.
Listen, maybe you can meet me halfway.
His medical license was previously suspended by the board in 2017 because he allegedly prescribed an excessive amount of controlled substances to multiple patients while failing to properly keep records regarding their condition.
Records.
However, the charges against him were dismissed due to lack of proof, and he is currently scheduled to appear for a hearing to determine whether the alleged conduct violated the Medical Practices Act.
Maybe it's time to give up medicine.
Here's an interesting video. Saturday at SeaWorld San Antonio, one of the orcas was diving when it very noticeably dropped a huge deuce near the surface and right near the edge of the tank. And it might not have been a big deal, except the massive whale swam back around, flipped its tail, and splashed this wave of brown water into the crowd in front of them.
Hilarious. Because for rows back, they get doused with it.
Normally, SeaWorld's faithful love getting soaked by the orcas and dolphins when they perform tricks, but this was painfully a different situation. As one guest in the splash zone put it, he said, "We expected to get wet sitting so close, but not like that. It smelled awful and people were gagging." Not shockingly, video of the encounter has gone viral, and SeaWorld is in cleanup mode, saying that the visitors who got crapped on were taken to a decontamination area where they got soap, bottled water, and towels. And as for clean clothes, they had to buy stuff from the gift store.
I think they should sell shirts like "I got crapped on by Namu."
Officially, SeaWorld says, "We regret this unfortunate event and are taking every step to ensure the safety and comfort of our guests. Our team followed established protocols to minimize the health risks and will review our procedures to prevent this from happening again."
You know, the same exact thing happened at a Tony Bennett concert.
Oh,
yeah.
It's unfortunate.
Yeah, it's unfortunate.
But it does happen from time to time. A funeral home in Poland has apologized after a corpse fell out of the hearse and into traffic. And it's the Hades Funeral Service.
It's coffin flop case.
The Hades Funeral Service.
Oh, my God.
The companies transporting the body in southeastern Poland blamed the incident on an unexpected technical failure of the vehicle's lock.
Sorry about that.
They apologized to all those who were disappointed and upset by the event. The company wrote in a statement, "It is with deep regret that we inform you that as a result of an unexpected technical failure with the electric tailgate lock in the hearse during the transportation of the body of the deceased, an unfortunate event occurred which does not reflect the high standards of our company. Our deepest empathy towards the families of the deceased and the respect we always show to the deceased." Polish media reported the man was driving down the street Friday in the city and was left fearing that he hit someone after he saw a body in the road and a sheet on his car window.
Jeez.
An image of the corpse laying in a white striped pedestrian crossing where it fell was published on local media.
Luckily, only 3 vehicles ran over it.
And then we'll do one more story, and then we'll wrap it up. A 3-year-old is recovering after being scratched this week by a monkey inside of a central Indiana Walmart store.
Monkey!
Bedford Police Chief Terry Moore confirmed Friday that a 3-year-old was scratched by a 16-year-old Java macaque monkey at Walmart.
Was the monkey shopping or for sale?
Chief Moore said that the parents of the child declined medical treatment at the scene. A woman identifying herself as the child's mother said that the monkey's owner showed paperwork for an emotional support animal. However, she said the paperwork was actually registered to a dog.
Dog, monkey.
Same difference.
Yeah.
The monkey was reportedly wearing a diaper and had a leash attached to its waist. The woman wrote, "A pet macaque that should have never been in the store scratched and hurt my baby for no reason. The animal wasn't even seized. We weren't facing it, didn't even know that it was in the store, had no snacks, and in no way provoked it."
To be honest, a violent macaque is one of the least worries at a Walmart.
The woman said that she is now hoping that Indiana lawmakers change rules surrounding pet animals being allowed in public, saying she hopes that wild animals are more regulated. It's unclear if a police report was filed.
Could you, in fact, get a license, or if you talk about an emotional support animal, would they accommodate a macaque?
I think as emotional support animals?
They've been dialing back on that, haven't they?
I don't know. I would think so. I would think that type of animal maybe, because I think they can also kind of be trained to be your assistant if you are.
To some people who are quadriplegic?
Yeah.
That movie Monkey Shines. Yeah.
That's what
and
I'm
I know
thinking of.
sometimes if you have a killer whales with bowel issues, they cannot have them as support animals.
Yeah, exactly. All right. So real quick, we want to welcome a group here to the station to promote an event that is coming up. It's a fundraiser event. And I recently spoke about the Souderton area high school rock band program to Sting.
Of all people.
And listen to what he had to say about it. This is me telling him about it. And they're doing programs now like at my kids' high school, Sting, which I think is a lot of fun. We have a rock band program at Souderton High School where my kids go. And instead of having to learn how to read and write music, they just get together and jam. And I've found that is so awesome, because if you didn't have the time or maybe the discipline to go through learning all the particulars about reading music, but you still have that drive and that passion to learn how to play, I think it's so special that they're starting to see that is an important aspect of it too.
It's such an important thing to have it that way around, for it to be fun first. People learn when they're engaged through fun, not some dry academic, study. Music's fun.
Sting approved.
You left out the part where he talked about he himself going to Souderton.
He went there for a semester. It was a little. He doesn't like to be, make a lot of noise about it. But anyhow, so there is an event coming up at Souderton Area High School, and it is a rock band event, and it is a fundraiser. And I have my youngest child here this morning with some other members to speak of it. And my youngest child goes by Caroline at home, but everywhere else in the world goes by.
Well done!
And so there you go. Hey, good morning. Welcome, Rock Band. So we have my youngest and also best friend, Vienna, is here.
Hi.
And Adam Tucker, who is the teacher, the band instructor at Souderton Area High School.
Morning, guys.
Thank you guys for being here.
Thank you.
So when is the event coming up, kiddo?
It's on October 30th at 6:30. It's a Wednesday.
All right. And tell us a little bit about what all's going on.
So we're going to be performing as a band. We have an opener.
Oh.
It's a $5 entry fee.
And the purpose is to raise money to purchase equipment and things of that nature?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think this time around we're going for lighting. Our last two fundraisers, we have our whole sound rig is what we were able to get last time. So now we're digital. That's really cool. Yeah.
But with schools, it's hard getting funding to do this stuff. So unless you do a grassroots approach, you're not going to be able to get the stuff.
Yeah.
And
We're
music is
also-
obviously very important.
We're really needy and need expensive stuff. So,
Well, and by the way, I want to point out that Caroline and Vienna are the ones that created this fundraiser.
Is that right?
Oh, yeah.
How about that?
This is our third one. We started at the beginning of last year. And it's also just like a really nice excuse to perform more.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. And I've been to every one of these performances. It's a great time.
Talented people.
Played
Talented
at the
people.
first one.
What's that?
Played at the first one.
What about the first one?
You played?
I played at the first one. Yes, that's right. I got called in. I got called up. One of the kids called in sick.
Once you know the Sting attended, you had to get on stage.
And Tucker here's like, I need you, man.
Oh, serious?
I need you.
That's funny.
And I'm like, I live for moments like this.
It's like your dream come true.
So I played Paranoid from Black Sabbath,
Nice.
which was pretty awesome. Adam, by the way, a number of schools have gotten on board and have similar programs, correct?
absolutely, yeah. And we started, I want to say like a partnership, but we have really kind of engaged with them. Like our opener, it's a group of kids from North Penn High School, like local high schools, Penridge, Abington, Neshaminy started one this year. So we're kind of on board with all these guys. It's just a way to get together, and
it's a cooperative with all the schools.
And
that's great.
This rock band thing is kind of exploding.
Yeah.
This is like our future music ed.
A couple of reasons I'm happy about it. Number one, keeping rock music alive, which is fantastic. But also, Adam, because and you come from a background, you're a music teacher of teaching kids how to, like I was telling Sting, how to read music, how to go through all those formal steps of doing that. But there's another type of musician out there who may not have, there are prerequisites by the time you get to high school about being in band. So this is a great opportunity for people who don't have that.
Yeah, that's what the whole inception of the course was, for kids that don't read but can play.
Yeah.
I mean, everybody knows that person that can sit down at the piano, play an entire piece of music, but doesn't know how to read a lick of music.
Yeah.
That's what we're here for.
So, see, again, I only wish this had been around when I was in school, because I missed the train. I don't want to relive my trombone crisis, but I'll tell you this, that had I had the ability to jump back in and rejoin later on, I would have gleefully have done that, because you think, oh, well, that ship is passed. I can't get on it now, but this is terrific. So I love that the different schools are working with each other too.
Yeah, so they've done festival shows where a bunch of the schools have gotten together.
Oh, wow.
And it's really cool.
That's great.
And so this is going to be October 30th, 6:30 p.m. It's a $5 entry fee. I'm going to be there for sure. We have on PrestonandSteve.com a link to all this stuff, to their Instagram page, to the information about that, so you can get it and you can go there. By the way, Adam, if you don't mind, who else? Who are the other members of the rock band?
Yeah.
Over here? I want to make sure.
We got AJ back here. He's one of our guitarists. We got Charlie. He's a bassist and vocalist. We got Aiden on guitar. We got Luca on bass. And we got Mason, our drummer, over there. So, yeah, we brought a whole bunch of us to it.
Nice. How many in total?
We have 25 musicians in the group.
Wow. And by the way, what they like to do, and I found out this term recently, is they know that a lot of parents are going to be there, so they pick songs that they call geezer pleasers.
Geezer pleasers. There we go. What would be a top geezer pleaser?
What's one of our geezer pleasers?
This round?
Yeah.
What's the good one, guys? What's that? I don't know. Well, it's a really 90s heavy set list.
All right.
Right now. So
that constitutes a geezer
Oh, yeah.
pleaser.
Well,
Rosanna
we're
is
currently working on Rosanna by
All right,
Toto.
there you go.
There we go.
Geezer pleaser.
That's
For sure. Yeah. And like Caroline was like, yeah, we played Welcome to the Jungle. That's a geezer pleaser.
That song only came out 8 years ago.
Right? 8 years ago. That's it.
The 90s are 10 years ago, too, Adam. I don't know.
Yeah, I know. I hear you, Nick. I hear you.
All right. Well, anyhow, all this information is posted at PrestonandSteve.com should you need it. Anything else you want to mention, kiddo?
I don't think so.
Come out for a great time, great music, and also if you are interested and have questions about, maybe starting a program like this at your school, you can find out about it there. So, all right, good luck, guys. Great to see you. Thank you.
guys.
Souderton Area High School rock band. We are going to take a quick break. We'll come back in just a moment. A little later on, we are going to have Barry Bostwick, who plays Brad in Rocky Horror Picture Show. He's going to be in town. We'll be right back.
Preston and Steve.
In sports, right? I mean, you were you sketch and painting, and were you a court sketch artist?
Sketch artist, yes.
Get out of here!
I had an art scholarship before I had a football scholarship.
Wow! I was looking at some of your stuff. It's really good.
Oh,
and why is it that court sketch room artists are usually so terrible?
Yes, they are. It's a lot of it. You have to be fast.
Yeah.
But at the same time, you have to understand too. For me. I would have went the whole art route, but no one was going to pay for that. Starving artists is a real thing. Starving goes right before artists.
Yeah.
I mean, name an artist who actually got paid while he was alive.
Yeah.
It's very, very rare.
Right. They're celebrated after they found.
Oh yeah, you've been dead 30 years. They're like, well, now he gets the million.
You're like, create every day?
Yeah.
Still, do you...
I sketch all the time.
Okay.
Sketch all the time.
What do you prefer? What is your favorite?
People. I love sketching faces.
Okay,
faces.
But sketching
people.
over painting and all that.
Oh yeah, I just sketch because I have time for it, but I'll take it all the way. I mean, I will go do a full painting if I have time to do that. But when I was get cut from an NFL team, I would go back in the locker room and ask the players if they want their portraits painted. That's what I would do, and that's how I survived.
Wow.
They would be like, "Man, you pretty good, man. $5,000." But you know what? I would.
Were you self-taught?
No, I'm self-taught.
Wow.
But I would literally trick the guys. I'd be like, "Man, you need a painting. Look at you. You one of the most amazing players ever. Look at you walking around here all muscular and beautiful. Let me immortalize you." Yeah, you're right, man. Here's $5,000. Flattery. Thank you.
You're a lefty.
Marketing.
You're a lefty too.
Oh yeah, left-handed, right-brained. I mean, very creative. It's just, it's my thing, man. It's always been my thing. I taught.
Your stuff's really.
I taught a class at Facebook. That was a photo from when I taught a class at Facebook. And it was wild. Some of the most talented people in the world, and they were sitting there. And these guys had degrees from everywhere, and I asked them to start drawing, and they wouldn't do it.
Yeah.
And I was like, dude, you know what's happening? What's happening is you're judging your work immediately. And what you got to know is all judgment stops creativity in its tracks. You have to just go.
Right.
And you have to do it. And you have to not care what people think. You have to not. But what happened was they were like, they wouldn't, before they started putting a pen down on the paper, they would look over at the other guy.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. But this is what we do in life.
Yeah, you're right.
This is the mistake we make all the time. The stuff you always wanted to do. All that things you wanted to go for. You're over there looking at everybody else. Well, I'm not going to try it. What will everybody say? You know what? I don't care. I realize don't think about what everybody else is saying. Right. Just go for your gut. Go for that intuition. Don't judge yourself.
There are two words I like to use when I find myself facing something I'm not sure I want to do, and it's just begin.
Oh, that's
just begin.
Oh, that's good.
That's all you've got to do.
Dude,
Throw
if you
yourself in.
start, all of a sudden things get done. And you know what? Because I'm a great starter. I am an excellent starter. But what I had to learn, too, is just and this is the thing, finish it.
Yeah.
Wait, just get it done, and then you can always change it. Because what happens is you get to start, and then it's not perfect. So you don't want to finish it. But no, finish it, and then you can change it. Dude, these are things you almost have to hypnotize yourself. You literally have to get out of your own brain and get out of your own way.
It's funny you say that because I like to sketch as well, and I'll sketch on the iPad, and the iPad allows you to undo. It's like, it almost sort of takes away that. Okay, I've got this now. I've got to work this. You know, you can correct mistakes all the time. And it's like, well, it's cool. It's also sort of a cheat. You know.
Listen, everything I do, I have a mantra. It's start small, think big.
Right.
Start small, think big. Okay, just do a little bit.
Right.
Just, I'm actually taking Mandarin Chinese lessons right now. I picked the hardest language to learn, but I'm getting it.
Okay.
Wait, I'm all of a sudden I'm like, wait a minute. I've been doing this for like a month. And I'm like, wait a minute, I understood that. When I heard the lady, she was like, wuxia, and I was like, I know what wuxia means.
Yeah.
I know what that means, And so I realized, okay, start small. First of all, I haven't mastered English. I had to literally look at myself like, have I mastered English? No. So if I get to a point where I can tell somebody I'm hungry, and I can tell somebody where's the bathroom in Chinese, I'm good. You know what I mean?
How is one human so talented?
No, because first of all, it's not even that. I just keep going. Like, just try everything you want to do, and I only do what I want. I don't do, if there's something I don't want to do, it's like, don't even worry about it. You know what I mean?
You're going to be good. I'm sorry, go ahead, Preston.
As I've aged, I've found that I need to be working on something. I need to be working on something that I can improve upon, something that's a bit of a challenge, and I'm loving it. I didn't realize this until just a few years ago, whether it be, working on a golf swing, or I'm a musician and I want to improve and to keep going on that. And I love having that.
It's so satisfying.
Yeah.
First of all, listen, you've been talked out of your creativity, man. You've been told you're not creative. First of all, like you said, I'm left-handed. The world is a right-handed world, which deals with math and science. So all the arts are given as hobbies, but just half your brain.
Yeah.
So you have to me, I'm literally telling everybody, be more creative, exercise it, because you've been talked out of it a long time ago, and it's so satisfying. I built Legos like crazy.
Yeah. So speaking of arts and stuff like that, so my daughter's in 8th grade. She's in school right now, so I can talk about her. What the arts has done for her has given her the confidence. So she's in 8th grade, and she's having like the best year of her life, and it's all because of what she's been doing in the theater, and it's a very, very they just everybody nurturing, and everybody loves each other, and it's just so positive. But she's getting that from the arts.
That's right.
Yeah, and she's been playing sports ever since she was 4 years old too.
But look what at the schools they're taking the instruments out of schools. Art is given a short shrift. All this stuff is treated like music and art and whatever. They're like, do that on your own time. That's a hobby.
No,
but math and science, if you got that, you're good. And I think we're severely lacking right now, just as a society, because we're not creative enough. This is why we run to Avengers and we run to the movies, because we need it so bad. All the story, all the content, we need more.
Imagine the world without art. Imagine the world without creativity, without music, without paintings, and what we would be bereft of if we didn't have that. And to your point about all you have to do is create. It doesn't matter if it's good. Just do something, create that, and if it stinks, do the next one.
First of all, that's the world I grew up in. Factory life. Flint, Michigan. Everybody, they were like, "What you doing drawing? What's that? Hey, what kind of boy are you?" And you're like, "Hey, man, hey, look, I like drawing. Okay, I like music. I play the flute. You know what they called me? They were like, "Why you play the flute?" I was like, "I'm bigger than you. I can bench more than you. So what? So now what?" And they were like, "Yeah, you're right."
Did you see the Equalizer, the second Equalizer movie?
Yes.
He's counseling a kid who's an artist.
Yeah.
And I'm like, that's it. That's right there. That's just,
I mean, it's going to come out. This is what the whole graffiti thing is about, man.
Yeah,
and it's like put it on canvas and sell it.
Yeah, I just think of like, okay, math and science. But you go to somebody's home now, they don't have microscopes hanging on the wall. You know what I mean? No, they got like, hey, like I play the guitar for so math and science. I don't necessarily. If that's not what you're gonna do, you're not gonna take that wherever you go, unless. Listen, my brother's a chemist. He's a scientist. My sister's a math
and
teacher.
that's fine.
You know what I mean? Like, so I'm not knocking it. But,
Right.
Yeah.
But I'm saying make it more equal.
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. And we would be remiss if we didn't throw some love to Brooklyn Nine-Nine.
Love
it. Casey and I are huge fans of the show. NBC gave you the new home, which is very cool, which is wonderful. The show was on the brink of going away and came back, and it is I think one of the sharpest ensembles on television. You're a revelation on the show, as is Andre Brower, who just unbelievable. So everything, you're up and running.
Yes. Season 7 starts February 6th. We already have been picked up for season 8.
Nice.
That's the vote of confidence, man.
Why do you think it works
8
so well?
seasons. It's crazy.
Why do you think it works so well?
Because we love each other, man.
Yeah.
And this is the greatest thing ever. One thing I'm gonna preach right now.
Yeah.
Competition is the opposite of creativity. The opposite. We do not compete with each other as a cast.
Right.
When you see a show fall, it's usually because the actors or somebody within there is competing with each other, and it causes the thing to blow up out of nowhere. We literally are all operating on our own levels, creating and encouraging each other. We are a true family, man. I don't know what else to say.
And everyone gets their moment. And also, you allow the self-deprecation, the stuff that they have you doing is hilarious.
I love it.
And again, a lot of people forget, out of the gate, Brooklyn Nine-Nine was sort of the sweetheart. It won, I think, a Golden Globe for the best comedy series and so on and so forth. And then suddenly I'm like, what the F? This show is great, and why are they getting rid of it for? Now, this far into it has got to be the ultimate, acknowledgement. And also that when you have a fan base, you talk about the connection to the fan base, that actually was vocally going after making sure the show came back.
Well, I got something to say. When you're talking about Nielsen ratings, that's that 18 to 35 and the whole thing. But this is the deal. And you want to talk about math and science. If you really want to get a good gauge on what people are watching, you need a bigger pie. But the Nielsen is literally only 5,000 homes.
Yeah.
So wait a minute. I'm going, hey. But let me tell you what happened. The internet.
Yeah.
The internet spoke for us. They literally went nuts. And they got like 100 million people saying, wait a minute, why did you cancel this show? And for NBC to pick us up, man, and to give us the love.
Yes.
To give us that kind of love. What can I say? And now you're talking about in an era where you get maybe 10 episodes and they call it 2 seasons. You know what I mean? We're well over 170 episodes. I mean, literally in the can.
A good friend of the show, Kate Flannery, has appeared on the show as well.
Kate's great.
And everyone that goes through, it's just nothing. It's just great things about the environment on the show. I also have to bring up the fact you were in Deadpool 2.
Yes. For a second. That was a big troll. We trolled everybody on that one.
What was that like? Because he is so talented, Ryan Reynolds.
Oh my God.
And we get the impression that there's just a lot of free lines going on right and left. What was the experience like working on that?
It was an amazing experience because I love Ryan, but the big thing was the trick was we were going to troll everybody.
Yeah, and you did.
Because I knew instantly that I was going to die right away. Okay, but so I went on a whole press tour. You got to, but see, this is the thing. Fanboys deserve that.
Yeah.
Because they go out of their way to figure it all out. I already know. You know what I mean? I got the spoiler.
Doesn't that take the enjoyment out of it?
Oh, they want to.
Yeah.
I'm like, hey, we got something for you. You should have seen at the premiere. They were like, hey, what is going on? No.
I mean, because everyone dies.
Oh, and Ryan knew that. And Ryan was like, he's the smartest guy ever. He's like, he actually gave them a real surprise.
Right, yeah.
Because they thought for sure that I was, Terry Crews is finally in a Marvel movie. What the hell's happening? And it was so good. dude.
Ryan's ahead of the game with he's a few steps ahead of everybody else with the joke. You
Yes,
know,
he is.
he knows where the joke is going before you know where the joke is going.
He's amazing.
Well, he's a perfect example of taking, because the first appearance of Deadpool was in a substandard. I mean, listen, it was okay, but he knew that it should be something, and he stuck with the project for years.
Yes.
And would not relent.
Yep.
But you gotta listen. First of all, there's two people you can't imagine, you know, as any other thing. There's Robert Downey Jr. as Iron Man.
Yeah.
And Ryan Reynolds as Deadpool. Dude, there's nobody else that can take that spot.
You're right.
You know what I mean? And that, to me, that's the ultimate. Like, this is where I want to be. I want to be irreplaceable.
Yeah.
I want to be like, you got to get Terry Crews, or you're missing it. And that's my goal. Like, in everything that I do, I want it to just be me, and that's what the ultimate.
Kath, let's see. Word of the week prize this week. We have a $500 Joseph Anthony Retreat Salon and Spa gift cards. We get the letter of the day at the end of the program and give that away for the Word of the Week prize on Friday. Real quick, you guys off air, we're saying what a great time you had at Dorney Park on Friday night.
It was terrific. It was so great. We loved the place to begin with, but we had this collective of people, Case, who were just super cool.
Yeah.
And they started off the evening, Preston, by taking us behind the scenes where they have about 400 people as
actors,
demons and ghosts and wandering entertainers, and the guys who slide on their knees with all that
Oh, my
stuff.
God, I forgot about the knee slider
right,
guys.
all those guys.
Yeah.
So they have this Hollywood-level production facility with wardrobe. This is stuff you don't get to see normally. And then they had a whole room that was just makeup artists preparing all of the people. They all have their different. Wasn't it fascinating?
Dude,
Case?
it was really, and logistically speaking, Preston, they have this down to a science. They have because they only have, each character only has 15 minutes to get made up.
Yeah.
So they had it like nailed down to like, okay, I'm 5'30", and then my number is 44. So they show up to this little table and go 5'30", 44, and then they go onto the clothing rack, and there's a number 44. That you know,
yeah, you'd have to be that organized.
You
to
have
get it together.
You're talking about hundreds of people that are getting made up.
Oh, and the props they have. If we could have half, that is just amazing stuff. And then obviously we go to the haunted house that they have set up. So it was right near Iron Menace.
Mm-hmm.
And so it carries that story. Remember the story that they tell about the guy, McTavish?
Yeah.
And so that is realized in this haunted house behind it. And you think you're looking at it from the outside and you go, that doesn't look like it's going to be that big. You're in it for a long time wandering around. I mean, top level of production.
Nice.
We loved it.
Excellent.
And honestly, just if you're like an amusement park enthusiast, now's the time to go.
Yeah.
The weather is amazing.
Yeah.
And the lines are like virtually not there.
Yeah, you'll have a great freaking time.
Thanks to Dorney.
Yeah.
Appreciate
Dorney.
that, man.
Yeah.
They put on a hell of a party all the time. Speaking of a party, it was a big one over the weekend. The Rock and Roll Hall of Fame induction ceremonies took place for class of 20, I guess it would be 2024, right? And then they play it back officially 2025. They do the edited down version on January 1st. But Nick, how much of it did you watch?
So I was flipping back and forth between the Rock Hall and the baseball game, which was the Yankees versus the Guardians. And I kept going back and forth. And there were a bunch of acts that I wanted to see, including Peter Frampton, who was inducted by Roger Daltrey, Ozzy, of course. And the reason that I was tuning in the first place was Dave Matthews Band. And Dave Matthews Band ended up going last. And the baseball game and Dave's induction ceremony ended around the same time because the game went super long. It went into extra innings. And this production, while fascinating and I think overall really, really good, lasted way too long.
Yeah.
And Dave didn't even get on stage until like 11:45.
It's too late.
It was. And they did a medley of Dave Matthews Band songs. So only like 4 or 5 songs kind of strung together. Which if you're...
Do you think that was a last minute call, or do you think they were going to do longer?
I mean, maybe they had a medley plan at some point, but they jammed 4 or 5 songs into one.
Wow.
Which is not really how Dave normally plays. They're a jam band, And then they did their acceptance speech, which was also hurried. Dave Matthews spoke on behalf of the entire band. And then they played one more song, which was Burning Down the House by the Talking Heads, which was really cool.
Right.
That was how they ended
That's
the
how he
night.
shrunk a speech.
Yeah.
He omitted every 10 words.
Well, I have a rundown of some of the moments, and then we have some clips to play along with them. So, Nick, feel free, since you're the one who saw some of this, if you have any observations or any. We'll start with Dua Lipa and Cher kicked off the ceremony. They did a performance of Believe.
Do you believe in life after love? Oh.
She also performed her iconic "If I Could Turn Back Time"
If I could turn back time.
before accepting her induction. You know what I heard the other day? I was I forgot where I was, but the full version I heard of Gypsies, Tramps, and Thieves.
Gypsies,
Oh, my God.
tramps, and thieves. We hear it from the people of the town. They call us.
That's so
But
bad.
every night all the men will come around and lay their money down.
Yeah, it's bad.
Look at
but
Dua
in a good
Lipa.
way.
We're looking at a picture of Dua Lipa, and we are looking at a picture of God, I'm having a brain fart.
Zendaya.
Oh my God,
They're stunning. Absolutely
stunning.
Are they wearing her old dresses? Is that what's going on
They
there?
were supposed to model after Cher's dresses, yeah.
There was a if
I
you go
can
back,
see your boobies.
go back and watch Cher from like the 1970s in her outfits. She was in great shape. Like she
Sensational
had abs
shape. She was a bit older.
before abs were a thing.
Yeah.
So during her acceptance speech, she shared about the difficulty of being inducted, saying that it was harder than getting divorced from two men. And she also credited David Geffen for helping secure her place.
She absolutely deserves to be in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame.
Let's see. Original members James T.J. Taylor and Robert Cool Bell reunited to perform a medley of Kool and the Gang's greatest hits because they were inducted into the Rock Hall. And they thrill the audience with classics like Get Down on It and Celebration as well.
Great.
I was jamming to some drum-wise. I've been playing a lot of funk and stuff, but I was playing like Hollywood Swingin' and Celebration the other day, just fun because it's fun music to play along with. They were a great band, man. Kool and the Gang had some really good stuff. I'm still a sucker for this song.
It's a celebration.
What is Cher still doing here? All right, Dionne Warwick performed her hits, I'll Never Love This Way Again, with Jennifer Hudson.
Oh, wow. That's a powerhouse voice. Yeah. Did you see any of that, Nick?
Yeah, and it was cool.
Yeah.
They got a standing ovation from the crowd after that.
I mean, there's not many voices out there right now like Jennifer Hudson's. She's pitch perfect, and she kind of carried it, but she demurred a little bit for
Dionne Warwick.
Dionne Warwick, yeah.
Because she was the star. I understand that Dionne Warwick finished off the whole thing by doing a herky.
Yeah. Didn't see it coming.
That was a herky.
It's amazing. So for Foreigner, star-studded lineup, including Demi Lovato and Kelly Clarkson, performed the band's biggest hits. Highlights included Feels Like the First Time, and Lou Gramm apparently shocked the crowd by joining Kelly Clarkson for I Want to Know What Love Is.
I might have missed that clip. Is that if there's a clip in there, Marissa, that I might have missed it? I would like to grab that if he's singing along with them, because that's one of the great rock voices of all time.
Yeah, and sometimes these guys have gotten to an age where they just like. I remember when Bill Withers was inducted, and I thought that man was an incredible musician.
Amazing, yeah.
And he came out, and Stevie Wonder sang a couple of his songs while Bill just sat there.
Yeah.
Like he didn't even want to try.
That's good. Who did that? You!
So some of these guys, I'm curious what Lou Gramm's voice sounds like now, and whether, because he had a really powerful voice.
Just no.
Wow.
No.
There's still power there.
It's so sad.
No, I can't imagine hearing.
Come on, shut up.
I can't imagine hearing Jukebox Hero with that voice now. So it'd be a little embarrassing. But also, Chad Smith / and Sammy Hagar did some music from Foreigner as well. Pete, what is this? Oh, Jukebox Hero. Oh, wait.
Standing in the rain.
Standing in the rain.
Yes.
Get a ticket.
All right, we have a little bit of that audio to play for you. So this is Foreigner and Kelly Clarkson and Lou Gramm singing. Hang on.
Great song.
Maybe he's singing harmony with her. That's all we have, unfortunately.
That gets it done. It was nice. I'm glad they're in.
Oh,
guys
really?
like Kelly
No, I'm
Clarkson?
serious. No, like really, they deserve it. They deserve to be in.
No. I thought you were kind of brushing off Lou Gramm's.
I was.
Okay.
Yeah,
All right, got it.
but I'm glad that he got up and performed,
Yeah.
and he did better than I ever could.
Okay.
So overall, how did he sound?
he sounded like he deserves to be in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame.
And yes, I do like Kelly Clarkson, Kathy.
Yeah.
I think she's a powerhouse singer.
Yeah, she's got a great voice.
Yeah.
I can't get over her hosting skills.
Not so good. Not so good.
You don't like the show?
No, remember we talked about this before. She hasn't fixed it. Like the guests will be saying something, she just cut them off and talk right over them.
All right, we have a better clip apparently. This is
I don't know if I can face it again.
Yeah.
Nick, why did you lie to us?
I've traveled so far to change this lonely life.
Oh, dude, stop it.
They were like, put Kelly Clarkson up there so something sounds good.
When you hit a high note and you're that,
You blow one
stuff's
out.
going to come out.
Okay. Peter Frampton was inducted into the Hall and performed his hit "Do You Feel Like We Do" with Keith Urban.
His speech, as far as inductees go, was my favorite of the night. He had written it out. It had 3 pages. He was funny. He gave a little recap of his career, which I thought was really cool. I had forgotten some of the things that he brought up. Roger Daltrey inducted him, and Daltrey's speech was really nice. I had also forgotten that Peter Frampton has to use a cane to walk.
Yes, yeah.
Let's play a little bit of Roger Daltrey talking about Peter Frampton.
In those days, you do 10 minutes and hook, and the next band came on. But anyway, Peter was the lead guitarist and singer in a band called The Herd. And on that tour, Peter travelled with Keith Moon in his Bentley, and he survived endless pranks and japes. And I did think to myself then that, wow, this guy's a survivor.
I think he was 14 when he was doing some of those sessions with the Herd. And I don't know if we have the clip, but there's a story that Frampton shares where Keith Moon and John Entwistle, there were a whole bunch of girls that had gathered out around the Who's hotel room. And so the downstairs, they're up on like the 2nd or 3rd floor or whatever. And Entwistle and Moon grab Frampton by the feet and dangle him out the window. and they do it because Moon says, "We thought you should be closer to your fans." So they literally held him out the window.
Wow. Stuff like that has ended poorly.
Yeah, right. I know, but it was funny to hear him share that story. And yeah, a lot of what Frampton did really started when he was 14 and 15 years old.
Frampton's career kicked in. Basically, Frampton Comes Alive is a live greatest hits album or a collection of songs that he had already released.
Yeah.
Right? That's as the lore goes.
And he talks about that and how astounding it was and how successful it was. And then he talked about his career downfall following that. Like, that was the top and the zenith, and then he kind of plummeted afterwards. And he talked about crashing back to earth was a good thing for him. It humbled him and allowed him to prepare for the second half of his career.
Did he talk about playing the neighbor on Small Wonder?
Didn't bring that up.
I would like to buy a cup of sugar. You're a robot.
He did reference how Billy Corgan was, that's how he got his start, was on Small Wonder.
No.
But he did talk glowingly about David Bowie and how David Bowie invited him to be on the Glass Spiders tour.
Which I saw, by the way. It's amazing.
And he talks about really, David Bowie saved his life.
Here's a clip of him playing with Keith Urban performing.
Must have been a dream. I don't believe that I've been. Come on, let's do it again. You feel like I do. Such a great song.
That sounds pretty damn good, man.
Yeah, damn good.
Really good. So then you had Dave Chappelle give a heartfelt speech praising A Tribe Called Quest, their impact on hip-hop, their personal support for him. The Roots, Queen Latifah, Busta Rhymes, and more performed a high-energy tribute to the band. Mary J. Blige performed a medley of her hits. And then you had Ozzy Osbourne. He was honored with a tribute performance featuring Jelly Roll, Billy Idol, and others performing hits like Crazy Train, No More Tears. And tribute celebrated his legacy as rock's Prince of Darkness. And we have a couple of clips from that. We actually have Ozzy, who is speaking, accepting the award. And here is that.
And more so more than that, my wife Sharon saved my life. And my grandbabies and I love them all.
So he's happy about that. And then Jack Black did the induction speech.
This was the best induction speech of the night. Jack was really well prepared and delivered it in typical Jack Black fashion.
All right.
I was 13 years old, wandering around the record store. What should I get? Styx? Journey? An older rock aficionado noticed my indecision and he said, "Stop around, kid. This is the album you need to get, The Blizzard of Oz." Man, was he right. Thank you, nameless rock aficionado, wherever you are. You changed my life.
Nice.
Yeah, his whole speech was really good. Preston, do you have any of the Buffett tribute in the prep over there?
Nothing at all.
There were two performances in honor of Jimmy Buffett. Dave Matthews did one. He did A Pirate Looks at 40, which Dave and Jimmy had performed in the past. And that was beautiful and seamless and brought tears to my eyes. It was a really nice tribute. And then the other one was Mac McAnally, James Taylor, and Kenny Chesney, and they did Come Monday, and that was really good. Yeah, so
that would be awesome.
Two great Buffett songs, and Kenny and James Taylor and Mac McAnally, who's in the Coral Reefers, they're all lifelong friends of Jimmy Buffett, and so those two performances were fantastic.
Did James do the induction ceremony?
I'm sorry?
Did who'd you just say?
James Taylor?
James Taylor, yeah. Did he do the induction?
He spoke on behalf of Buffett. So it was Buffett.
So he accepted it? I was just wondering who inducted who gave the induction speech.
No.
It's my understanding that he very much enjoyed cheeseburgers.
It was that special award. It was the posthumous award for Buffett. And so I don't think that he was actually inducted in the Rock Hall, but I might be confused by it. But anyway, yes, to answer your question, James Taylor spoke on behalf of Jimmy Buffett.
Yeah, let me see. He won the Musical Excellence Award, which is slightly different.
It's a different award.
Yeah. Thank you, Ozzy, for your touching speech. But we have clips of Dave Matthews Band. Let's see. This is are these performances, Case?
It looks like this is Crash.
Crash and Burning Down the House. Okay, so here is a little bit of Crash. Is that Dave?
Yeah. It's the audio wasn't great. And
sometimes, Nick, you need to watch it on the edited version and they clean it up.
Maybe, but it just seemed like it was overproduced Dave Matthews Band for TV stuff. And again, listen, like if you're not a Dave fan or whatever, and you're tuning into Disney Plus to watch this, Julia Roberts did the induction speech, and she did a nice job. I would have liked to have heard a musician do the induction for Dave, but they've been friends for a long time. She was in a video that Dave Matthews put out years ago called Dream Girl, and so they've been friends for a really long time, and I get why she did it. But yeah, just the way like Dave Matthews Band doing a medley, in my mind anyway, is not Dave Matthews Band.
Okay.
That's a TV produced version of it.
Here's a little more of that song. And then we have
Back up your sky more and show me your beaver.
And then at the end, was it at the end that they did Burning Down the House?
Yeah, that was the last song of the night. And so they did their speech in which Dave acknowledged Boy Tinsley, which I thought was a nice gesture. And so they do that medley of songs. They go and they give their speech while Dave gives the speech. And then they ended the night with Burning Down the House.
That was the Super Jam?
No, that was not a Super Jam. That was Dave Matthews Band doing the cover.
Okay. Now, did they at the very end where a lot of people get together? No,
that's what I was just saying. Like, it was not a Super Jam. It was just Dave Matthews.
I know
Band.
this one was, but at no point in the evening.
And that was the thing, Preston, because it went so late. And here's my thought and my opinion on it, and it's just an opinion, but I don't mind at all that Mary J. Blige got inducted, or Tribe Called Quest, or any of these other bands that, or even Cher, that might not be quote unquote rock bands or whatever. But they jammed in so many inductions that at the end of the night, it was really forced, it was really hurried, and so Dave's speech was really quick, and then the last song of the night was just Dave Matthews Band doing cover of Talking Heads. And so like I felt like those guys, who a lot of people were in attendance to see, and people like me were watching on television, got short shrift. And again, that's just my opinion on it. But like it seemed like, man, cut one or two acts out that get inducted, and then all of the people that are inducted can have longer time for their speeches and their performances.
All right, here's a little bit of Burning Down the House.
Hold tight, wait till the party's over.
That sounds terrible.
Yeah.
Hold tight.
Hold tight.
We're in for stormy weather.
Mitch McConnell, how did you get in here? You were invited?
No. I made a wrong turn going down the hallway to the bathroom. Had a little accident.
So the reason they did that is because Stop Making Sense, the movie, the concert film, is celebrating its 40th anniversary. So that's really neat that they did a tribute to that.
I think from what you're saying, Nick, and from what I'm seeing in some of the write-ups, that that it was a very stuffed event that could have benefited from some editing.
I think it was the first time it was aired on Disney Plus, and so maybe there's a learning curve there on that. Yeah, the 4 songs that Dave Matthews Band did as a medley were Ants Marching, Crash Into Me, So Much to Say and Too Much. And all 4 of those songs jammed into one song, for me, doesn't quite work.
Okay. All right. Well, it's in the books, and the nominees are now the inductees. And so we'll see the edited version of that. And like Steve was saying, I think they kind of clean up the audio a little bit.
They do, yeah.
Which will be out on January 1st. So I'll be able to see that. So, but anyhow, thought we would present that to you. We do need to take a break because we have a guest coming up here in a little while.
Yes.
Mr. Barry Bostwick is going to be joining us. You may know him as, he's been in tons of stuff, but Brad from Rocky Horror Picture Show, there's a local screening of that for its 49th anniversary, and he will be in town for it. So we'll talk to him in a little bit. Come back in just a moment. Stay with us, please.
Preston and Steve.
The first time Zoe Kravitz and Channing Tatum met, she called him out for wearing Crocs. The 2 actors met while teaming up for Kravitz's directorial debut. Have you heard of this movie? It's called Pussy Island.
No.
Yeah.
I like it.
The Magic Mike star told Deadline, I totally loved Crocs for a hot second, and in one hang, she was like, you can't ever do that again. And I said, okay, fine.
Okay, so the bigger question is, what's the plot of Pussy Island?
I think it's not what you think it is. I think the name...
About vaginas?
It's not that.
Oh, okay.
It's something else. At least that's what I read a blurb. I didn't go into detail about it, but I heard it's not supposed to be vulgar.
Like Lord of the Buttholes.
There you go. It's pretty much the same story.
Yeah.
Yeah. Instead of the conch, they blow something else.
Exactly.
Right. Kravitz insists that she was just trying to be a good friend, adding, there are people out there who can pull off the Crocs thing. I just wasn't sure you were one of them.
Didn't we just hear, though, that the Crocs have come back into quasi-fashion?
Maybe, but I mean, if anybody could pull them off, it's Channing Tatum. You know, that guy can wear whatever he wants, and it'll be fashionable.
Marissa is scanning to find out the plot of Pussy Island, and I can't read that. It's too tiny. Hang on a second here. Frida is a young, clever Los Angeles cocktail waitress who has her eyes set on the prize, philanthropist and tech mogul Slater King.
Slater King.
When she skillfully maneuvers her way into King's inner circle and ultimately an intimate gathering on his private island. She's ready for a journey of a lifetime. Maybe it does mean pussy.
Is this kind of like a Jeffrey Epstein thing?
I don't know.
Impossible.
I do not know. What would it be harder to lick the inside of my ear or the inside of my belly?
No, belly button.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. How about butthole?
Just set. No.
Okay.
Oh my God, no.
Well, honestly, it's just a common thing. You ask anybody at work, would you mind licking my butthole? I'm sure that's being asked in every business. But I mean, that's just simply for a scientific test.
No, somebody recently told me that guys love that.
No,
that is incorrect.
Listen, there may be some that dig that.
No, I do not.
Yeah, no, we
She goes,
know why.
they'll go wild.
What?
No.
Who said that?
I swear to God.
Who?
All right, write it down.
Diane, your wife.
Oh, how dare. Because I thought it was Jerry. I thought it was your mom.
Yeah, your mom who won't let you eat gum out of a vending machine is encouraging you to toss people's salad.
When does it become that act?
We should call it a hobby. You should call it a blow hobby.
Well, no, but
yeah,
right.
And then maybe chicks will dig it more.
Let's use.
How about a hand hobby, please?
Let's use euphemisms if we're going to do that.
Feel free.
So, when is it stop being a handy and become a hand hobby?
Yeah.
When does it stop being a blowy and become a blow hobby?
I think they're both the same.
Well,
No, I know what you're saying. You're saying when it stops becoming
It's
a
like
job,
anal sex
right?
hobby.
You don't want it to be a job.
correct. But Well, crap.
All right, never mind.
I can't do it.
We're never gonna be able to get into the meeting.
It's a nuance that we can't.
So you're.
Are you talking about finishing?
Yes.
I thought
well,
you were talking
always
about.
should finish any job you start.
Thank you.
I thought you were talking
Let's
about.
put a button in it right there.
My parents always taught me that.
Finish every job.
You don't quit in the middle. This I do know. YoPlay, the yogurt company, has now introduced a yogurt they call Gushers. Yeah,
man.
Well, that's a candy, right?
It was.
Yeah.
I believe.
Well, not
right?
a candy.
It was a gum.
No, it was like a fruit.
Peter North, and I'm very excited about a new product line from YoPlay called Gushers.
It was,
I've been part of the R&D on this product for quite a long time.
Oh my god!
It was like a fruit snack, right?
Yeah, that's what I thought.
And for ladies, squirters.
Oh my god.
Pizza Hut seems to be trying to bring in new customers by reviving old menu items, and the latest is what they call the Edge. Part of the chain's nostalgia campaign.
My name is Bono, and I'd like to introduce a new pizza sensation to you. It's called The Edge. Some people say this is a revolutionary pizza, but it's not. It's a pizza that's been here before, probably in your own big fat belly. Remember what we say here, avoid the noid.
That's Domino's. This is Pizza Hut. All right, so it's called the Edge, and
it's called the Edge.
Pizza Hut considers the Edge. It was first introduced in 1997, and they call the Edge a tavern-style pizza.
Oh yeah.
It's cut into 16 squares and comes in a cracker-thin crust.
I remember this.
Geometrically perfect and a taste sensation that'll rock your world.
And it will be available at participating Pizza Hut locations.
Order now and receive a mid-sized Coke.
Mid-size.
It'll be available at participating locations nationwide for about $13.
So I did Pizza Hut just not that actually that long ago. It was probably during Lent, and I did it because we had been talking about it. I'm like, I haven't.
You're a man of faith.
Well, I hadn't had a Pizza Hut pizza in a long time, so I ended up getting a regular pizza, and then I got the stuffed crust pizza. And I know that you guys are all out on stuffed crust. I thought the stuffed crust was.
You're a filthy animal.
I know, but I thought it was markedly better.
I'm not out on stuffed crust, but I just don't order it. You know what I
Too
mean?
much.
I know, and I
Why don't they just take a fire hose and spray cheese on you as you come in?
Right.
So this pizza, looking at it, I'm glad thin crust has kind of made its way around the country because I grew up in St. Louis. This pizza called the Emos. You guys know I've talked about it for years. That's what it is. It's just thin crust pizza.
Version of the Edge.
It's cut in squares. That's the way they've always cut it, and it's been since I was a baby. Essentially that I've had that. So
suckling at your mother's teeth.
I prefer this type of pizza. I'm glad that it's made its way around.
And so I don't actually ever remember this as a menu item. So
I don't
you
remember
guys,
this from Pizza Hut either, Steve.
I do.
I remember Domino's.
You do?
I do remember this, yeah, and I remember it because of like the way that they were able to cram as much pizza on as thin a crust as possible and get it all the way to the edge. Hence the name.
Well, this was kind of like you said, 97, right?
Yeah.
So like that was past at least my Pizza Hut days. I think the last time I had Pizza Hut, I was in like middle school.
You were not in college or ordering pizza?
Was the time at downtown Julie Brown.
Wubba, wubba, wubba.
No, Nick, you know.
Wubba wubba was the battle cry as they took to the pizzas. And the ovens flamed with the fires of edginess.
Wubba, wubba.
So Nick, we had like the famous like pizza restaurant that we would go to in Westchester.
What famous pizza restaurant was it?
More's, I think it was called.
That's Amores. It's love.
We had Oips.
College towns always have the the local pizza joints.
Yeah,
It's fantastic. The one at University of Missouri was Shakespeare's, and it was outstanding.
Original Italian pizza, Oips. Everybody ordered.
Oips?
Yeah, original Italian pizza is what that stood for, and that was the college town pizza. Yeah, so but you wouldn't order from OIP. You'd from Oips. That's
I like
Oips.
that. Yeah.
All right, let me move on to something else. You had mentioned your mustard, Nick.
Yes.
You may want to try that on watermelon. It's the latest thing that people have been sampling. Lizzo kind of made a big deal about it on TikTok. So she had She made a video of her doing some funny TikTok things where there's some edits and all of a sudden the watermelon appears and so on.
So this to me, Preston, seems like the old thing of putting salt on watermelon.
Yeah, I grew up putting salt on watermelon. I don't do it anymore.
Yeah.
But they had said it was to bring out the sweetness by adding the salt. And
I heard that on cantaloupe. Honeydew.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Same thing. Same thing. Kids.
Yeah, and I like them.
Any melon will do.
So here's the thing.
Doesn't matter if it's a cantaloupe or a honeydew or a cassava. Any melon covered in salt will bring out the sweetness of the savory. Living together on one melon the way we should all live together.
Now people are trying mustard.
Now they're trying mustard just like Lizzo.
Yeah, so, but the jury's out on whether she thought it was good or not. So she had called it, is it bussin' or disgusting?
Is it bussin' or disgusting?
But she never really...
Is it bussin' or disgusting?
In this video said whether it was bussin' or disgusting, so...
No, she doesn't. And I think, so the common thing of like sea salt and caramel.
Yes.
So to me, that does work. And some things that I thought would never work do work. I don't know about the watermelon and the mustard. It just seems to be too combating.
Yep.
I'm tying it into the previous conversation. We used to do mustard on pizza.
Okay. I can see that.
Why did
I don't
you do
know.
that?
I'm not sure. Somebody.
Ranch dressing, Kathy.
Ew, no. That's just
You
for
said,
the,
"Ooh, no,"
that's
but
for
you
the
put-
crust, right? Or the whole pizza.
You could do the whole pizza.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah,
should-
I know.
we
I
should have
said,
gotten
ew, no,
watermelon.
yet I put mustard on pizza. Sorry.
We should have taste tested this.
Casey, when's the last time you've had ranch
Ranch-
dressing on pizza?
It's been a while.
been a while?
At least 2 or 3 days.
Okay. All right.
Do we have something that could approximate a melon and put some mustard on it?
Wait, I might. Let me see if I have.
Do you keep a melon in your desk drawer?
I might have
Kathy
watermelon.
brings a ton of fruit every day, remember?
Oh,
She brings a
can we try
giant
that?
fruit salad.
Yes.
Go see if you have watermelon.
Yummy, yummy.
We'll try it.
Let's get it.
I'm sure
Kathy rises to the challenge.
there's got to be mustard in the fridge.
Yes.
Connor, can you go look in the fridge and see if there's any mustard?
Let's try it.
Or Marissa's already on her way. But yeah, I got to believe no matter what, it's not good. And this is just a thing that people have done to make you eat mustard on
Preston,
watermelon. Here, try this.
People are eating Tide Pods, so you have to take everything with a grain of salt.
Here's a text. Somebody says, my husband always puts pepper on his cantaloupe.
What?
Interesting.
What, in prison?
No.
Oh.
But I've had, you know what? I've had fruit in salads before, and you put pepper. Like, there's strawberry salads and things like that.
Do you know what I
Pepper
do?
on that.
So, and it's a weird. So, Honey Grow, I do the like a sesame noodle. Whatever they call it. It's a salad, I guess it is.
Okay.
But pineapple in that.
Mm-hmm.
So something, pineapple and sesame and a sesame sauce work together really well.
I could see that work. Sometimes when you have like a teriyaki dish.
Yes,
there'll be
exactly.
pineapple in that.
That's the same thing.
Sesame oil in usually in that. So that'll play along.
It's great.
Let's see if Kathy is.
Share for melons. Where's Kathy's melons?
Hang on. Here we go.
They're usually on display.
I mean that in a non-sexual way. And the way she has a 44-pound.
We got it.
We do.
So you got watermelon. So we can try this. Should I just hold off until we get
Hold
to this?
off.
All right. Because
Hold.
now we're in Braveheart.
Yeah, there we go. I got you.
Freedom! Do you want to live in chains, or do you want to live with salt on your watermelon? Ah!
Mustard.
my God.
It's a Friday.
It is a Friday. Isn't it?
I know. Wow.
Well, now I want to go watch Braveheart.
I think they actually
They're making love.
They're pounding the actual mustard seeds right
Pounding
now.
the mustard seeds. Pounding them out. 1 mustard seed. 2 mustard seeds.
Slapping them down.
Slapping them down. Slap at the base.
Now we've gone to I Love You Man.
Yes.
All right.
Here we go.
Wow, they eat plates and
I don't want it. I don't want to have
I will
dip
try
in.
it.
You don't want to? Oh, yes.
I'm chewing tobacco, so I'm just trying to be healthy, guys.
Thank you, Marissa. That's
I don't
right.
want to sully the taste of the tobacco.
All right, so we each have a small piece of watermelon, and we have a little dollop of mustard.
Do a dollop.
Is this regular yellow mustard, Marissa? All right.
Wait. Don't
What?
do it. Oh, I want to do a countdown. I want to get everybody ready.
Okay.
Oh, we're all going to do it at the same time?
Yeah,
Just like they do in a temple.
I'm going first. I'm sorry. You guys, hang on. That way I can talk while you guys are chewing.
All right. In 3.
1, 2, 3.
That's disgusting.
Yeah, you're not a fan? All right.
That's horrible. There's nothing appealing about that at all. Not in the slightest.
Well, maybe it was the mustard. Get different mustard.
No.
No?
No. It doesn't belong on watermelon. Kathy?
I do love mustard, though.
I don't mind
And
it.
I like watermelon.
I think it's two separate things that I like,
I
but
agree.
I don't have the reaction that you have that it was disgusting.
I think it has to be marketed as two great tastes that are horrible together.
There you go.
Wait, didn't your son make you like a peanut butter and tuna fish sandwich once because he knew that you liked both?
No, it was Gadzooks ice cream and shrimp. They were two of his favorite things, and he said they must taste great together. I let him learn that one on his own. Dogs can get sunburn.
Yep, like people, dogs exposed to too much sun can develop some skin cancers and things like that, and you'll see their skin will actually get a little bit pink or red.
Yeah, so Fozzie was looking all majestic and just laying in the driveway yesterday. I did not, Steve.
What'd you say?
You made love to him, too.
He's big enough. You could.
No, that's Reggie.
Reggie's the larger one.
Fozzie, I would split in half.
Case and jeez.
Oh my God.
Oh, why did I say that?
I sent you down that path, didn't I? And now you're thinking about banging your dog.
Connor's face in the other room. He's like, oh my God. Wow.
Yikes.
Okay.
God damn, that dog's looking good.
Oh my God.
You know what? Okay, I'm going to bring this up because I don't know when I'll have another opportunity to do so. But Stevie sent me this.
Fancy boy.
You sent me this article about the best. This just in: Barry Bostwick will not be joining us this morning.
You got what?
I think he's in the air as we speak right now.
Okay, he wasn't supposed to be.
He was not.
All righty then.
Hey, can I give a congratulatory shout out to a gentleman named Walt. Walt heard us at the Subaru live broadcast on Thursday, and he went and bought himself a Subaru from Rafferty Subaru on
That's awesome.
Friday or Saturday. But he is now a proud owner of a 2024 Crosstrek Wilderness. So a big shout out goes out to not only Walt, but his girl's name is Kathy, and then also Andre, who sold them the car.
You know, it's cool. I hear Walt is very savvy with ceiling fans.
Yeah.
Now, do we get commission on that sale?
We should, right?
I was just wondering.
Yeah, something. All right. Well, I got some stuff to talk about, if you will. Number one, today's Back to the Future Day. Yeah, October 21st is Back to the Future Day. Was this the when
November 5th, 1955 is when they went back.
Maybe this is when the movie opened.
No, it has something to do with one of the dates that he plugs in.
Does it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Does it?
Sorry,
it
I
explains
didn't.
some further. Well, you were caught off guard because of Barry Bostwick.
I know. I didn't do the research as to see why.
You don't have to.
Back to the Future 2, he goes to October 21, 2015.
Back to the Future 2?
Yeah,
That doesn't count.
Well, he punches it in at the end of Back to the Future 1 when they take off.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay.
So
Where we're going, you don't need roads.
And that's when literally says Back to the Future at the very, very end. Okay.
Yeah, we're doing a second one.
I've told this story before, but we went and saw Back to the Future 2 in the Gateway Shopping Center. There was a movie theater there that eventually burned down under mysterious circumstances.
I did it.
And we went. I took my friend Bobby Mahanti to go see that movie, and Bobby and me and Ken and one other guy. Bobby had not seen Back to the Future 1.
Oh, stop it. There was nothing that happens in that movie does not have a direct tie to the first one.
And Steve, we're walking in, we're standing in line at Gateway Shopping Center, and he's like, so, what was this? What was the first one about? Because the first one came out in, 85, right?
Yeah.
I think?
Yeah.
And the second one was several years later, 89, 90, something like that.
The first one is just put in the 50s.
And it was like,
Second one.
we're explaining the entire plot of Back to the Future 1 before going to see Back to the Future 2 to Bobby Mahanti.
That's bad.
I know.
You can't know.
I know.
You are ruining. So there's a certain point where you if you've like Kathy with watching the last episode of the first season of The Bear first.
Yeah, that was great.
There's certain thing I mean, not that there's a pivotal, not a pivotal, but an important discovery that takes place at that end.
Yeah.
And so yes,
I'm trying to think if I've ever seen a sequel before I saw the original. And I think I did one time a part of a movie. I saw the Sisterhood of the Traveling Pants too.
Okay. And you never saw the first one?
No, I had no idea.
I don't think it didn't.
I tuned in
It's
and I saw
probably-
Blake Lively, and I'm like, I'm in.
Yeah.
I'm in for a little while.
down.
Well, I told you guys when I rented the Deer Hunter when I was in college.
Yeah. It was on 2 video cassettes.
They gave me the second video cassette without, and so I couldn't follow what was going on in the movie, and then the dude blows his head off. I was wait, what? Why is this revered so,
It's about a bunch of vets that relocate to a Pennsylvania mining town.
Yeah.
I've mentioned this before, but Major League 2 was like a new movie to me. Like I had no idea the Major League 1.
Really?
Yeah. So because it was a little more modern. I think there was a pretty long time between the two, right?
I don't know, but I also don't think that it even that's one that it doesn't really matter. Yeah.
You could
kind of.
You could jump in. I think you could take, for example, Godfather 2, hit the ground running, and know that it's a mob movie, and you could piece it together. There
There's
are
only
ones
5 years between the two.
Okay. Well, that makes
1 and
sense
2.
because I love that movie, and you guys aren't big fans of it.
Major League 2? No, I didn't like it at all.
Yeah. But it was new to me because I had never seen the first one, so I had no attachment to that one.
Okay.
But when I
could see
saw
that.
it, and it made me love 3 too.
I didn't even know there was
Oh
a
my
day.
God, it's so bad.
Well, it depends on where you jump into the whole thing.
What about Meatballs 2, Casey? Did that tie into the first movie at all?
No, but you know what?
I know you revere that movie.
I never saw Meatballs 1, and I've only
I saw Meatballs 1 in the theater.
Wow.
Yeah.
I think I've seen Meatballs 1 since seeing Meatballs 2, but I did see Meatballs 2 first.
Now, they didn't have the alien in the first one.
No.
Meathead.
The alien one was no Meathead.
I don't remember what his
It's
name.
like when they so titanically screw up, like Caddyshack 2.
Oh, my God.
One of the now, mind you,
Yeah.
you had cast members that refused to be a part of it that helped screw it up. But I mean, loved Jackie Mason, but
He's no Ronnie Dangerfield.
No.
Oh, you know what? Somebody texted this in. I saw Aliens before I saw Alien.
Oh.
And that was, I think, had to do with my age. And Aliens, the sequel, got such rave reviews. And Steve, I remember being scared of my mind. But I love that movie, and I think I love Aliens more than Alien.
There's a camp. Both are classics and masterpieces. I could fall that way as well.
I need to address this text message. It says, wait, there's a Deer Hunter Part 2?
No.
No, there is not. Back in the day when you would rent from, say, Blockbuster, the video stores, the longer films would sometimes come on 2 cassette tapes.
Yes.
They just didn't have enough space on 1 cassette tape. So Casey watched the second one first, the second half of the movie, essentially, first. There was not a Deer Hunter Part 2 Electric Boogaloo, as far as I know.
It was the same guy who did that.
We
to
got to
me.
get them to do a breakdance.
I wonder if he did that on purpose because my buddy in college, he worked at the West Coast Video. And there was one time where he gave me the videotape for Deer Hunter. And then there's another time because that West Coast Video had a porn section. And I grabbed a movie and I put it on the counter. And then I went back and I shopped a little bit more. And while I did that, he switched to porn movies and he gave me a gay porn movie. And I go back to my room and I'm going to go watch it. And these 2 people enter the scene. And the one guy seemed...
Wait, they're both pizza delivery guys.
He was he had very soft features, so I thought maybe, okay, maybe this is a girl. I don't. And then when they both took their clothes off, I was like, dude, there's 2 penises there.
Pants are off for anything.
So they had a porn in this particular.
At that one, it was in the Collegeville Shopping Center. Yeah,
that was a rarity.
Very rare.
You would have to go to a no pun intended, like a mom and pop place.
Blockbuster?
No, that was a West Coast Video.
West Coast Video. Okay.
Not the norm.
No. Here's a text that says, first Harry Potter movie I saw was the 6th one. Never read the books either, so I didn't get why everybody was so upset at the end. Yes, it could. They get a little dark. All right, so anyhow, it's Back to the Future Day. Just a heads up on that in case you wanted to celebrate in one form or another. Let me see here. Do I want to go to these calls or should we move on? I do have a couple of other things. Let me go to this one real quick. I'm going to go to Lori. Hey, Lori, good morning.
Hey, bitches.
Hey, what? What's up, Lori?
So I saw Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade first because I was only 9 when it came out. So I didn't get to see the other ones. I was too young.
So you started with the last.
Yeah, I started with the last one and went back and then saw the other two.
You could watch those without.
You could get them. They're
I wasn't allowed.
No. I'm not saying that. I'm saying you could watch 3 and not be lost.
True. Yes.
You might lose a little bit of the
bit.
fun and the references, and like, for example, when he gets his hat and he get, all that stuff is very cool. But you could definitely do that. The movies like the John Wick movies it doesn't matter where you jump and you're going to get what the deal is. Though number 2 is directly seconds after the first one ends.
The only Marvel movie that my wife has ever watched is
number 2 to 3.
Black Panther.
Oh, the only Marvel movie she's ever watched is Black Panther?
Oh, I think that's the only one my parents have seen, and they saw it because we took Ben to the theater to see it. My parents had nothing to do, and so that's funny. I'm pretty sure that's the only Marvel movie my parents have seen as well.
Wow.
Oh, interesting. Diane's not into the Marvel stuff at all. Did she like Black Panther, though?
She did.
Okay.
And it kind of stands on its own. I mean, obviously there are connections to other Marvel characters in the beginning and in the end or whatever, but it's a standalone movie.
Yeah.
All right, so Back to the Future Day. This is another thing I wanted to mention in case you were not aware. What's that?
Are you the another thinger?
I'm not the another thinger. I forgot we did do that.
Yeah.
And we were using, you got another thing coming for that?
Oh, that's right.
Or
listen, they were only in this predicament because of Barry Bostwick.
And we actually need a better sting than our another thing coming thing. We tried it out and I didn't really care for it.
All right, so let's just do Totally Presbo for now, and then
we just did Totally Presbo. The stream of consciousness.
All right, well, anyhow, Philadelphia is getting a portal.
Yeah.
A viral round art installation with a 2-way, all hours live stream. The portal, which was previously hosted in the Flatiron Plaza in New York City, is relocating here for its new home. It will be open sometime this week or next week and connect with identical portals in multiple countries through a 24/7 live stream. Crews were spotted Friday night setting up the porthole on sculpture in Love Park.
I love the way this thing looks because it looks like Stargate.
Yeah.
And it literally looks like something that you could jump through and be in another area.
Yeah.
They also have it framed and scaled so that people watching on one side look about the size of the people on the other side. So it's not like you're watching it has that portal appearance.
Okay, I need a little more explanation. What's the point?
It's basically a live feed so that you are, so it's an art installation.
Okay.
So that's all I did. But you are able to, there'll be people in Ireland standing and you'll see them on the screen and they'll see you there.
Do you talk to them or no?
That
they
I don't know.
Talk, but you will be able to, if you wave someone like that, it's like they're standing right there in front of you and they can wave back. It's live. It's instantaneous. So it's to do this just interaction of across a great distance.
Yeah.
As if you're standing right next to each other.
Like, will we just see one other city or there'll be multiple?
Well, right now, one. I think they'll do one at a time.
Yeah.
But yes, there will. They're saying there's potential to be multiple cities.
So it's just Philly to Ireland?
No, it's Philly to Bryn Mawr.
No, which is a distance anyway. It will be, I believe, Dublin. To start with.
So Philly to Dublin.
I would have loved for it to be the antipode, right? So somewhere in Australia where it's like directly on the other side.
That's a good idea.
Yeah.
We're on the but people would be asleep, or you know what I mean.
Wake up!
That would be the difference.
Wake up!
12 hours, and it would be tough. Yeah. So, but I do like that case.
Yeah.
That's called an antipode.
Antipode.
Okay.
If I'm saying it right.
Mm-hmm. So in 2021, the first portals created by Lithuanian artist and entrepreneur Benediktas Gilis opened, connecting Vilnius, Lithuania, and Lublin, Poland. Then in 2024, they had the one in New York City. To Ireland in Dublin in Ireland, and the art installation garnered a lot of attention because it had temporarily shut down due to people's inappropriate behavior.
Yeah, there was a lot of flashing and there was some nudity going on.
Yeah, and people were doing drugs and stuff like that. But they have changed it.
You can't do that now, right?
Well, they will have AI technology that will censor any obscene gestures. And also, we had heard that it was broken already, that it was cracked.
Yeah.
And we thought maybe somebody threw something at it or something like that. It was broken upon its delivery.
Shipping, yeah.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
So they installed a broken portal.
Right, yeah.
Cool.
So
well, that's par for our course.
Thanks.
We're the ones that beat up the robot,
Hitchbot?
Hitchbot, yeah.
That's what it was called.
So it's supposed to open tomorrow at 10 a.m. after a press conference, and it will be linked to Dublin.
Now, you see something like this, and your mind goes to what if at some point, we have the ability for teleportation like that. You step through and you're, halfway around the world or whatever.
Yeah. That'd be
and you
amazing.
can do all the flashing you want.
Yeah. So there's a press conference that's going to reveal the other cities as well that Portal will be connected to. So
I wonder if you encounter somebody, like somebody that you are smitten with, say, or you're just by smiling or whatever, or you writing messages. I'm sure that's had to have happened.
Connect, maybe.
Yeah, you put up. Can you put up your email address? Could you? You could hold up a sign, I'm sure, right?
I'm wondering if they'll allow personal information like that.
What about like a QR code to your dating app, Steve?
Yeah, right.
I saw a girl do that outside of the Eagles game or Phillies game, something recently, and she literally had made up a sign. And I'm pretty sure it was a Phillies game. Anyway, she said "Go Phils," and then had her QR code that linked to her
That's brilliant.
Tinder app or whatever it was. And so you could hold that up on, you could hold it up for PrestonandSteve.com.
If this is a success, Preston, and this is the long-term plan, they will go ahead with butthole.
I was hoping that. Yes, that a butthole, it would look like a sphincter. And maybe you could squeeze.
Well, they should put it in Butte, Montana.
Yeah.
I assume you could also... like if you know someone who lives in Dublin or wherever they might be looking at, to call them.
Go see me, yeah.
And we'll meet
and talk to them.
Time and we'll wave to each other.
Yeah, but I mean, if you're on the phone.
Or I could just FaceTime you.
Yeah.
It's pretty much the same thing, right?
There is something unifying, hopefully, about this. Or it's the worst thing ever.
Yeah, we'll find out. But it's underway and will be apparently
down there?
operational tomorrow.
I think so. Maybe see if we can.
Who do we send down now?
I know.
There's nobody left.
No one.
There's nobody left here.
There's actually tumbleweeds in the hallways here.
Send Huey.
Our mailroom?
Still one left.
I was going to... Anybody that works in our mailroom or our receptionist, any of those people.
Yeah, right. All right.
HR department.
Let's go somewhere else.
Okay.
All right. Are we doing Totally Presbo or Stream of Consciousness?
Totally Stream of Consciousness.
Yeah, let's do that. Steve, I mentioned this to you. It has to do with travel predictions for Expedia.
Yes.
They have reported their they have their annual report based on the bookings through Expedia and also Hotels.com and Vrbo. Is it Vrbo?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. As well as responses from 25,000 consumers. And along this, Steve, was the thing I told you about going to locations that are similar to popular spots, but are maybe less expensive for you.
So, for example, to draw a parallel, if you don't want to go to Vegas, you could go to Reno.
Yes.
Similar, right?
Yeah,
Right.
exactly, along those lines. So I can start with that, but there's some other things that they found out, too, about some trends. But I thought this was interesting. They call this a destination dupe, referring to places that have a similar look and feel to a more expensive location. They were hugely popular this year, but next year travelers won't be skipping those destinations. They'll be adding another locale as a day trip detour. So here are the top 5 trending detour dupes.
I want to hear this.
So instead of Paris, a detour from Paris would be...
Paris, Texas?
No. Nick, R-E-I-M-S. France. Ram?
Yeah, it's the capital of the Champagne region.
Oh, okay.
And it's a beautiful city. And Kathy, lots of champagne there.
Ooh.
So, but very similar in vibe?
The thing about Paris, and I'm lucky enough to have been there several times, is that it's massive. It's like New York City or LA. It's sprawling. And it's difficult to cover all of it. So if you want to go to Paris, and you want to see a lot of it, you need several days. You can cover a lot of ground in a few days.
So you know what? You mentioned that about cities of that size, like even New York, which is essentially in our backyard here, Manhattan, all that. I don't like going there because there's too much. What exactly am I gonna do if I'm gonna go to a Broadway show? Yeah, I get that, but there's a gazillion things to do. It's too much to
and it's a pain in the ass. And there's a quarter of a zillion people sweating on each other and pissing in the alleyway.
That's why Philadelphia is a much better option.
Yeah, we piss less.
Yeah, or Boston or something like that. All right, how about this? Brescia, Italy.
Brescia
is a detour from Milan.
Ah.
And it's
So
spelled
if you don't want to go to Milan, you go to Brescia.
Brescia. I assume that's how it's
I'm
pronounced.
going to Milan in March.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
You are?
Yeah.
For what?
Yeah, for rugby.
You play rugby?
I don't, but my son does.
Oh,
and
this
they're
makes
doing
sense.
a tour there.
A detour from Cancun would be Cozumel, Mexico.
Oh yeah, I want to get there.
Yeah?
That's an island right off of Cancun, and
How do you get there? Do you have to fly into Cancun
you
and
do.
then
the shuttle? I
ferry?
think, and maybe they have
ferry.
like a small airport there, but yeah, you have to fly to Cancun first.
It's very Cancun-y. Very party.
You've been to Cozumel?
Yeah, we took like a day trip there when we were in Cancun.
And it's very party.
I mean, at least where they took us. Yeah, like it was It was just Cancun, but it was called Cozumel.
There's not an airport though, right? You do have to take a boat.
Well, Nick, we did because we were staying in Cancun. So
Okay.
They'll fly you there if you're staying there?
A day flight.
Yeah, well, no, no. We took the ferry. Like
Oh,
it was a day trip. So yeah, I mean that's how we got there. I don't think you can fly there, but I'm not positive.
How long is a ferry ride?
I don't know. I was drunk. I don't remember.
How
Did
I'm
have
just
you
being
been
honest.
on this boat?
Did they serve drinks on the boat?
Yes,
Damn
right.
right.
They serve drinks everywhere.
Yeah, they do.
I'm from Bucks County, Philadelphia.
My cousin almost drowned. We were like, okay, I think it's time to go home.
Did you get one of those necklaces that was a shot glass?
No, the guys just were holding the shots in their mouth and pouring it down into our mouths.
I've done that in Mexico, too.
Yeah, of course.
Me too. Paula.
Insane.
I think I'm pregnant.
Instead of going to Los Angeles, you can go to Santa Barbara, California. Santa Barbara looks beautiful. Case, you've been there, right?
Never.
I've been, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, it's
It
much
is
nicer.
lovely. It's lovely.
Is it an island?
No.
Just a town?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's about like an hour and a half north, and yeah, Steve's right. It's much nicer than L.A. And L.A. is just sprawling. It's so massive. When you fly into Los Angeles, you start to see the city, and then an hour later, your plane lands.
The funny part
it keeps
is-
going
Yes.
and going
No, you're
and
right.
going.
Yeah.
When you start to see, we're here.
Nope.
No, you got a
little
long way to go still flying.
And the part that you see, which is the high-rise buildings that to many people represents L.A., there's nothing there. It's all,
Oh, downtown LA
it's
is
nothing.
not much to it.
It's crap.
But it is sprawling.
Yeah.
Santa Barbara, extremely wealthy, right?
Yeah, that's where Mark Summers lives, and Oprah has a house up that way.
Yeah.
And the Royals, Prince Harry and Meghan Markle, they live there.
And then the last one on this list is instead of Auckland, New Zealand, Waikato, New Zealand.
Waikato.
Yeah. So there you go.
All right, not
I don't
familiar
know
with that. I
anything
do
about
want to
that.
go to New Zealand, though, but the main driving force of that would be to visit Hoppentown.
Here's one. Let's see. There's a couple of other trends that they're recommending or that they're saying are going to be out and about in 2025. There is, hang on a second, the goods getaways. It says the online booking site reports that travelers would be making extra space in their luggage and even taking entire vacations centered on getting goods, like that viral chocolate bar from Dubai or skincare from South Korea. Korea.
My wife just mentioned this to me yesterday. She showed me a video of a restaurant that is on a floating restaurant on the Thames that is everything is cheese. They serve, it is the most incredible collection of cheese. And she goes, we have to do this. So that
okay.
would be a destination for something like this.
A goods getaway.
Right.
You go in there for...
Is there anything that would be of a goods getaway that you might want to participate in? Here's the cheese boat that my wife is talking about.
Nothing comes to mind immediately, but when I hear stuff like that, I'm like, ooh, that's a good idea.
Cheese.
You know, so
cheese.
Yeah.
All-inclusives are hot right now and will be next year.
All the cheese you can handle, bro.
Says they're popular thanks in part to financially savvy younger consumers who want luxury stays and stress-free, nothing to think about convenience.
The only all-inclusive I've ever done was with you guys when we did the mystery trip to Cancun or Jamaica.
Well, we did Tulum and we did Jamaica.
yeah.
Those are both all-inclusive.
Okay, then so both of those. So those are the only times I've ever done it. And man, it's
pretty
really
great,
convenient.
right?
Like not having to worry about paying for anything ever that's nice.
Anything.
Yeah.
And of course, the continuous joke was, I got it. This is me. This is on me.
I got this round.
Expedia has seen a 60% high spike in the use of all-inclusive filter over the last year or so.
Well, sometimes you can get, and if you get the right deal and a good enough deal, then it can be cost effective to do that.
There's another thing called set jetting.
Set jetting.
Yeah, this trend of traveling to locations featured in movies and shows became popular in 2023.
So you go to visit a former movie set?
Well,
or location?
So place that's been inspired, like they call it the White Lotus effect.
Oh, I see.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, ooh, I want to go there. You know, where they filmed that.
I've always wanted to go to St. Michael's because of Wedding Crashers.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Where the family's home is.
Yeah.
The Lake Como is featured in both the Phantom Menace and Casino Royale. The Daniel Craig version is gorgeous.
So they said that in 2025, popular set jetting destinations will be inspired by reality shows like The Real Housewives of Dubai and The Traitors. And I don't know what The Traitors is all about.
I'm not a big fan of Dubai. I prefer Abu Dhabi.
You do prefer Abu Dhabi because they love the Flintstones there.
The people of Dubai don't, but the Abu Dhabi do.
Yeah. And then the last one on this list is the phenomena list.
Phenomena.
After the total solar eclipse sparked tons of travel along the path of totality, Expedia expects travel for natural phenomena will be popular. Here are some of the natural events in 2025.
So this is linear to another thing that my wife wants to do, and I want to put it together and go on it with her, which is a trip to. She's a big fan of ancient aliens, and to go to these ancient sites that are apparently figure into a lot of that lore and myth. And I did some checking, and there are now travel companies that will take you to some of these sites, like Machu Picchu.
So here are the top ones of 2025. The Black Sun Starlings migration will happen at Wadensee National Park in Denmark.
That's your trip, Kathy. You love birds.
The bioluminescent plankton in Vero Beach, Florida. Penguin Parade, Phillip Island near Melbourne, Australia.
The marching bands are amazing.
The synchronous firefly season.
Wow.
Will be the Great Smoky Mountains in Gatlinburg, Tennessee.
How synchronous are they? Can they spell your name out?
That's a good question. Be like a drone show. Yeah. Man, if you've ever seen like a huge field of lightning bugs, fireflies, or whatever you want to call them, it's pretty damn amazing.
It's otherworldly.
Yeah.
It's Avatarian.
And then the last one on this list is the International Dark Sky Park at Arches National Park.
I know a place where the sky is dark at night.
Well, like less light pollution.
Oh.
So for night sky photography, there's a Cherry Springs State Park up in north central Pennsylvania. And Arches, people go there to do night photography because sometimes you'll get the moon shining on the arch and really cool night photos.
They say that the stars at night are big and bright.
Deep in the heart of Texas.
Thank you. So that's what Expedia has revealed for travel trends of 2025.
I like that.
You are
to give you options. You know, just because it's not something that is the obvious default go-to, do some exploration. Find out these smaller towns, you know.
Yeah.
You might just be surprised.
Is there a tour, speaking of the set location thing, the set jetting, is there a tour of the John Hughes homes in and around Chicago?
There is. So when we were in Chicago, I looked into several tours that do all of those movies. That's really what I wanted to do.
How many were there, Case?
You know what? But it was weird because it wasn't like a tour company. It was more like, hey,
personal.
Nick McElwain's going to come pick me up, and we're going to go do these things.
I want to see that the Home Alone house because it's so beautiful.
Or the planes, trains, and automobiles.
Yeah. Nick, Tours by Locals definitely does John Hughes tours. And that's just a local resident who will, like you said, Case, pick you up and take you around.
So, you know, for the Rocky week, the big celebration that's going to be taking place, they're actually going to do a Rocky tour of all the locations in the Rocky movies and Creed movies.
I love that. By the way, tying into traveling somewhere, and maybe bucket list destinations. You know, Marissa's been to Cuba. Did you guys see?
She's never been to Oklahoma.
But did you see the electricity went out in the entire country?
Did not see that. No,
the whole thing. So this is, in fact, I think it went out like 3 times. In fact, the entire island's population of 10 million people.
Was this on Saturday?
One of its main power plants failed. This is on Friday.
Okay, because I wasn't sure if maybe my ceiling fan had something to do with that. What'd you do?
Possible,
God.
It's like Clark flipping on. We got to put the extra grid on. So power outages have been chronic in Cuba for years and have worsened in recent months, but the situation was so critical in the past 3 days that the government took measures to keep the lights on.
You know, Preston, when the lights came back on, you could hear a woman screaming, My pearls.
On Thursday night, it announced schools would close and most state workers would stay home Friday in an effort to conserve energy. But that wasn't enough because by 11 a.m. on Friday, the entire
it's unbelievable.
country went out. Antonio Guterres Thermoelectric, the largest power plant, went offline, causing a grid failure.
Jeez.
And this has to do with overall...
ceiling fans?
No, this is not ceiling fans. Their supply, demand for electricity has gone up and the supply of oil has been greatly limited. Cuba's ally and main oil supplier, Venezuela, has decreased the amount of shipments it sends to the island. Oil shipments from other countries like Russia and Mexico have also been greatly diminished. Authorities said that they did not know how long it would take to reestablish power to the entire island, 10 million people.
What do you do when you kind of need it?
Yep.
And I'm sure that infrastructure is very old and brittle.
When you lose power at your house and it comes back on, you hear like things beeping, right?
Yes.
So I wonder if
I beep.
No, I was going to say countrywide, like everything just beeped at the same time.
So when our power goes off, we have an electronic dartboard.
Okay.
And it plays this little music piece when you power it on. And it's like not even on, but when the power goes out and comes back on, it automatically comes on. And we always hear this in the house.
It's almost like scary.
It's kind of like dun-dun-dun. But that's what I always think of when the power goes out.
I feel like something chirps. I feel like maybe it's the smoke detector or something like
Your
that.
electronic bird?
No, it's not an electronic bird, but I mean, so if that's happening.
Oh, like your Nest, smoke detectors or anything like that?
Yeah.
We have the Xfinity system at home, and
Right.
you'll get a coming back online sound.
Mm-hmm. So, all right. Well, anyhow, Cuba's out, man. They're having some serious issues.
Wait, did it come back on yet or no?
It came. I don't know what the situation is as of now, but it was going off and on over the course of the whole weekend.
I mean, if that happened here in the United States, where the power went out for the entire country all at once, like,
dude,
it would be mayhem.
Mayhem.
Oh yeah, yeah. It would
that's
be
a dirty bomb. That's what they talk about. You know?
But if there was no like nefarious things behind it, it wouldn't even matter.
Well, that's why those things are considered, a major, target or worth protecting from terrorism or something like that. Because if power grids go out, it is detrimental. I mean, if you think about the medical thing, if you want to talk about the first and foremost, the most important things.
What if you're halfway through a butt implant?
Yeah. Come on. Or if you just start, or you're playing a video game and you just got to the boss level.
Damn it! I just beat him.
Yeah.
So we got the generator, a while ago, and it runs off the gas line.
The Generac?
No. It is a Cornyn.
Okay.
There are 3 power grids in this country. There's Eastern United States, Western United States, and then Texas has its own.
Wow.
And there's a lot of people that are critical of that because if it were to go out or there were to be a dirty bomb or something like that, they are entirely reliant on their own power grid.
Yeah.
And, if a storm hits or something along those lines, they're kind of effed.
Yeah. They want to be their own country.
Yeah,
anyway,
they kind of do, yeah.
They definitely are working on that. So, all right, let's go somewhere else. Let's talk about public toilets for a moment, okay?
I love
it. On public toilets, you notice there is a U-shaped seat as opposed to the full circle seats that you find at home.
Right.
The general public has long speculated that the horseshoe shape could be for hygiene purposes so that you don't come into contact with someone else's bodily fluids or where their sensitive body parts have touched, or that urine might erode the porcelain. Some have even posited that the open front seat accommodates various body shapes and sizes that the closed seat cannot. Well, we have official information.
I think I know what it is. It's a slot to put your steering wheel?
Yes. Yeah, you put your steering wheel in there. Yeah.
You know that?
I also want to know, where's the official information coming from?
Hugo Aguilar, the Senior Vice President of Codes and Standards at the International Association of Plumbing and Mechanical Officials.
Okay.
Sounds authoritative to me.
All right.
Says that open front seats and elongated toilet bowls for public restrooms minimize the risk of the user coming into contact with possible contamination from a previous user. So it is that. It is exactly that. So, and it's oval shaped because of that too. Yeah. I mean, like a more elongated oval than your one at home.
So I've heard that the space, the opening in the not completely closed toilet seat was originally designed for women to dab the little private parts there.
This is a lot. I want to say so much here. Your private parts touch the toilet seat?
No. But someone's might.
Yeah. What I do is I kind of hoist them up and put them on the floor next to the...
If you are...
And no one's dabbing, Steve, on the toilet seat.
No. We don't rest it there or anything like that after we're done going pee-pee.
Hi, buddy.
But sometimes when
but
your
you could if you wanted to.
When your
little
dong
caddy
touches the porcelain, you're like, oh my God.
So good.
Like, I need to burn this whole thing down.
It's cold.
Oh, well, when you sit down and it's like warm, like you've just gone ass to ass on a toilet seat.
That's weird too. Kathy, you ever sit down on a freshly warm toilet seat?
I mean,
someone has just left that toilet
Somebody
seat.
just left it moments ago.
maybe in my own home, but no,
Right.
I don't think
I've said
made contact in any public.
Oh,
toilet.
yeah.
Do you ever lick the seat and you can't taste your own ass?
No, we've never done that. Do you guys use the ass gasket?
No.
I hate them.
it.
I hate them because people who use them and all their persnickety kind of nonsense leave said ass gasket on the toilet seat.
I hate that, but that's not the reason I don't use it. It just feels weird.
It feels weird. It also, it sticks to
You might
your
get
body.
poop on it, too.
Yeah, that too.
Wait, and most people put it on backwards.
Do they?
Yeah, I saw something that was like, hey, one of those I learned today that it's supposed to go this way.
Oh, interesting. So the uniform.
Wait. 1 second on that. What are you saying?
They put it on backwards.
Put it on backwards.
Okay, so it does have an opening area for the front.
So they put the closed part in the front, right?
Well, yeah, I mean, it's kind of all connected, but it's more connected on one side than the other.
Okay.
And so how you would think it goes, apparently it goes the other way.
So the less connected part goes to the front?
Goes to the back.
Oh, okay.
All right.
Yeah, I don't use it.
Thank you.
So the Uniform Plumbing Code explicitly states that toilets that are used by the public require the open front seats, and if they do not, they must at least have automatic seat cover dispensers. Not every state, however, follows the same plumbing regulations.
Have you ever been on one of those automatic seat covered toilet seats?
No.
Again, it does not feel right.
So the American Society of Plumbing Engineers explained the U-shaped seat. They said having an opening prevents a toilet seat from being contaminated, especially during urination. It was originally created so that, and it says here, Steve, so that Janes, women, could wipe more easily.
There you go.
This also prevents genital contact with the seat as well.
Yes, because the seat has genitals. You just can't
not
see
that.
them.
Not genital to genital, just genital to seat contact.
Yeah, that's we did years ago. There was a study that said the average toilet seat has less bacteria and germs than your kitchen counter.
Yes, and that's when I ate off of the toilet seat.
That's right.
Yep, it was good too.
Yeah.
Breakfast. All right, I got a couple other things here real quick that we have time for.
Totally Presbo.
So,
Hi, Presbo.
Axiom Space, a Houston-based company that arranges missions for private and national astronauts, announced that it has partnered with Prada to create the Axiom Extra Vehicle Mobility Unit spacesuit, which will be used for NASA's Artemis 3 mission. It is a Prada spacesuit.
Wow.
I love it.
Oh, well, then we got to have the devil wear spacesuits.
Yes. Style and function. The spacesuit is white with streaks of gray and red and has biometric monitoring, custom-made gloves and boots made to withstand lunar temperatures and rough terrain, and will look great in the boardroom and the bedrooms.
Yes.
I mean, listen, if you're going to space, you should have the best possible
some style.
suit.
Yeah.
To be honest, I'm looking at it, and it looks very much like...
Yeah.
I was hoping we'd get more closer to the 2001, a little bit more pared down so you don't have to carry a steamer trunk on your back.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, they still need all the life support.
Yeah.
You know, they're going to be out there for a while, so they need a lot to go with them. But yes, looking at it, it looks like the regular spacesuit, or at least the moon landing suits that we've come to known as. So it also, apparently it's supposed to withstand the lunar temperatures and rough terrain. It also features a helmet and visor to enhance the astronaut's view of their surroundings, along with an HD camera, lights, and advanced 4G LTE communication.
flattering lights because it's Prada.
Artemis 3 is scheduled to launch in 2026 and will mark humanity's first return to the lunar surface in more than 50 years. I can't wait
God,
for that.
I'm so excited, especially
too.
because, again, stop and think about it. Just what we're able to see now with camera technology, stuff that, we had set stock footage that we relied on for so long, the famous picture of the Earth from the lunar surface. Now think about what we're going to be able to get.
Yep.
Selfies on the moon.
So this will be in 2026. And
I might make that.
The mission will be the first time that humans explore the moon's south pole. So they are moving around a little bit.
I have a question about the atmosphere on the moon and if it would be possible to fly drones there. I don't know how that works.
So the Mars they had that helicopter that they had to compensate for. You wouldn't even need a spinning blade because of the gravity situation. All you need is something that was basically a small version of the LEM or that has, CO2.
Yeah, let me jump in there. I don't think there's any atmosphere at all.
Right.
Yeah. So there's no resistance.
Okay.
So there's no air. There's nothing for a blade to work against. So, but yet, and here's me talking out of my ass. Where's our guy from the Jet Propulsion?
Yeah, right. I'll text him.
But you know what I'm saying? Like
JPL.
a little basically a drone that it does not have props, but simply has little jets.
Yeah. So little chemical reactions that come out and could steer. But yeah, I would assume they could do something like that. Maybe get a little bit of more distance to be able to check things out.
When are they going to be there?
2026.
They want to get there to prove that they can throw a football over a mountain range.
We're sending Uncle Rico up there.
You got it.
Why not?
How much? That's classic footage of the golf drive on the moon.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's pretty cool. There's a great story behind that.
I'm not familiar. I'm just the basics.
So he was not supposed to do that. That was that Alan Shepard that did that? I think it was Alan Shepard that did it. So weight is everything when they are planning flights like that.
Right.
It's every little ounce adds up to fuel. Mm-hmm. And so he actually had one of the engineers retrofit a piece of equipment that was used for some surveying that they were going to do on the lunar surface, and he snuck in, I think it was a 7-iron club head that he was going to be able to screw onto this apparatus.
That's brilliant.
And I think he might have brought 3 golf balls, 2 or 3 with him, and so it was a total. He was not supposed to do it. And
have you guys ever seen that footage?
Yeah.
Famous.
Yeah, and he says the line miles and miles. But actually, probably went a few hundred yards, and that was about it. But it was pretty cool. It was Alan Shepard. Yeah, it's a great story. And in fact, they have that 7-iron at the USGA Museum, which is in New Jersey, and you can go see it if you want to. Yeah, it's pretty
That is cool.
Yep.
Yeah, love it.
If you want to kill a little bit more time, our buddy Rob Zellum, who works from NASA and used to work for Jet Propulsion Laboratory, he's going to call in a minute or two. We can ask him moon questions.
Yeah.
If you want.
Moon question.
Yeah. Well, why not?
Okay.
It's Preston and Steve's moon questions.
I wonder if they were involved in the suit.
They might have consulted. I don't think you'd want to call upon your most knowledgeable sources to put together something that is functional and fashionable.
I mean, Rob's area of expertise is exoplanets in other solar systems in other parts of this galaxy, and the fact that he listens to our show is mind-boggling. But he is literally, he's looking for planets that might be inhabitable in far off reaches of, stuff that we couldn't even imagine 20, 30 years ago or 100 years ago. And he's looking for these planets to see if at some point human life could exist in other solar systems.
And potential locations for Prada outlets.
Yes.
They just,
I mean, if we're going to go there, Steve.
They just sent a probe to Europa. It's going to take it like 6 years or something like that.
By the way, Europa,
Jupiter's moon.
in 2001 lore, is cited as the alien world.
Right.
Yes, because there's the most potential for some form of life to be there.
I'm glad you brought that up because I wanted to ask the guy the question about Europa. If that ended up being inhabitable, and since it's right there on, was it Jupiter?
Yep.
If they could use all the elements on Jupiter. Do you know what I mean? Like
to mine the elements?
Mine the elements on Jupiter.
So the universe and our solar system as a source of usable minerals and yeah, I mean, that's mining outer space basically for the stuff we need is definitely on the drawing board.
All right, we're going to Rob now. He's on the line. Hey, Rob, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. How's
Hey, Rob Zello. What is this? Oh, it's a moon song. Thank you. Rob, are you still with the Jet Propulsion Laboratory?
I'm actually now at NASA Goddard, which is out in Maryland. So I'm in Maryland right now.
Wow, you're smart.
Was that a promotion, or did you destroy a planet without knowing it?
Hopefully not the latter. Yeah. I got
Okay.
promotion.
First of all, is there any atmosphere on the moon, our moon, at all?
There's a very, very tenuous atmosphere, but it's pretty minimal.
Pretty minimal. Okay, so a drone wouldn't fly on there.
Probably not. Probably not.
Well, something that would be more akin to with little CO2 type jets or something like a drone-ish kind of vehicle. You could have something that would be akin to that, correct?
Yeah, I don't think anything like with fans necessarily, but maybe like a little jetpack. That'd be pretty awesome.
Yeah, okay. So there you go.
Yeah, Casey was curious if a standard drone would work on there or not.
To Casey's question, I don't know if you are aware of this information, but as far as mining elements from other planets, perhaps from the moon, does that present potential things to get here to Earth from the moon, minerals and such?
Yeah, not so much from the moon. People are generally talking about mining. It's more so like asteroids because there's a lot of heavy elements on them that are really, quite rare and really expensive and great to mine. So there's actually there was a mission to a asteroid called OSIRIS-REx that NASA launched and got a sample return from. And then there's another mission, I think, going to visit another asteroid that can actually be worth hundreds of billions or trillions of dollars or even more than that.
That was played out in the movie Don't Look Up, if you remember.
That's right, yes.
They realize, and spoiler alert here, that at the last minute it's worth a whole lot. And yeah, sure, maybe it'll destroy the planet, but, Okay, and then we were talking about this probe to Europa.
Europa Clipper.
Yeah, what's it called again?
Europa Clipper is the name of the mission.
And how long before we get any information back from that?
That takes a long time to get to Jupiter. I think its cruise phase is like 6 years. So that was just launched from the Cape a week ago.
Yeah.
On a Falcon 9 Heavy. I think it does a slingshot around the Earth for a gravity assist, and it takes like 6 years to get up to Jupiter, and then it'll be cruising around Europa for a few years, I believe. And as you mentioned earlier before, the reason why Europa is super exciting, and this is a cool tie-in to 2001, like Steve mentioned, is that Europa likely has a liquid water ocean underneath its icy surface. So it's kind of like Hoth in that it's, hopefully no Imperials on there, but,
Yes, yeah.
Any idea how deep the ice might be, and would we ever be able to get down? And, well, I guess, listen, nothing's going to land on Europa, so they're just going to try and find from instruments the likelihood of something, right?
Yeah, exactly. Actually, that's one of the biggest questions about Europa right now is how thick the ice layer is. So that's why they're sending this mission first, because hopefully they'll be able to figure out how thick the ice layer is, and then they might have a follow-up mission that will then actually land on Europa's surface and potentially drill through the icy surface to get down to the liquid water ocean. And that's really cool because potentially there might be life on Europa's oceans right now.
Well, there's a found footage sci-fi movie called Europa, and they find something.
Interesting.
Hey, Rob, real quick, since we have you on the phone and since you've moved from JPL to NASA, any connections to the International Space Station? Because we've wanted to chat with people up there for a really long time.
Yep.
And we got C-blocked by somebody for a stretch.
I do nothing with human spaceflight, unfortunately. So
humans are problematic.
Yeah, I think that's more Houston and maybe Kennedy, but not at Goddard. Goddard, it's all like space probes and space.
Listen, you made a wise choice when you start to introduce.
Well, I'm afraid of heights.
Yeah.
All right, Rob. Well, thanks for the clarification. We appreciate it. I'm sure we'll find another reason to chat with you down the road.
Sounds great, guys. Looking forward to getting back to Philly to have a real cheesesteak again.
Yes, absolutely.
All right. Thank you, Rob, our space expert at Goddard. Really cool, man.
No matter how far you go into the universe, you always crave a cheesesteak.
Always. Why not? All right, we do need to take a break. We're going to come back in a second. We got some bizarre file stories that will be shared in mere moments. So hang on with us for a little while. Why don't you?
Preston and Steve. 93.3.
in Philly. And it's essentially just a list, and it's huge.
There's about 50 of them.
It's way too big to go through.
We are in the best of times when it comes to brownies in Philadelphia.
Yeah, what I didn't know is how many places are known for their brownies. And there's a lot of them. So there's Cake Life Bake Shop, Second Daughter Baking Company, Franklin Fountain, Dolce, Crust Vegan Bakery, the Frosted Fox Cake Shop. What's that, Kath? What do you love?
Franklin Fountain.
Yeah, but you got to make sure you're either A, ready to wait in line, or B, get there at a time where there's not a line, because it's really popular. It's fantastic. It's so good. You guys ever been? It's right on.
I have not, no.
It's on Market, and it's great. It's really
Is it a bakery?
It's like an ice cream shop, like an old-timey ice cream shop. Yeah, and so you go in and they have really good ice cream and really good dessert treats. So it's worth it. It's just not cheap, and you got to wait.
Nick, a friend of mine did her wedding pictures there.
Oh, yeah, I could see that.
Yeah, it was cute.
It's a cool spot.
All right. Cookie or brownie?
Cookie.
Ooh.
Man.
I used to be brownie, but I feel like now I would do a cookie.
Okay.
I'd do a cookie.
If I saw them sitting out, I would go for a brownie anytime.
Yeah?
Really?
Yeah.
I think I might go brownie.
Wow. Okay.
Because I do the chocolate chip cookie is my favorite. However, a well-made brownie. Also there's a company that actually of the companies that do mail order brownies. Fairy Tale Brownies is a great company. If you've ever used them, they have their top level brownies. But yeah, that's neck and neck. Brownies are sensational.
Brownie or cupcake?
Brownie.
Yeah, I'd go with brownie. But you're a cupcake?
Cupcake.
Okay.
The thing with the brownies, though, I feel like, and I don't know if it's like as I age, my sense of taste gets even more sensitive. I don't know. But like, I feel like if it's not super well made, I can taste like the mix.
Really?
Instead of,
You see, after you get a hysterectomy, that goes away.
Stop. I hate you.
I remember seeing the history of brownies and why they were created. And it was, I forgot the name of the place, but it was so that people could, I think, take them to the beach or something like that.
Seriously?
And so the brownie has a thicker consistency than a piece of cake. Like the cake would be too crumbly and fall apart.
It's more cohesive.
And yeah, so there's a little more goo to it, in case if you want to have some of that.
Goo.
It's I need that sound clip from Billy Madison.
Yeah,
when he notices a kid peed his pants.
The thing about a brownie for me is that the cookie is a little more pedestrian, right? Like a cookie is sort of an everyday dessert, whereas the brownie is...
All right, fancy boy.
Right? Yeah, I feel like a little bit of a fancy boy.
You're too good for
Like
Billy.
A fancy Nancy, if you will. When a brownie shows up, I'm like, look at that little treat.
Look at Nick with his little waistcoat.
Thank you.
No, I understand that. I think though that they're easy to make. Brownies,
right?
Brownies are easy to make. Brownies are super easy to make. They're just as easy as cookies. I'm standing firm on this. Cookies are far superior than brownies. Far superior.
Oh,
and there's a reason why there's more of them, and it's more because they're better. They're just better. And it's not to say that brownies aren't good. They're good. They're just not as good as cookies.
I think they need more of them to make up for the fact that they're not as good as brownies. They say, hey, we have diluted the market with this product, and we're going to try to catch up to the brownie people.
I think the tough part about, and the reason there are more cookies is because, and if you're talking like when you go to the grocery store, cookies are more rigid. They're easier to package. You can put more of them together.
Yes.
Brownies can kind of... there's a shelf life on them. Some cookies can last for a while.
Brownies don't have that luxury.
No.
And even if you do the brownie bites, which I think are sensational, brownie bites do have that preservative taste to them.
Let me ask you a question. Why do brownies have to be as thick as they are? You can kind of cut them in half first, right? Before you cut them into their little squares and stuff like that. You could essentially cut the tops and the bottoms
like a piece of brownie cake. Yeah. You can do whatever you want with your damn brownie.
Yeah. I don't know. Make thinner brownies.
Yeah.
At your home when you make them.
Yeah, our brownies are usually pretty thin anyway.
Yeah, okay. You okay? You all right?
I'm fine.
Everything good?
You guys, Steve.
What?
You cut me deep here, man.
How did I cut you deep?
Because you went with brownies over cookies. And I thought I knew
He feels betrayed.
I thought I knew
I love chocolate chip cookies, but if I have if there is listen, they're right neck and neck, but I do love a damn good brownie. But chocolate chip, they're
it's like Godfather 1 or 2, Steve.
Yeah, it changes from time.
Goes from time to time. You lean one way or the other.
All right.
All right.
There it is.
Now he's got it.
I got it.
There's more goo in a brownie. All right. By the way, Steve, this list of brownie places, what's the
I was saying the Inquirer.
The Inquirer.
Yeah.
Okay. So
The
you can
Inky.
You can go on and find a list of great brownies, if you will, if you check the Inquirer's website. All right. What?
What?
Okay.
Oh,
let me go to Mario. I was going to wrap up there. Hey, Mario. Good morning.
Oh, he put on his glasses. He can't see without.
Exactly.
What's up, dude? Casey wanted me to talk to you.
Hey, I really appreciate it. Hey, cookies are way far superior than brownies. You can eat so many more of them. There's different kinds of textures. There's only so many things you can put in a brownie.
You don't need to. It's perfect.
I'll tell you what the deal is, Mario. It's when you see a plate of freshly made brownies and freshly made cookies, you know you're more likely to encounter freshly made chocolate chip cookies. At least I am. But a brownie is like, oh, we don't get brownies a lot. I'm going to go for that first.
Look what showed up.
Right.
Yeah.
I will
there we
agree
go.
with that. I will agree that it will be like a special little treat. But I will also say that if there's a freshly made plate of cookies or brownies in front of me, I'm going for them cookies first.
So I'm going for the brownies because I don't know when I'll get another shot at those brownies.
That's right.
That makes sense.
Carpe diem, man.
Carpe diem.
Yeah.
I appreciate you coming to the phone call. I just want to say I'm a cookie lover.
All right, Mario.
I mean, you can enhance a
You're not
brownie
alone.
by putting a cookie in it. You can enhance a cookie by putting a brownie in it.
No, you absolutely can.
No.
I've had brownie cookies.
Yeah.
I don't even
no,
know
you've
what
had
that
cookie
means.
brownies.
Putting a brownie in a cookie?
Yeah, you don't do that.
But what? I've never heard of putting a cookie in a brownie.
You've never heard of a blondie, bro?
No. Well, you know what? I have heard of a blondie. I just didn't know what that was.
It's cookie brownie.
Okay. It's good. It's cookie brownie. All right, so some stories to run by. We'll start with Prince Harry. He has returned to the UK ahead of the unveiling of a statue in honor of his late mother, Princess Diana.
I'm back.
At Kensington Palace on July 1st is when that's coming up.
Is anyone home?
Would have been her 60th birthday. Meghan stayed in California with Archie and Lilibet. Rumors and speculation on the current status of Harry and the rest of the feuding royals accompanied the news. And, of course, Diana would not have approved of the way Harry and Brother Prince are arguing. Many do speculate that.
It'd be terrible. And with that in mind, maybe they can patch things up.
Yeah, I would hope so. And with that, I saw a teaser story that I think William was kissing someone or something like
Yes.
that. Did you catch that story?
Who was he kissing?
Like an aide or something along those lines?
Yeah.
But I didn't really. I'm kind of bored
Kathy
with this
Bates.
crap. He was making out with Kathy Bates.
I'm a big fan of Misery. I've often fantasized about.
And here's another bit of information. Prince Charles apparently will not strip Archie and Lilibet of their royal titles. Rumors assert, despite previous indications, that he would consider it.
I tend to think we get a lot of misinformation. Yeah.
And according to an insider, they said, I don't think he will make the unpopular, hostile move of removing the royal status of his grandchildren. And then you have basically people just comment on this stuff.
Absolutely, I
these
feel
experts.
extract from the royal titles because of this point in time.
Agreed, sir.
Exactly.
So,
why would you do that anyway?
Hang on a second. What does it say? Oh, Prince William promised to give a 96-year-old woman a kiss once. The rules relax more during his mini tour of
There you
Scotland.
go.
So that was
I
it.
would like a lot of tongue, please. You misunderstood. You were thinking of a more provincial kiss where I was looking for something more sexual.
Hey, she's 96, man.
Oh, I guess so.
She can ask for whatever she wants.
All right.
Open.
Give me more. Give me your tongue.
Gross.
Dear God, woman, I can taste your pancreas.
That's how deep he went, or there was bile coming up.
Bile. You know what? You don't know what's bubbling in that old fuselage. What's your favorite cheese?
Of all time?
Is that even possible
I
to
have
say?
no. Well,
America, Jack!
No, one of the greatest cheeses I ever had was called a Shropshire Blue. I was given it as a gift from some friends who knew that I loved cheese, and it is actually an orange blue cheese. It's really good. Orange with blue veins, you know, like a big penis.
Really? Wow, yeah. Like a big,
veiny,
older man's penis.
Sure, it's purple.
Wow.
Yes.
It's an orangish yellow cheese.
Like a senior citizen's penis.
With blue veins in it. And it's
Yes, do you have any cheese that would resemble a senior citizen's penis? I've got just the thing.
and I absolutely loved it. It's from Shropshire, England.
Now, something that would resemble an older woman's dried out vagina.
Oh my God!
Dear Lord.
We don't have cheese like that, but we have plenty of meat like that.
You know, sir, perhaps you're not interested in cheese.
Yeah.
My little cheese place in Chestnut Hill closed down.
It did.
I was devastated.
That sucks.
Yeah.
Wow. All right. Well, anyhow, so if you want to, you can use your Ritz cracker and try to cut your cheese with it. Remember when cut the cheese used to be a euphemism for farting?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did you just fart when I said that?
I thought you were summoning me.
He just. Kathy, did you see that?
No.
He's standing up. He squatted down a little bit right when we said that was the
Yeah, I
word
thought
for
you were
farting.
telling me to do that.
Can you, if I ask you right
Fart
now?
on command? Absolutely. No, I wish I
Do
could.
it right
No,
now.
I
Go
can't.
for it.
I can't.
Drop a deuce.
Could you jump right here?
I just did, though.
All right. So, did you really?
Drop the deuce?
No, he farted. Oh my God.
Wow.
Please tell me that the microphones picked that up. Could you hear that, Marissa?
I could hear it in my headphones.
I'm telling you.
It is
This is the person we work with.
unbelievable.
Isolate it.
This is the person we work with.
I mean, we are adults at work. At work. This is our job.
We're making money.
We're
We're
at
making
work.
good
I
money.
think I just bonused with that one.
I wish you would get fired.
Is that what you want? You want my family destitute, Kathy?
No,
You want my family on the
honestly,
streets?
She says just you.
I'll just take care of your kids. Like,
What about my wife? What about my wife?
let her do.
When she comes looking for good loving.
Don't worry, I'll take care of her.
Let's see if we can isolate that moment
Kathy's got that covered too.
and relive it. Marissa just held up 3 fingers. I don't know what that means.
One in the pink, 2 in the stink.
It wasn't
for
that
that?
3. What?
3 minutes, I can get it. For
Okay, thank you, Marissa.
So 2 in the stink.
So maybe we'll kind of reinvigorate this thing. But we have decided to return with Battle of the Self-Proclaimed Experts this morning.
Yes.
And when I tell you that the passion was high for people to that have sent in requests to be a part of this, it's an understatement. It was just fanatical.
It is a global phenomenon.
Yes.
Has been for a long time. People have been raised in this Harry Potter realm, and so we knew we were going to get some staunch competitors.
I read a lot of the submissions that were sent in. I read all the submissions that were sent in, and I read several of them. I was on the plane the other day flying out west, and I was brought to tears by some of these submissions because this world means so much to so many people, and the way that they articulated it was really moving to me, and I'm just impressed. It was so difficult to narrow it down to 2 final contestants.
I mean, put it in perspective. A tick came into the studio to watch.
That's right. That's how popular
That's how
this is.
popular.
I am currently reading the Harry Potter books.
Are you?
I'm on the Sorcerer's, or no, I'm sorry, I'm on the Chamber of Secrets right now, so I've just gotten started.
Reading or Audible?
Audible.
And who's doing it? Who's doing the
I've forgotten the actor's name.
Jim something or other.
He's
Hey,
excellent.
there might be a question coming up.
Okay.
So I'm about 3/4 of the way through the second book.
Awesome.
So I'm underway. I'm starting to learn. I've seen all the movies. and this thing-
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you this morning by Delco Trim Light. Visit DelcoTrimLight.com. Schedule an estimate on installation of the coolest permanent programmable holiday lighting system around. A distressing incident in central China has drawn significant attention after a woman reportedly placed her 2 small children on an air conditioning unit outside of their 23rd floor apartment during a dispute with her husband.
Would she occasionally check on them?
Neighbors recorded the children's cries, resulting in a viral video. In the video, the children were seen without any safety gear as their mother allegedly blocked their father from reaching them. While the daughter was visibly upset and crying, her brother appeared more composed. The exact cause of the couple's argument remains unclear, but a concerned neighbor notified the authorities about the situation. I mean,
that's insane.
Dude, that is insanity. The video has gone viral, and it has prompted a wave of reactions from the Chinese public.
It's not being used in an air conditioning ad, is it?
I don't think it's being used in an ad, no. Here's a follow-up story. The American Civil Liberties Union of Minnesota is providing legal representation to Jessica Besk of Fargo, a woman facing decades in prison and a potential $1 million fine over bong water allegedly found in her possession in a case that has raised questions about uneven enforcement of the state's drug laws.
Why would someone keep bong water?
The ACLU's involvement speaks to the unusual nature of the case itself, as well as its broader implications for criminal justice reform efforts in Minnesota. I mean, she had it in a bong.
Oh, okay.
But the bong is not the issue. It's the bong water. So she was pulled over. Upon searching her car, sheriff's deputies reportedly found drug paraphernalia and methamphetamine residue, as well as a glass bong containing 8 ounces of water. Because of a long-standing loophole in state law, the county attorney's office was able to treat the bong water as if it were 8 ounces of pure methamphetamine.
Wow. That doesn't seem right.
Warranting a first-degree drug charge carrying up to 30 years in prison. The materials allegedly found in her car would not otherwise have resulted in any criminal charges, thanks to a 2023 bill decriminalizing drug paraphernalia containing residue.
Well, just a quick question: would that residue the bong water would be nothing like?
No,
the heavy.
No,
there's no. You could.
No, it's just.
It's totally a perversion of the law.
It's ash. It's stuff like that. It's just residue. Bong water prosecutions are highly unusual. Scott Bueller, the assistant county attorney working on the case, said that his office, quote, simply enforces the laws of the state as written. But in reality, prosecutors have a great deal of discretion to decide which offenders to charge and which violations to prosecute. So we'll see how that case goes. A 22-year-old man suffered severe cuts to his legs and lower stomach when the tire of a New Jersey Transit bus blew out at a port authority, shattering glass in the gate area. The transit agency said that a rear tire on a bus blew out around 6 p.m. Wednesday, shattering a window and then showered glass on 2 passengers. One man in line was pelted by the shattered glass and immediately took off running downstairs. Video showed the bloodied victim on the ground at the bus terminal. He had a cut to his forehead as well. Mark Ramos, who was on the bus, said that it was like a bomb that went off. It was loud. I've never heard anything like that. He was seated right above the tire when it blew out.
Jeez.
He said there was immediate panic because no one was sure what happened. He said it was so loud that it obviously shook the bus. All of us saw glass on the floor, blood. I saw the guy's wallet, and we were all like, what's going on here? The injured man was in obvious pain while applying a towel to his wounds, said Ramos, who ran downstairs with other passengers to check on him and return his wallet that he dropped in the chaos. New Jersey Transit said the injured passenger was taken to the hospital with injuries that were not considered to be life-threatening. A second person had a small cut above their hand and refused medical treatment. It's not clear what caused the bus tire to blow, and there was no update on the man's condition, but Ramos said that the freak accident was not something he would soon forget.
If you've ever been near just a regular car tire exploding,
yeah,
I mean, it sounds like dynamite going off.
Yeah, it's insanely loud. In England, 2 masked men started a machete fight in the middle of a busy street as children looked on.
Was one of those masked men Batman?
Footage shows the pair both dressed in black fighting in the road in broad daylight, forcing traffic to stop. They were both armed with huge blades, and one swung at his rival before he backed off. One of the weapons was nearly 2 feet long, the other one about 1 foot long. One witness can be heard saying, "Don't do it, please." And thankfully, neither of them actually landed a blow, so nobody got all cut up. The video soon came to an end, and a group of members of the public, some of them kids, were seen standing nearby as the fight ensued. So
we'll watch the video.
Police have not commented on this yet, but they've got these machetes out in the middle of the road. That is crazy.
Yeah.
That's barbaric. All right, and then one last story. We will end with something a little bit on the lighter side. How about this? We talked about watches being stolen not that long ago. In Connecticut, a business said that 2 men stole $10,000 worth of sunglasses in less than a minute.
Wow.
$10,000.
Cartier Optical posted surveillance photos of the suspects to its Facebook page on Wednesday, and it said the suspects took brands that included Salvatore, Ferragamo, I guess, Tom Ford, LGR, Oakley, and Ray-Ban. Cartier Optical said, "We have little expectation of ever catching them, but we thought we would take a shot by posting their photos on the internet to see if anyone may be able to identify them." The business said that since it opened in 1972, is the only time that it's ever had an incident. But yeah, so glasses again are those things you're small, and if you get enough of them, they're worth a lot.
Do you know what I found out is also on that list? I was at Staples yesterday. Ink cartridges replacement.
Yeah.
The guy had to go to a special cabinet to get my replacement ink for my printer at home.
Yeah, they keep a lot of those locked up because they're small and they're expensive.
Right.
And there you go. That's what I have in the bizarre file. Steve, you wanted to hit the events?
Oh, if that's okay.
Yeah, man, go for it. It's a good time to do it.
The Mutiny on the Mosholu. It is this Wednesday from 6 to 9 on the deck of the Mosholu. It is the premier and flagship event for my wife's charity, Max Fund, which raises a centralized fund for all the animal charities to pull off of. There's a huge cat population in the city of Philadelphia. We're talking feral and abandoned cats, and anything you can do to help is always welcome. This is a great evening. Your one ticket price gets you alcohol and beer from Boardroom, Stateside, Clear Rum, Chadsford, Rivalist, Bitch and Kitten, Aladdin's Brew. There's going to be sweet and savory food from the Sugary, which we all loved. The Biscuit Lady, music, Nothing But Cakes, Mary Ellen's Cake Pops, Gourmet Pretzels, Zaz Ice Cream, Rouge Harvest, the incredible chefs at the Mosholu, and we have Mike Palladino, magician, and Cuckoo the magician, and juggler Steve Hayes, Corinne of Cups, a tarot card reader, Sam and Kate from Free Dating Advice Philly, and on and on and on. Plus, if you arrive early, free parking to the first people that arrive, first come, first serve. We can't guarantee it. And there's all sorts of great raffle things available. Basically, we're trying to put on the biggest thing we can. My wife really puts a lot into this, so that one price is a good evening. I know, Casey and Nick, you've been there.
It's so much fun. And it is a perfect event at that place, and you're going to have the best weather.
Yeah, it's going to be the best weather, and it's very relaxed. You don't have to sit and watch a show. You just move around, and of course, kittens to cuddle. So the information is available at maxfun.com and PrestonandSteve.com to order tickets. It's this Wednesday night, and as Nick said, it's going to be glorious. We'd love to see you there.
80 degrees, man.
Yeah, Thank you, Preston.
You got it. All right, we're going to take a quick break. Come back in a second. Lesson question, trash music news on the way.
Preston and Steve.
Entertaining, but I wanted to know, because there's so many people that you talk to about this story. There's so much more underneath when you dive into the canon of it all. When you get into the all the details about it, and I want to know that. I want to I think it's a kind of a club that you're in.
So all of my nieces and nephews, like I remember when the movie started coming out, and I was like, "Oh, that's friggin' awesome! I loved it."
Yeah.
They were like, "But they left out. But they left out." And there was so much stuff so they were able to enjoy them, but they were a little deflated because the books, they devoured. They were ravenous for them. So I think you're entering a cool realm here, Preston.
By the way, Nick McElwain wearing his Gryffindor attire this morning.
Yes, sir.
He has pajamas.
Yes.
That look like a robe.
It's the closest thing I have to a robe, but they are officially licensed Harry Potter pajamas, and so I am a Gryffindor, and that's why I'm
Mr. Potter, what happened to your head?
You have taken the online quiz to find out which house you belong in?
Yes. I'm a Gryffindor.
Oh, you did? Okay, yeah.
Pottermore was a great website. I don't think it actually exists anymore, which is too bad. But I mean, I've been in the Harry Potter universe for a really long time. I think I got into it maybe when the third book came out. And Steve, I love the movies as well, but the books really do add layers and levels and these just the intricacies to this universe, and it's why people keep coming back to it, because there's so much to read, there's so much to rediscover, and maybe you didn't even notice it the first time around.
And not only has Nick worn his pajamas, but he brought in his wand, and so did Steve.
Yes, I did.
And you guys both got those at Universal Studios?
This was a gift for me from Universal Studios, yeah. So my friend that went and knew how much I loved Harry Potter and brought it back for me.
And you haven't been there?
I have not yet, no.
Oh, my God!
I know.
You've got to go. It's incredible.
I did a couple of the tours in London, which were amazing. But yes, I absolutely have to get to Universal.
That's the only thing I know about Harry Potter is that the rides were fun at Universal.
Right.
Literally.
Kathy, it is a whole world. I went to Ollivanders. You did as well, Preston. On your recommendation.
My daughter got a wand fitting there.
And yes, and when you go around the town, the wand activates certain things in
that's
town,
cool.
which is awesome.
Yeah.
I've been to both. I've been in the one in California and in Orlando, and they are outstanding.
I gotta go.
You won't, if you're a fan,
it's real.
You're gonna cry.
That
it's
world
real.
is real.
All right.
Some of the people that sent in submissions said that when they got there, then they saw the Hogwarts castle, it brought them to tears.
I believe
that's how moving it is. Yeah.
All right. And by the way, Harry Potter fans are adorable. Look at these guys here this morning. We're going to meet our contestants.
Preston and Steve present Battle of the Self-Proclaimed Experts.
As Nick had said, we had loads and loads and loads of entries, but going through, we've got to narrow it down to 2. And I'm sure that there are people that are incredibly well-versed, but we only have room for 2 people in our studio. And so that's how we're doing it, to have these 2 competitors battle it out. Mano a mano. All right, so let's meet our contestants, and we'll read the emails that we got from them. We're going to start with this one. It says, dude, I grew up with HP and obsessed. I was born in 89, so I was right out of the same age as Harry, right around the same age as Harry and his compadres, or his comrades, it says, as the books were released and they made their way through Hogwarts. Ultimately, not returning for education in year 7 as the Dark Lord has, by that point, been hit full strength, obviously. I have lightly reread parts of the books since childhood, but made it my goal to reread all 7 books once I finished grad school, Master of Public Administration at Penn State, woot woot. My husband bought me a Gryffindor blanket, a book of spells as a grad gift as well, and I graduated in December 2020 and finished the books last month. Literally, the best books I've ever read, and I have no idea how to move on from them. It's really just a story about friendship and the power of love. True. I was brought to tears in books 5, 6, 7, and would say that my favorite books are 3 and 6. 7 is also just absolutely epic. My next goal is to rewatch the full versions of the movies. I went to Universal Studios California back in 2017 and wore a Harry Potter costume to Hogwarts. For the above reasons, I would say I am the Harry Potter expert. It's about both knowledge and sheer passion for the story. The most epic tale ever told. Please welcome Steph Rosenbluth to the show. Hi, Steph. How you doing? Oh, wait. Your microphone is not working. Let me try that again. Go ahead.
I am so happy to be here.
Yay. Steph, where are you from?
I'm from central New Jersey, Hopewell Township, right across the river from Bucks County.
It does exist.
Okay, so is that north-south Jersey or south-north Jersey?
It's right in the armpit of the Delaware River.
There you go. All right, I want to ask you, Steph, because Steph is wearing a shirt that's got all 4 houses on it, but it says Hogwarts on it. She's also wearing a robe. She brought her owl. Is that Hedwig?
It's Hedwig.
Nice. And tell me about your glasses.
They are round glasses.
Are they prescription?
They are not prescription.
Okay.
They are just merely for this competition. Yeah.
They look great.
And social events.
Nice. So you recently reread all the books.
I did, yes. It was my goal, and I still don't know how to move on. Interestingly, while rereading the books, I was also rewatching Lord of the Rings extended version. So I was in quite the wizarding world.
Well, there's the amount of minutia, the amount of stuff to keep track of, but I mean, that's the books, the extended movie versions of the original Harry Potter, of the movies, and a lot of times they're tacking on an additional half hour, 40 minutes.
Yeah. Which character do you identify with the best?
Wow,
Or
which
most?
character? Probably Luna Lovegood.
Okay.
She says whatever's on her mind. People kind of think she's weird, but once they get to know her, they realize she has a heart of gold, and she's actually very important to the story and to Harry's success in defeating Voldemort.
I love that. Great answer. All right, that's Steph. Our next contestant writes, I was hooked on the series the first time I read Sorcerer's Stone and bawled my eyes out the day after my 11th birthday when I didn't get my invitation to attend Hogwarts for the upcoming school year. I read the series countless times as a child and still reread my favorites every year. I read the series countless times. Nope, I read that part already. Let me go back to this. And I reread the story every year, every Christmas, to get in the holiday spirit. Growing up, my family and I went to the premiere screening of the latest movie, and what started as my obsession turned into full-out family affair as I got the rest of my family hooked on the magic of the Harry Potter universe. We traveled to Universal Studios' Wizarding World of Harry Potter when I was 19, and I remember seeing the top of the Hogwarts castle and instantly burst into tears. I can definitely recite every movie from start to finish, and I'm always the go-to person when someone has a question about their Harry Potter timeline or whether or not Snape really was a good guy. For years, my friends and I would watch the full 8 movies in a marathon event. We would bake snitch cake pops, craft sorting hat cupcakes, and brew our very own butterbeer, all while playing Harry Potter trivia and discussing our favorite moments from the series. There really is something special about the magic that J.K. created, and I would love to put my knowledge to the test. Gang, welcome Lauren DiStefano.
Love it.
Hi, Lauren. How you doing?
I'm good.
All right, so tell us a little bit about you. Where are you from?
I'm from Downingtown, Pennsylvania.
From Downingtown, Pennsylvania. What do you do?
I work at a law office now.
Oh, really?
There you go.
Okay, nice.
You can employ spells in changing a witness's testimony. You bring up something that I thought was really cool, and I think of it this the same way. For some reason, I perceive Harry Potter, the movies, as Christmas time fare.
Every single movie has a Christmas scene.
Right. And so it's always applicable. Yeah, no.
And so, Lauren, how long have you been listening to the Preston and Steve show?
Probably my whole life. My parents are Y100 listeners, and we had
nice.
like the CDs, and I was like, oh, that's the only station is Preston and Steve. So I just didn't know.
We were our own station, the Preston and Steve station.
So you're wearing a Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry shirt this morning, and you're wearing some funky looking glasses.
Yes,
what are
they
those?
Luna Lovegood's glasses.
Those are Luna Lovegood's glasses.
Oh, wow. So she can see everything.
Okay, that's beautiful. And would I'd asked Steph who she identified with, and she said Lovegood. What about you?
I think, my favorite character is Sirius. I love him so much. I love his arc of being the villain to the good guy, but never getting the redemption of it. But everyone who loves and knows him knows he was the good guy.
You mean Severus?
No, Sirius.
Oh, Sirius. Oh, Sirius Black. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Okay,
Out
right.
of prison, and everybody's like, and then he finally at the very end, they're like, oh yeah, he was a good guy all along.
Okay.
Wow.
I just loved him.
Oh, you guys are the real deal.
Well, we're going to put you to the test, guys. All right. Are you ready to get this underway?
Ready.
All right.
Ready.
Let's test your. Now we have. You guys are going to be buzzing, and I'm going to explain the rules. But let's just test your bells and see how it sounds. Steph. That's Steph's bell, and this is Lauren's bell. So a little bit of a different tone to each, so we can tell the difference, and we should be able to hear that. Okay. All right. Let's get this underway and tell you guys how we're going to be rolling this out for Battle of the So-Called Experts. There are 3 rounds, and they increase in difficulty. We will begin with the easiest questions, and they will be worth 1 point each. There are 4 questions per round. Okay. Second round, the questions are worth 2 points, and the third round, the questions are worth 5 points. So even if you're behind going into the third round, it can really change, and you can end up winning because of the difficulty level. Now, I will ask you a question. You have to buzz in to answer. If you get that question correct, you get points. Now, here's what I want you to keep in mind. If you buzz in while I'm asking the question, and I haven't finished the question yet, I will stop, and you will have to answer based only on what I've said so far. If you're incorrect, your opponent will get to hear the rest of the clue and also answer that question, and they get a benefit because they'll hear your incorrect answer. They'll hear the rest of the clue and might have a better shot at getting that. So keep that in mind as I ask the questions, whether or not you're ready to buzz in. And by the way, we will have a tiebreaker if necessary. If we have a tie at the end of the game, we'll have a tiebreaker question that is ready to go. And the winner gets our porcelain Tri-Wizards Cup here this morning. Gorgeous. It's actually a bi-Wizards Cup because we only have 2 Wizards in the studio this morning. But that is from our friend Eva, who created this. She is the ceramic studio manager at the Wayne Art Center.
She's so talented. She's so incredible. She recently had an art opening out in Westchester at Westchester University. Eva's a great artist and a really cool person. She actually submitted to be in this contest because she loves Harry Potter so much. But when she wasn't selected, she made this trophy for us instead.
That was very cool. And you can check out our Instagram account. We'll make sure we post that. It's at arts.by.eva. If you want to take a look. So thank you, Eva Josinez. Is that how you say her last name? Josinez.
Yeah, she's awesome.
So thank you, Eva. All right, we are ready to get the battle underway.
Oh, boy.
Let's begin. All right. Let's get Steph and Lauren in place. Hands by your buzzers, by your bells, I should say.
Are we doing practice questions first, or are we just getting right to it?
You know what? All right, I'll do a practice question just so you know what it's like to buzz in. And by the way, the questions are difficult. I'm currently reading, and I've seen all the movies. I didn't get any one of these correct. All right, so but that's hey, I'm a neophyte compared to you guys. So let's try a very, very simple M on 93.3 WMMR into the world as we know it. Would like to remind you that our Camp Out for Hunger will be here before you know it. It's starting December 2nd at Xfinity Live inside the Wells Fargo Center complex, or in that area. We will be set up out in the parking lot, as always. You can help us get a head start this month. Head to your local Acme Market. On the pin pad at checkout, you can make a monetary donation. We would very much appreciate that. And donations go to area hunger relief organizations like Phil Abundance to provide a lifeline for area families in need. We have details about Camp Out for Hunger at WMMR.com/campout. And that's a, list of needed food items and a bunch of other things there. But, we're starting to get ourselves prepped and in that mode because we'll be sitting in that parking lot before you know it.
Yeah, it's that to me, it's going to be wonderful because it is all of us. It's a lot of work, but it's also the kickoff of the holidays.
Yeah, that too, and it's a little bit closer to Christmas this year.
Yeah, old school.
Yeah, we haven't done it that way in a while. We'll see how it goes, but we hope that you'll be a part of it. All right, today's lesson question: the prize. We're going to give away a 4-pack of GA tickets for Lincoln Mill Haunted House, Main Street, Manayunk. And the question that I will ask you goes back to about 7 o'clock this morning. Which actress has the same colored pubic hair as Elmo? 215-263 WMMR. Elmo was curious about this.
He was.
And let's see if you know which actress it was. 215-263 WMMR. Which actress has the same colored pubic hair as Elmo? Call right now.
The trash business is a gold mine.
93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
All right, we'll get some stories while we're waiting for that call. Steve, what's up this morning?
Well, as you mentioned earlier, Preston, Jennifer Lawrence confirming that she's expecting her second child with husband Cook Maroney. In medical terms, Maroney slipped her the baloney.
Hey!
Thank you. Please support
He
your
doesn't
local
stand for baloney.
Former NFL star Eddie Lacy was apparently arrested last month for driving with a blood alcohol level 4 times over the legal limit. Apparently, Lacy was so hammered that the breathalyzer got drunk. That's pretty amazing. God. And finally, TMZ reporting that Blac Chyna is now engaged to boyfriend rapper Derek Milano. Milano says, yes, he knows about Blac Chyna's reputation, but believes she's everything he's been looking for in a murder-suicide.
All right. Thank you, Steve. Let's see if someone knows the answer to this question. Which actress has the same colored pubic hair as Elmo? 215-263 WMMR. We will go to Tyler. Hi, Tyler. Good morning.
Good morning.
All right, Tyler, which actress has the same colored pubes as Elmo?
Emma Stone does.
Yes, Emma Stone. Hold on, Ty. We're going to set you up with a 4-pack of tickets. GA tickets for Lincoln Mill Haunted House, Main Street, Manayunk, featuring live scare actors, production quality sets, animatronics, and special effects. Plus, you can learn more about serial killer Victor Kane's secrets in Manayunk. Tickets and information at LincolnMillHaunt.com.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
All right, we mentioned this earlier, but the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame had the induction ceremonies over the weekend, and some of the biggest acts were on board for this. Cher, Ozzy Osbourne, and several others, plus celebrities in attendance as well, including Kelly Clarkson, Wolfgang Van Halen, Busta Rhymes, and more. Those celebs presented the awards and even performed. The ceremony aired live on Disney+. Highlights of the big night will be broadcast on ABC January 1st, 2025. It started off with Dua Lipa and Cher doing a performance of Cher's hit Believe. And
Do you believe in love after love?
Cher also performed her iconic If I Could Turn Back Time.
If I could turn back time.
Accepting her induction.
Where did they hold it? Did they mention where they held it?
Cleveland.
Oh, was that the Rock Hall?
No, it was at where the Cavaliers play.
Oh, okay.
Whatever, some insurance company's name.
During her acceptance speech, Cher joked that the difficulty of being inducted, saying that it was harder than getting divorced from two men. And she also credited David Geffen for helping her secure a place. Original members James J.T. Taylor and Robert Cool Bell reunited to perform a medley of Kool and the Gang's greatest hits. Songs like Get Down on It and Celebration. Dionne Warwick performed her hit, I'll Never Love This Way Again, with Jennifer Hudson.
Great song.
Their powerful duet earned a standing ovation from the audience. A star-studded lineup including Demi Lovato, Kelly Clarkson, Sammy Hagar, Slash, and Chad Smith did some of Foreigner's biggest hits. Highlights included It Feels Like the First Time. And also, Lou Gramm shocked the crowd by joining Kelly Clarkson for I Want to Know What Love Is. Other performers alongside, as I mentioned, made an appearance. Peter Frampton was inducted in the Hall. He performed his hit, Do You Feel Like We Do, with Keith Urban. Their guitar sparring duet was one of the night's standout rock performances. And Dave Matthews honored the late Jimmy Buffett with an emotional tribute. He had said, in part, he made everyone feel special. He made me feel special. I wish he could be here, but it's too late, he told the audience. And then he performed Buffett's A Pirate Looks at 40, bringing some audience members to shed a tear. Dave Chappelle gave a heartfelt speech praising A Tribe Called Quest's impact on hip-hop and their personal support for him. And then The Roots, Queen Latifah, and Busta Rhymes and more performed a high-energy tribute to A Tribe Called Quest.
I wonder if Michael Rappaport was... A Tribe Called Quest is his...
Yeah, he did that documentary about them.
Yeah.
Maybe he was at least in attendance in the evening. Mary J. Blige performed a medley of her hits, including My Life and Family Affair. And Ozzy Osbourne was honored with the tribute performance featuring Jelly Roll, Billy Idol, and others performing his hits like Crazy Train and No More Tears. What is this you want me to play, Case?
We didn't play this earlier. It's Jelly Roll doing Mama, I'm Coming Home.
Okay, here we go.
Gosh, that was awful.
Oh, dude.
It was like a cat caught in a transmission. What the hell was that? I have an ATV run over me. I've had every body part replaced, and I can still sing that goddamn song better than you did. I would have rather had an actual Jelly Roll sing than
the pastry.
Yeah, the jelly pastry.
Wow.
This is horrible.
Wow, okay.
He's a much better, but it's hard sometimes.
Yeah.
We know Jelly Roll's good and can sing.
Yeah,
It's tough sometimes.
Yep.
That's what I'm saying.
And then Dave Matthews Band closed out the ceremony with a jam session featuring fan favorites like Ants Marching. And they wrapped up with a cover of Burning Down the House to honor the Talking Heads and the 40th anniversary of their concert film, Stop Making Sense. So, yes, you'll be able to see the edited down version.
Probably remixed.
Yep, on January 1st of 2025. So that will probably be the one to watch. And they always add little extra video segments and things like that to really...
Cooking segments.
Package it. There's some light cooking that's done.
With unexpected guest drop by.
All right, and there you go. That's all I have in music news for you this morning. We're going to take one more break. When we get back, we'll do the Letter of the Day, Word of the Week prize, and then Pierre Robert takes hold. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve.
And buzz in if you know the answer. What street do the Dursleys live on? Okay, so then we would go to Lauren for that answer.
Privet Drive.
That is absolutely correct. So that's just a test. And that is how it's going to work. So we can clearly hear the bells.
Yes.
We know who's in.
All right.
And we can decide who gets to answer the question. All right,
Wait,
here we
sorry.
go.
Did you say where their hands need to go?
They can hover.
Okay.
Yeah,
Hands can hover.
We covered that off air. So, all right, first question, stand by. Here we go. And these are the easy questions for 1 point. In Prisoner of Azkaban, Snape commands his students to turn to... All right.
394.
That is correct, Lauren. To which page? 394. 1 point for Lauren.
I'm keeping score, right?
That was excellent. Yes. All right. Next question. After Dumbledore's passing, he gives Harry the very first snitch that he ever caught. All right, we're going to go to Steph for that answer.
I open at the close.
She is correct. The rest of the question was, what was the sentence that appeared on the golden sphere?
Wow.
I open at the close.
These guys are good.
1 point each. Next question. What are the full names of the 4 Hogwarts house? All right, we're going to go to Lauren. Lauren.
Salazar Slytherin. Godric Gryffindor. Rowena Ravenclaw. And Helga Hufflepuff.
That is correct. Wow. Those are the full names of the 4 Hogwarts house founders. So far, all my questions asked have been buzzed in early on.
Yes, they have.
They're extremely confident. Now, these are the easiest of the questions. Final question in the first round. Harry Potter's birthday is July 31st. Which character was born one day? Let's go to Lauren.
Neville Longbottom.
That is correct. Born one day before him.
Oh my God.
And the total so far in round one, Nick.
Lauren with 3, Steph with 1.
All right, 3-1.
3-1.
And these two are jumping in before every single, before I had a chance to finish every
They're
single
good.
question.
I mean, we have absolutely the best competitors you could possibly have.
Most definitely. All right, on to round 2. Right now, Lauren leads 3-1. Here's your next question. These are medium, and these are 2 points each. 2 points each. What is the name of Lavender Brown's rabbit?
Oh my God, that's literally the one pet I did not make a flashcard about.
Flashcard.
Steph was doing
I know
flashcards.
everyone else is.
You did flashcards?
Lavender Brown.
What is the name of Lavender Brown's rabbit? I'll give you guys about 5 more seconds to think about it.
Like flashcards for this contest?
Yes.
Yes! That's what a competitor looks like, Kathy.
High level flashcard. I played Trivial Pursuit last night.
There you go.
Running through the cards.
Yes! These guys are serious.
All right, Kathy interrupted. So your 5 seconds starts now. Hold on. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, they're not going to take a chance at it. It was Binky. Didn't know that? Doesn't even ring a bell, does it? Okay. Fair enough. Well, it's a good thing you didn't answer them.
Wow.
Next question.
Is there a deduction?
No.
No.
No, if you get it wrong, you're not penalized.
Yes. You're not penalized, but you do kind of give up a little bit of information to the other competitor. All right, next is, what is Hermione's boggart? Okay, let's go to Steph.
It's Professor McGonagall telling her that she failed her exams.
She got it!
Nice!
So that's 2 points.
Yes.
And that means it's
all tied up.
It's 3-3.
Yeah.
All right, third question from the medium round, round 2. What animals represent each of the houses? All right, we're going to go to Lauren.
For Slytherin, it's a snake. Ravenclaw, it's an eagle. Hufflepuff is a badger, and Gryffindor is a lion.
That's correct. 2 points for Lauren.
I want to hang with these guys.
I'm telling you, man, they are so much fun. All right, and then the last question for the medium round, round 2, is how many staircases are... Okay, let's go to Lauren.
142.
That's correct. Staircases are at Hogwarts. Wow. All right, Nick. Totals.
After round 2, Lauren's still in the lead with 7, but Steph not far behind with 3.
All right, and it doesn't matter because going into this round, the points really jump up, and each question is worth 5 points each.
Wow.
As
Can
we
really
go for
change.
the quest of the Tri-Wizards Cup. And Steph, look, everybody, these guys are bouncing up and down. They're all excited.
I'm worried if that lavender one. I'm like, I know. Do I know anything?
All right, Casey, here we go. Final round. The most difficult questions that we could come up with yet. And here, this is really going to find out what you know about the Harry Potter universe. Let's go with this one. In response to the treatment of house elves, Hermione... Oh, all right. We had Steph ring in first.
It's called SPEW, the Society for the Promotion of Elfish Welfare.
That is
Those index cards paying off.
To finish it, Hermione founded an organization called SPEW. What does SPEW stand for? And she's correct. The Society for the Promotion of Elfish Welfare. Well done. What's the point total, Nick?
Wow, with that correct answer, Steph has moved into the lead. It's now 8-7.
Oh, my God.
Okay.
1 point lead. All right, 2 more questions to go. Here we go. Get your hands by your button, or by your bell, I should say. What is Nearly Headless Nick's real name? Okay, we're going to go to Lauren. Lauren.
Nicholas Demimsey Pompsey? Something like that. I don't think I got
That's
it.
incorrect.
Yeah.
No. Okay. All right. So that means that, Steph, you can take a free guess no matter what. Even if you get it wrong, it's no big deal.
I know it starts with Sir Nicholas the rest of it.
All right. You guys aren't going to get that right. Sir Nicholas de Mimsey Porpington.
You guys were all around
It's that name that you're like, Sir Nicholas, moving on. You don't read the full name.
It's so many syllables, and exactly.
That's a classic Harry Potter name, though.
This is the last question that we have here.
And it's anybody's game.
It's anybody's game right now. So this is in the past contests we've had runaways.
Yeah.
This time around, it's down to this last one. Here we go. Final question. On his 11th birthday, Dudley Dursley's parents take him and Harry to the zoo and also bring along Dudley's best friend. What is that friend's name?
You're looking at each other.
Lauren almost cursed right into the microphone.
It's a super minor character from the first book. I know that.
Repeat the question, Preston.
On his 11th birthday, Dudley Dursley's parents take him and Harry to the zoo and also bring along Dudley's best friend. What is that friend's name? They have this intense look. Steph looks like she has no idea. Lauren is kind of picking around in her brain.
Whoever he is, he's not a nice little boy.
Right. 5 seconds left.
I'm just
Okay,
gonna put
might
a
as
guess
well.
in.
Go ahead.
Albert.
Incorrect. I'm sorry. Nick, what does that mean?
That means with 8 points, Steph is our winner.
Is the champion?
They are so evenly matched.
Oh my
Wait, what was it?
Yeah, who was it?
Piers Polkis.
Loser.
Please.
I mean, I don't. That was neck and neck.
All right, just for fun, we had more questions, and we're never going to use these for anything. And while we have Steph as the winner of the Tri-Wizards Cup here this morning, and the self-proclaimed expert of the Harry Potter universe, just for fun, let me try out a couple of other questions for you guys. Who was the freed female house elf who neither wanted? All right, let's go to Lauren.
Winky.
Winky is correct. How about this one? Okay, let's see what you know about the making of the films. Christopher Columbus directed the first 2 movies. David Yates directed the last 4. Who directed 3 and 4?
Alfonso Yates? I know it's Alfonso.
All right.
I know it's Alfonso.
There were 2 people. Prisoner of Azkaban and Goblet of Fire, respectively, was Alfonso Cuarón and Mike Newell.
Okay.
All right, and then one last one. Let's see. What'll be a good question? Oh, yeah, this one. Okay. What are Snape's very first words to Harry, and what is it believed they allude to? That's a hard one.
Snape's very first words to Harry.
You'll never get it because it's really intricate. So the first words were, "What would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood?" MMR rocks with Yule Hemorrhage. 10:41. Today is Monday. Preston and Steve Show. We got this one under our belt. You have a little bit left in your day. It's all good. We'll be moving along quickly, and at least you can step outside and enjoy some of this beautiful weather that we have today, tomorrow, Wednesday as well, like 80s and sunshine. And then Thursday and Friday, get back to more seasonal temperatures, mid-60s, where we'll be hanging out. Yeah. I don't know, man. Screw that game. I'm so sick.
Oh, no.
Had a bad round?
I hate that game. I hate it. I hate it.
More.
I try so hard.
I'm trying to find. There it is.
I hate you. I hate you more than anything in this damn world. Yeah, I had a bad round.
That's right. You can try it again tomorrow.
Right?
What do you say?
Yeah, why not?
Okay. What would happen if I took my headphones off and put them around the microphone and you guys talk? Would you get
It would be feedback.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's all I needed to know.
What? Where did this come from, and why did you feel?
I just thought of it right now. I thought I could ask the question, it would be answered, and then we could just move along.
Okay.
All right.
So there you go. Do you want to do it now? I don't want to get the squeal in my ears.
Yes.
Take
Take
yours
your
off.
headphones off.
All right, go ahead.
All right, good.
All right, somebody's got to say something.
Oh, there
There you go.
Okay.
It's not
There it is.
pronounced.
That's all
It
you
wasn't bad.
Yeah.
Yeah, but not terrible.
Okay.
You could have handled it.
Hi, Pierre.
Hi.
How you doing?
And good day.
Good day.
He can come into your show too and do that
I'd
later
love
if you
that
need
if
it.
you
Yeah.
would, Case, because The people have got to hear the feedback.
The feedback.
Yeah.
Listen, that's all we want is feedback.
Exactly.
They don't know.
Yeah.
Look at where would Hendrix be? All
Yeah.
right, you know.
No, I'm saying just feedback, hearing back from other people.
Oh, that too.
That kind of feedback, too. Real quick, though, Pierre, before we dive into this, I do want to thank my youngest child, Caroline, who goes by Wilson to friends. Yes. And the Souderton area high school's rock band that came by this morning to promote their event. It is on the way on the 30th at the high school, and it's a fundraiser for them to buy equipment to continue this program at school, which is fantastic. It's only $5, and they play all kinds of great music, and it's these kids that are learning how to jam
wonderful.
together. Yeah, it's a lot of fun.
It's wonderful also that they set a precedent that other schools are following.
Yeah, and performers will be in costume, and you can wear costumes as well, and you can go to PrestonandSteve.com. All the information is right there. It's early, too. It's a 6:30 thing, and they'll play plenty of geezer pleasers, as I've been told.
Geezer pleasers?
Isn't that a great term?
Wow, I've never heard that.
Yeah, how about a nice geezer pleaser for you?
I tell you what, from what you've raised them right though. They're all into geezer music.
I love it. You good, man? How was the weekend?
Oh, it was a great weekend. I spent yesterday, the weather, with this little uptick in temperatures, I spent the day on Rittenhouse Square yesterday having brunch with my friend Bill over at Rouge, and then we went and just sat in the park and watched people go by for like 2 hours.
Glorious.
Sat there. I mean, there's a guy in Rittenhouse Square on lovely days who will juggle for the kids. And then right near him is a guy with a little table set up that says, $5 and I'll make a poem. Any poem you want. I'll make a poem instantly for you. And then as we were sitting on one of the benches, this guy was walking by with a guitar. For $1, I'll sing you a song. Any song about any topic you create. And then down by the kids' corner, which is where we were sitting, there's this little frog in this little kids' corner where the kids gather and play. Someone had brought a boombox, and they were playing like 40s standards, and all these couples were dancing.
Oh, that's cool.
I mean, just spontaneously. And I turned to Bill and I said, these people are living.
Yeah.
Just spontaneously broke into dance. It wasn't planned. There was this cool music playing, Sinatra-esque music, and they just all started swinging and dancing together. I'm going, oh, this is magnificent.
That's when the city's firing on all cylinders.
Exactly.
That's where you got.
Yeah.
That's where it becomes a joyous celebration.
I just find that little square block of Rittenhouse Square where the station started to be this perfect blend of humanity, black, white, gay, straight, up, down, left, right, little, old, young. I mean, every kind of mix of humanity is in there, and everyone gets along. And dogs, lots of dogs, and it's just this stew of humanity. And I just love sitting there and watching it all flow by.
Yeah,
that's great stuff.
Cool thing. Good for you, man. Excellent. All right, can we get a letter from you?
Yes.
Here we go.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
The Preston and Steve Show is brought to you today by the letter
L as in letter.
All right, it's our first one, an L, and we have a $500 Joseph Anthony Retreat Salon and Spa gift card. The ultimate destination for all things beauty and wellness is closer than you might think. Treat yourself to a day of relaxation at Joseph Anthony in Glen Mills, Springfield, and Center City, Philadelphia. Book today at josephanthony.com. That's josephanthony.com. We'll give it away on Friday. What's happening on your show today?
I got geezer pleasers.
Yeah, you do.
I have a block of the Rolling Stones. I have a block of Tom Petty, whose birthday was yesterday, and a block of Slash to play.
Nice.
Thank you, Pierre. And I want to thank our sponsors. President Steve Show is brought to you today by Dunkin'. And the President Steve Show runs on Dunkin'. Also brought to you by Acme Markets, the official supermarket of the Philadelphia Eagles. And Family and Company Jewelers Viraggio Bridal Show, October 24th through the 26th. And you can save on the ring of her dreams, familyjewelers.com. Tomorrow on the program, Tuesday, so Tattoosday will take place. All right, our buddy Daniel Roebuck, he's an actor we've had on the show many, many, many times. He is in the new Terrifier 3 movie.
Yes, he is.
Which is one of the top movies in the country. So he's going to swing by and we'll talk about his experiences in that movie.
Yeah, I couldn't be happier for him. He had been teasing about this a while ago.
Yeah.
And I still have to see it. I'm a massive fan of the series, but I'm so thrilled he's in it.
So that is it. We are done. Rage on. Have yourself a great day, and we'll see you tomorrow, friend. Bye-bye.
Preston and Steve.
Bye.